Qin Wan, the rising queen of the music industry whom Fang Cheng had personally helped turn into a star, wasted no time betraying him. She colluded with scandal-ridden idol Lin Feng, and the moment their divorce papers were finalized, she fabricated accusations of infidelity and domestic abuse, pinning Fang Cheng to the internet's wall of shame as the nation's most despised scumbag. Overnight, the once celebrated gold medal songwriter and composer fell from grace, reduced to a public enemy everyone loved to hate. In the eyes of the public, he was nothing more than a worthless freeloader who had lived off Qin Wan's fame and fortune. But while the entire internet was drowning him in abuse, no one expected Qin Wan's own aunt, the legendary queen of Chinese pop, Tang Shiyue, to step forward. At the height of her career, with millions of devoted fans, Tang Shiyue publicly defended Fang Cheng in a single explosive post. Sentence by sentence, she dismantled every lie Qin Wan had carefully woven. She declared that the woman who had entered the hotel with Fang Cheng that night was never some mysterious mistress. It was her. As for the so-called domestic abuse, it was nothing more than a malicious fabrication born from Qin Wan's irrational accusations. From that day forward, Tang Shiyue spared no effort supporting Fang Cheng. When he joined a music competition and lacked a vocal coach, the diva personally rehearsed with him day and night, polishing every note. When he prepared his first solo album and had no promotional resources, she mobilized every industry connection she had to build momentum for him. When he began composing original songs for film, she volunteered to perform the movie's theme song herself. Even when Fang Cheng was living alone and his home's plumbing became clogged, Tang Shiyue just so happened to pass by and smilingly offered to fix the pipes with her own hands. With Tang Shiyue's wholehearted support, Fang Cheng slowly broke free from the chains of false accusations. Step by step, he reclaimed his reputation and ascended to a level in China's entertainment industry that no one could surpass. Only after everything was lost did Qin Wan finally wake up. Throwing away all her pride, she knelt before Fang Cheng in tears, begging for another chance, desperate to reclaim the man she had pushed away with her own hands. But the scene before her shattered every last illusion. Standing beside Fang Cheng was her elegant, untouchable aunt, the beloved queen of the music world, Tang Shiyue, intimately holding his arm. Qin Wan's pupils contracted in disbelief. "Fang Cheng, why are you with my aunt?" Fang Cheng merely looked at her calmly before replying with a faint smile. "Niece, you should call me uncle." The Civil Affairs Bureau of Qingyang District in Rongqing was packed with people. What should have been a quiet Wednesday had turned into chaos as reporters carrying cameras and emotional fans flooded the entrance. News had just broken across the internet that music princess Qin Wan was divorcing her husband, Fang Cheng. Fans celebrated the announcement, convinced that Fang Cheng had done nothing except live off Qin Wan's fame and fortune. Rumors even spread that he had publicly knelt to beg Qin Wan not to leave him. To the public, Qin Wan and her longtime collaborator Lin Feng were the perfect golden couple. Inside the bureau, the newly divorced pair stared at the sea of people waiting outside. Qin Wan glared coldly at the tall, handsome Fang Cheng. "So this is your doing? You secretly tipped off the media because you want to use public opinion to force me to split my assets and my studio with you? Dream on. You won't get a single cent." Fang Cheng answered calmly. "The only people who knew we were getting divorced today were you, me, and Lin Feng." His explanation only infuriated Qin Wan further. Her words dripped with contempt and regret. "I can't believe I ever fell for a loser like you." Looking at the woman before him, whose former warmth had long since been replaced by cold calculation, Fang Cheng felt only disappointment. His thoughts drifted back to the beginning. During college, he had been the university's most talented songwriter, admired by countless girls. Qin Wan, then his bold and energetic junior, had actively pursued him. They married soon after graduation. At the time, Fang Cheng was already making a name for himself in the music industry. Qin Wan, however, suffered one commercial failure after another. Every song flopped. Her career had no future. Everything changed after Tang Shiyue used her industry influence to secure Qin Wan a place on a televised idol competition. She became an overnight sensation. Her debut album sold over 1 million copies. She won Best New Artist and quickly became the music industry's newest queen. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng suddenly encountered a creative block that lasted 2.5 years. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't write another hit. Gradually forgotten by both the industry and the public, his status completely reversed with Qin Wan's. The woman who had once adored him slowly began viewing him as mediocre and burdensome. Whenever he kindly advised her to stay humble, she only grew resentful. In her eyes, arriving late for events or scolding staff and fans were trivial matters. Yet Fang Cheng always criticized her. She believed he simply couldn't stand seeing her become more famous than him. Their arguments became increasingly frequent. Then Lin Feng appeared. Last year, after Qin Wan established her own studio, she invited Lin Feng, another rising star, to become her business partner. The two constantly appeared together in public, attracting enormous numbers of CP fans who shipped them as a couple. To outsiders, they looked perfect together. On one side stood a partner who understood her emotions and whose career advanced alongside hers. On the other stood a husband whose career had stalled and who only knew how to lecture her. Inevitably, Qin Wan's disappointment in Fang Cheng reached its limit. A week earlier, she had initiated the divorce. Encouraged by Lin Feng, she demanded that Fang Cheng sign an agreement giving up all marital property, promising him only 1 million yuan afterward in exchange for a clean break. Fang Cheng refused to sign. "When we fell in love, it had nothing to do with money," he said. "The divorce won't either. I don't want a single cent of your assets." Privately, however, Lin Feng warned Qin Wan that Fang Cheng's refusal to sign meant he must still harbor resentment and should be watched carefully. Now, the moment the divorce was finalized, reporters appeared. Qin Wan immediately concluded that Fang Cheng had orchestrated everything in an attempt to pressure her into dividing their property. Calling him both incompetent and scheming, she declared that everything she had built belonged to her alone. She put on her sunglasses and strode out. Outside, fans erupted into cheers, congratulating her for finally escaping the deadweight husband. The handsome Lin Feng immediately rushed over, shielding Qin Wan from the crowd before escorting her into a waiting car. Everyone praised him as gentle, dependable, and the only man willing to stand beside Qin Wan during her most difficult moment. Inside the car, Qin Wan instinctively brushed away the hand Lin Feng had placed on her shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to be at an event today? Why did you come?" "I was worried Fang Cheng would cause trouble," Lin Feng replied gently. "Looks like I was right." Qin Wan glanced out the window. Surrounded by reporters, Fang Cheng still stood straight and composed. Once, that confident figure had been the man she loved most. Now, her heart felt only cold. After thanking Lin Feng, she accepted the phone he handed her. The moment she looked at the screen, her face darkened. Their divorce had already become the #1 trending topic. Some fans applauded her for leaving a useless husband. But even more ordinary netizens criticized her for abandoning the man who had supported her before she became famous. Many openly accused her of having an affair with Lin Feng during the marriage. The most liked comment pointed out that all of Qin Wan's assets and studio had been accumulated during the marriage and were legally marital property. If Fang Cheng chose to sue, he could claim a substantial share. The comment struck directly at Qin Wan's greatest fear. She had completely forgotten how, during her darkest days, Fang Cheng had stayed up all night writing songs specifically for her. How he personally coached her vocals. How he worked through countless sleepless nights arranging her competition performances. Even after she became famous, he had quietly remained behind the scenes supporting her without asking for anything in return. All of those selfless sacrifices had been erased from her memory by fame and ambition. Seeing her expression, Lin Feng sighed dramatically. The negative comments online were all bought by Fang Cheng. He lied. He hired internet trolls to manipulate public opinion so he could extort money from you. He knows he can't maintain his lifestyle without you. Qin Wan believed every word. Any lingering guilt vanished completely. She cursed Fang Cheng as shameless. Lin Feng immediately continued. "As a public figure, divorce will damage your public image. But I have a perfect solution." "What is it?" A calculating gleam flashed through his eyes before disappearing behind a gentle smile. "If people are accusing you of cheating, then let's reverse it. We'll fabricate evidence proving Fang Cheng cheated first. You'll become the victim. The entire internet will sympathize with you, and your popularity will reach another level." Qin Wan hesitated. Despite everything, she knew Fang Cheng had always been absolutely faithful. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Feng mentioned the dream she had pursued for years. "Don't you want to surpass your aunt, Tang Shiyue? If this divorce turns public opinion in your favor, you might finally become the new queen of Chinese pop. Those words struck directly at Qin Wan's deepest obsession. Tang Shiyue was the most legendary member of the family. Her mother had died giving birth to her. She had grown up neglected by her father and ostracized by her siblings. Despite becoming Rongqing's top student, she rejected prestigious universities to attend Kyoto Conservatory of Music, angering her family so deeply that she didn't return home for 4 years. After graduation, she entered the entertainment industry alone. With extraordinary vocals and breathtaking beauty, she eventually became the undisputed queen of Chinese pop. Qin Wan had become a singer because of her. The life-changing audition opportunity that launched her career had also been secured by Tang Shiyue. Ironically, that help became ammunition for critics, who constantly mocked Qin Wan as someone who succeeded only through family connections. For years, Qin Wan had dreamed of surpassing her aunt and proving herself. Lin Feng's words erased her final hesitation. Her eyes hardened with determination. If Fang Cheng refuses to back down, then he can stop blaming me for being ruthless. Not long afterward, an explosive headline crushed every other trending topic. Hashtag the truth behind Qin Wan's divorce. Fang Cheng cheated during their marriage. Hashtag. A famous entertainment paparazzo released photos of Fang Cheng embracing a woman as they entered a hotel. The woman was hidden beneath a large coat, making her identity impossible to determine. Only Fang Cheng's face was perfectly visible. The paparazzo had never once been wrong before. Public opinion instantly turned against Fang Cheng. Countless netizens flooded Qin Wan's account with apologies while viciously condemning Fang Cheng as a cheating scumbag. People mocked him for being unable to write another successful song and needing scandal just to stay relevant. Meanwhile, inside a villa at Bishui Bay in Rongqing, Fang Cheng silently packed his belongings. Qin Wan's assistant watched him closely, afraid he might secretly take something from the house. His phone overflowed with hateful comments and endless abuse. Yet his expression never changed. Dragging his suitcase out of the villa where he had lived for years, Fang Cheng stopped and quietly looked back at the familiar courtyard. Qin Wan, you never truly understood me. The moment those words left his lips, a line of translucent text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Earth memory synchronization progress, 99.98%, 99.99%, 100%. Earth memory successfully synchronized. Synchronization time, 2.5 years. Beginning memory integration. Please prepare yourself for the incoming cognitive impact. Chapter 2. His ex-wife's aunt. Fang Cheng had been a well-known literary prodigy during college. After graduation, he also made a modest name for himself as a songwriter and composer. Unfortunately, his vocal talent was average, so he never pursued a career as a singer. Back then, Fang Cheng had written many songs for Qin Wan, but limited by her singing ability, none of them ever became hits. Then Qin Wan shot to overnight fame through a singing competition. Ironically, that was exactly when Fang Cheng suddenly lost all inspiration for songwriting. At the time, something strange had appeared in his mind, a progress bar labeled Earth Memory Retrieval. The progress advanced at an agonizingly slow pace, taking 2.5 years to finally reach 99%. Today, the retrieval was finally complete. A flood of memories from a parallel Earth surged into Fang Cheng's mind like a tidal wave. His head felt as if it were splitting apart, and for the first time, the calm, refined man wore an expression of unbearable pain. After what seemed like an eternity, the agony gradually faded. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance they had never possessed before. Countless timeless hit songs, groundbreaking television dramas, phenomenally successful variety shows, books that shaped an entire era. All of them had been engraved into Fang Cheng's mind. Now, Fang Cheng possessed the cultural treasures of an entire world. Trading away 2.5 years of creative drought for such an immeasurable treasure trove, it was more than worth it. It had also revealed the true nature of the woman who had shared his pillow. A woman like Qin Wan could endure hardship alongside him, but she could never share prosperity with him. She wasn't worthy of sharing this priceless legacy. For years, Fang Cheng had quietly worked behind the scenes without receiving the respect he deserved. Now that he possessed countless masterpieces, he had decided to step into the spotlight himself. But first, he needed the right stage, a place to test whether the works in his mind could achieve the same legendary success in this world as they had on Earth. As Fang Cheng walked out of the villa compound, lost in thought, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised. It was Qin Wan's aunt, Tang Shiyue. In Fang Cheng's memory, this aunt was truly one of a kind. She was breathtakingly beautiful and mature, yet bold, fiery, and fearless. In the entertainment industry, she had publicly called out countless people while helping just as many. She always did things her own way and never followed the crowd. She was just as unconventional within her family. One spring festival, Fang Cheng had visited Qin Wan's family home while Tang Shiyue happened to be there. Qin Wan's eldest uncle had asked Tang Shiyue to use her influence to get his good-for-nothing son into show business. She refused. When the uncle accused her of lacking family loyalty, Tang Shiyue replied, "When you were being bullied years ago, I rushed in to help you. You ran away and left me behind, and I ended up hospitalized. So tell me, which one of us forgot about family?" Her words infuriated him so badly that he fainted on the spot. Everyone else panicked and rushed to help. Tang Shiyue simply continued eating as if nothing had happened. She even picked up a piece of steamed sea bass for Fang Cheng. Fish is good for your brain and your eyesight. Eat more and learn to recognize the people around you. That had been only one of the 2 times Fang Cheng had ever interacted with her. Who would have thought that after divorcing Qin Wan, Tang Shiyue would be the one to call him? After a brief hesitation, Fang Cheng answered, "Aunt, Ms. Tang, hello." A soft chuckle came from the other end. Her voice was as crisp as an oriole singing in a secluded valley, yet carried the rich, mellow resonance of a thrush. Just hearing it was enough to stir one's heart. What a voice! She truly had been blessed by heaven. Fang Cheng had always envied her natural gift. "Xiao Fang, I'll clear things up about the photo." Her pleasant voice wasted no time getting to the point. Direct, efficient. That was Tang Shiyue's style. The photo she referred to was the one circulating online. A picture of Fang Cheng with his arm around a woman as they entered a hotel. It had been taken 2 years earlier. Tang Shiyue had been drugged that night, and Fang Cheng had happened to rescue her. She had barely been conscious, so he had taken her to the nearest hotel. To keep others from recognizing her, he had covered both her face and body with his overcoat. Afterward, he called Qin Wan over to help take care of Tang Shiyue. That had been the second and last time Fang Cheng had any real contact with her. Apparently, Tang Shiyue had also seen the photo, which was why she was calling. "Miss Tang, there's no need. People might misunderstand you. After all, Tang Shiyue was one of the country's hottest divas and still single. If people learned that the woman in the photo was her, it could negatively affect her reputation. You helped me. Clearing your name is the least I can do. You're my junior. No one would dare misunderstand." Her tone was firm and decisive, carrying her trademark icy authority. "All right. Then thank you, Miss Tang." Fang Cheng wasn't one to stand on ceremony. Just as he was about to hang up, Tang Shiyue asked, "What are your plans now?" Fang Cheng smiled. "I'll keep making music. Voices of China. Would you like to join as a contestant?" The invitation came without warning. Fang Cheng froze. Voices of China was one of the country's biggest music competition shows. Its contestants were rising newcomers and once famous singers looking for a comeback, while today's top stars served as mentors. The audience voted live to determine each contestant's score. The first season had been a massive success, dominating ratings and online discussion. Preparations for Season 2 had been making headlines for quite some time. But Fang Cheng had never imagined he would have the chance to appear on such a blockbuster show, much less receive the invitation from his ex-wife's aunt. He wanted nothing more to do with Qin Wan. As if reading his mind, Tang Shiyue continued, "This has nothing to do with Qin Wan. You once helped me. I never leave favors unpaid. You're talented. Don't waste it." After a brief pause, she added, "Now that you've seen people's true colors, focus on your career." Something stirred within Fang Cheng. "I understand. Thank you, Ms. Tang." "Ms. Tang makes me sound old. You'd better keep calling me Aunt." With that, Tang Shiyue hung up. Fang Cheng laughed helplessly. Wasn't Aunt even older than Ms. Tang? Meanwhile, on Weibo, the hashtags #FangCheng and #ScumbagFangCheng continued dominating the trending charts. Just as the entire internet was calling for Fang Cheng to be driven out of the entertainment industry, superstar diva Tang Shiyue suddenly posted on Weibo, "The woman in this photo is me. I had been drugged that night, and Fang Cheng was simply taking me to a hotel. Qin Wan was there as well, asterisk asterisk. Attached beneath the text was the very photo that had supposedly proved Fang Cheng's infidelity. Tang Shiyue also tagged Qin Wan. Within minutes, the post shot to the top of the trending list with the bright red, explosive label. The internet erupted. Asterisk, holy crap. What a plot twist. Asterisk. Asterisk, who dared drug President Tang? I'll kill him. Asterisk. Asterisk. I zoomed in with a magnifying glass. Those legs are definitely Yue the Demon Queen's. Asterisk. Asterisk. Wait, isn't Diva Tang Qin Wan's aunt? She actually sided against her own niece. Asterisk. Asterisk. Boss Tang has always stood up for the righteous. Of course she'd defend someone who once helped her. Asterisk. Asterisk. Oh please. Is picking fights with everyone what you call being straightforward? Asterisk. Tang Shiyue was simply too famous. One Weibo post from her was enough to set the entire internet ablaze. Her fans immediately believed Fang Cheng's innocence. Meanwhile, her rivals seized the opportunity to smear her. Some gossip accounts even fabricated rumors claiming Tang Shiyue herself had been Fang Cheng's affair partner. The accusation was so absurd that hardly anyone believed it. The most frustrated person, however, was Qin Wan. Unable to hold back, she called Tang Shiyue. "Aunt, why are you helping Fang Cheng? I'm your niece." At that moment, Tang Shiyue was sitting inside a business van. She wore a crisp white blouse tucked into a black pencil skirt. Her long crossed legs were wrapped in sheer black stockings. Anyone familiar with her knew she always dressed in black and white, no matter the occasion. Yet even dressed so simply, every glamorous actress around her inevitably became little more than a backdrop. She was stunning beyond compare, cold as frost, like a snow lotus blooming atop the highest mountain peak. Admired from afar, but impossible to approach. Hearing Qin Wan's complaint, Tang Shiyue parted her crimson lips. Her voice remained calm. "Fang Cheng treated you well. Even after the divorce, you shouldn't have done this." Qin Wan froze. Even across the phone, she felt as though she'd been seen straight through. "Aunt, what do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean. Lin Feng isn't as simple as he appears. Take care of yourself." With that, she ended the call. When she looked up, she met a pair of resentful eyes. The owner of those eyes was a short-haired woman dressed in a tailored women's suit. She looked sharp and capable, though her expression now carried nothing but helplessness. "Shiyue, next time you decide to do something like this, could you at least tell me first?" Her name was Zhou Yin, Tang Shiyue's manager. Tang Shiyue merely nodded. Beside Zhou Yin sat a round-faced girl with a ponytail, staring at Tang Shiyue with undisguised admiration. "If you see injustice, stand up and shout. Sister Shiyue, you're so cool." She was Tang Shiyue's assistant, Wen Xiaoro. Zhou Yin lightly smacked the girl's head before turning back to Tang Shiyue. "Shiyue, are you really joining Voices of China?" Tang Shiyue had never participated in variety shows. Yet this time she had not only volunteered to join Voices of China, but had even postponed recording her new album. Something felt off. Even more suspicious was the condition she had given the production team. They had to reserve a contestant spot for Fang Cheng. Looking out the window at the passing scenery, Tang Shiyue's beautiful peach blossom eyes were as cold as ice. "I've been tired lately. I'll treat it as a chance to relax." Zhou Yin sighed helplessly. Once Tang Shiyue made up her mind, no one could change it. She could only offer one last reminder. "I've heard Qin Wan and Lin Feng are also negotiating with Jiangxing TV about joining Voices of China. It'll probably be finalized soon. Your niece, your former nephew-in-law, and your niece's rumored new boyfriend will all be on the same show. There's bound to be trouble. Shiyue, whatever happens, don't get involved." When Tang Shiyue remained silent, Zhou Yan's heart sank. She hurriedly added, "Fang Cheng may have saved you, but you've already helped him twice. That's more than enough. Please, just listen to me." Tang Shiyue slowly turned her head. "I simply regard him as a talented junior. Their personal entanglements have nothing to do with me." Her voice swept through the cabin like a freezing wind across an icy plain. "Once we're on stage, let the songs speak for themselves." Chapter 3. Perfect. I have no intention of letting you off either asterisk asterisk. Rong City. In the heart of the CBD stood a towering office building that pierced the skyline. On the 20th floor, a plaque hung outside an office suite occupying half the level. Evening Breeze Studio. Anyone familiar with the entertainment industry knew the studio's name was derived from two of China's hottest rising singers. Qin Wan and Lin Feng. When Qin Wan founded the studio, her marriage with Fang Cheng had not yet fallen apart. But in order to win over Lin Feng, who could further her career, she ignored her husband's feelings and named her studio after another man. At that moment, Qin Wan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in a flowing blue dress, gazing down at the bustling city below like a goddess looking upon mere mortals. Behind her, Lin Feng admired the graceful curves of her figure. A flicker of desire crossed his eyes. He stepped closer and cautiously reached toward her waist. Before his hand could touch her, Qin Wan's irritated voice cut him off. "Why would my aunt help Fang Cheng? Doesn't she realize how difficult this makes things for me?" Lin Feng discreetly withdrew his hand. "Exactly. Wan, public opinion online has already shifted. A lot of people are saying that after becoming famous, you look down on the husband who stood by you for years. They're calling you shallow and opportunistic. They're talking nonsense." Qin Wan snapped, her chest rising and falling with anger. Fang Cheng stopped trying to improve himself. "He couldn't keep up with me. Is it wrong for me to choose a better life?" Lin Feng stepped forward and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Don't worry, Wan. I'm here for you." Qin Wan stiffened. Almost instinctively, she took half a step back, slipping out of his embrace. "Thank you, Lin Feng. But my public image has already taken a hit. What should I do?" A trace of annoyance flashed across Lin Feng's face before he smiled again. "It's actually very simple. We just keep smearing Fang Cheng until everyone believes he's the one who wronged you." Qin Wan blinked. "How?" Lin Feng answered calmly. "Tell everyone he's a chauvinist. Say he couldn't stand seeing your career surpass his. Say he tried to suppress you, control you, and stop you from singing." He paused, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "And we can even say he abused you." "No." Qin Wan shook her head immediately. That would completely ruin him. Once a man was branded a domestic abuser, the stain would follow him for life. Fang Cheng might have been unsuccessful, but he had always treated her well. She didn't want to destroy him completely. Wan, this is the only way to restore your image. He held you back for years. Consider this his compensation. Don't you want to surpass your aunt?" Lin Feng's voice was low and persuasive. Qin Wan bit her lip. After struggling with herself for a long time, she finally nodded. "All right, we'll do it." She made up her mind. Once the divorce scandal died down, she would give Fang Cheng a sum of money and help his younger sister find a good job. Then she would owe the Fang family nothing. Lin Feng looked deeply into her eyes. "That's the right choice. Trust me, Wan. Everything I do is for your sake." Feeling the burning intensity in his gaze, Qin Wan quickly changed the subject. "Manager Feng just told me. We've finalized everything with Voices of China. We'll both be mentors." The day before, Qin Wan had learned that her aunt, Tang Shiyue, would be joining Voices of China. She immediately realized what an incredible opportunity this represented. Since her debut, Tang Shiyue had focused exclusively on music. She had never appeared on a variety show. This would be the superstar diva's first ever variety program. The attention it would attract was unimaginable. Anyone seated beside Tang Shiyue on the mentors panel would benefit enormously from the exposure. If managed well, it might even elevate their status within the industry. Qin Wan had no intention of missing such an opportunity. She immediately instructed her and Lin Feng's shared manager, Feng Hui, to negotiate with Jiangqing TV. After exchanging a considerable amount of industry resources, Feng Hui finally secured mentor positions for both of them. Lin Feng was equally thrilled. "Manager Feng texted me too. Wan, remember to ask your aunt for an autograph." Qin Wan laughed. "We're practically family. Why ask for an autograph? I'll have my aunt invite you to dinner instead." Tang Shiyue had misunderstood Lin Feng somewhat. This would be the perfect chance to clear things up. Then she remembered how her aunt had chosen to help an outsider instead of her own niece. Her heart tightened. "Fang Cheng, just live an ordinary life from now on. Don't drag me down anymore. Bro, I roasted every single idiot online who insulted you. Don't be sad. You've got me." On the outskirts of Rong City stood an aging old house. The spacious living room contained a piano, guitars, a bass guitar, a hammered dulcimer, a guzheng, a suona, and numerous other instruments. Recording equipment lined one side of the room. Before marrying Qin Wan, Fang Cheng had bought the house using money he earned from songwriting. Later, to help Qin Wan practice singing, he converted it into a modest recording studio. When Qin Wan competed in the talent show that made her famous, She had rehearsed all of her breakout performances right here. Now, however, the house had become too old and worn down. Qin Wan had long since forgotten its existence. Fang Cheng's understanding of music theory was flawless. Combined with the countless masterpieces from Earth, he lacked only one thing: a naturally gifted singing voice. His voice was better than average, but still not strong enough for professional performances. Earlier that day, Voices of China had officially informed him that filming for the first episode would begin in 1 month. He intended to spend every day of that month improving his vocals. If he could reproduce even 60% of the original charm of Earth's classics, it would be more than enough to overwhelm every other contestant. He had also been careful to register every song with the National Music Copyright Database. There would never be any copyright disputes. Just after finishing another practice session, his younger sister, Fang Cheng, called. She was a junior at Jiangcheng Academy of Arts. Beautiful, sweet-voiced, and recognized as the campus beauty. The reason she had never dated anyone was simple. Every boy who confessed to her got beaten up. Listening to his sister's lively voice, Fang Cheng asked curiously, "Didn't Ann already clear things up? Why are people still attacking me?" "Bro, you have no idea. Now they're saying you're jealous because sister-in-law." "Ugh, I mean that bitch Qin. They're also saying you abused her. The comments are filthy. Forget it, don't read them. I already cursed every last one of them out." After hearing Fang Nuanyuan's rapid-fire explanation, Fang Cheng finally understood. Someone had launched another smear campaign. Jealous of his wife? Domestic abuser? He already knew exactly who was behind these rumors. Qin Wan. Lin Feng. "So, you're not planning to let me go?" "Perfect. Because I have no intention of letting either of you off." At the moment, Fang Cheng was an insignificant nobody. No one would believe anything he said. But he was certain that once Voices of China aired, people would be willing to listen. Everything Qin Wan and Lin Feng had done to him today, he would return in full. "Don't worry, Nuanyuan. I'm not sad at all. Seeing people's true colors isn't a bad thing." "Exactly. Who cares about that green tea bitch? Next time I'll introduce you to one of my best friends. She's gorgeous, kind, gentle, soft-spoken. Oh, I've got class. Good luck, bro. Bye, bye, bye." She rattled off the words in one breath before hanging up. Fang Cheng chuckled helplessly. Always charging around like a whirlwind. Who's ever going to marry you? Just then, a new message appeared on his phone. An asterisk. Asterisk. Your vocal talent isn't your strongest point. Choose your songs carefully and keep working on your singing. Asterisk. Fang Cheng was surprised. He had only met Tang Shiyue twice. Yet she understood his situation so well. Even her advice matched his own thinking perfectly. He immediately replied, "Thank you, Aunt. I was thinking the same thing. I'm practicing right now." He even took a picture inside the recording studio and sent it to her. It felt oddly like a student reporting his homework to a teacher. A few moments later, another message arrived. Tang Shiyue asterisk. Asterisk. Only when you're stronger will people listen to what you have to say. Asterisk. Asterisk. A singer speaks through songs. Asterisk. Fang Cheng thought about the message for a moment. He realized she was referring to the domestic abuse accusations. The fact that she said this meant she believed him. Unfortunately, this was a private matter between him and Qin Wan. Even Tang Shiyue couldn't publicly defend him. Her words also echoed exactly what he had already concluded. Explaining himself now would accomplish nothing. Only after becoming influential would anyone care what he had to say. "Thank you, Aunt. I understand." No sooner had he sent the reply than another message appeared. Tang Shiyue asterisk. Qin Wan and Lin Feng will also be joining Voices of China asterisk as mentors. Asterisk. Fang Cheng paused. Then a smile slowly spread across his face. He replied almost instantly. Asterisk. That's even better. Asterisk. Kyoto. Backstage at an international luxury brand event. Tang Shiyue wore a custom-made black evening gown. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her graceful swan-like neck. A crystal necklace rested against her fair skin, accentuating her flawless figure. Combined with her unparalleled beauty and icy elegance, she had unquestionably been the center of attention throughout the event. Now, the woman known as President Tang, the Demon Queen, the #1 beauty of the music world, the Ice Goddess, was holding her phone with a rare smile on her lips. Her manager, Zhou Yan, sighed helplessly. "Shiyue, Director Zhang specifically asked us not to reveal the mentor lineup. The chief director of Voices of China was Zhang Ku. He loved keeping audiences in suspense. During the first season, viewers hadn't learned the identities of the mentors or contestants until the premiere aired. Tang Shiyue casually slipped off her high heels. Her 10 delicate toes were as flawless as polished jade. Only a tiny scar remained on the top of her left foot. I only said Qin Wan and Lin Feng are participating. I never said I would be there too. So technically, I didn't reveal anything. Zhou Yan was speechless. Just then, Tang Shiyue's phone rang. It was Zhang Ku. Sister Tang, are you busy? Tang Shiyue was 32. Zhang Ku was already in his 40s. Yet he respectfully addressed her as sister. He had never dreamed he'd actually persuade this living legend to join his program. Calling her grandma wouldn't have bothered him if it meant securing her participation. What is it, Director Zhang? It's about Fang Cheng. How would you like us to arrange things for him? Fang Cheng had only been admitted because Tang Shiyue personally requested it. Naturally, Zhang Ke didn't dare make decisions on his own. Tang Shiyue answered calmly. Giving him a place on the show is simply giving him an opportunity. The rest, let the songs speak. I understand. Jiangxing Television. Voices of China Production Office. After hanging up, Zhang Ku turned to the assistant director. Have Fang Cheng eliminated in the second episode. He was merely a washed-up songwriter. Since Tang Shiyue had made her position clear, Zhang Ke no longer had any concerns. The assistant director suggested. Director Zhang, Qin Wan is joining too. The buzz surrounding her and Fang Cheng is huge. We'd be fools not to capitalize on that traffic. Zhang Ke's eyes lit up. You're right. In that case, let's change the theme for episode 1. Each episode of Voices of China featured a central theme that contestants had to base their performances or original compositions around. The original theme was Return. Not exciting enough. We'll change it to. After hearing Zhang Ke's idea, the assistant director nodded repeatedly. Brilliant. That's why you're the director. Then it's settled. This season's premiere. We're going to start with a bang. Ha! Hashtag chapter 4. Fang Cheng, can you stop chasing me? 1 month later. Jiangxing TV station. Today marked the recording of the first episode of Voices of Huaxia. Stepping out of a taxi, Fang Cheng looked up at the towering, magnificent television station building and couldn't help feeling a little sentimental. Back when he worked behind the scenes as a songwriter and composer, he had never imagined that one day he would walk through these doors as a singer. As he climbed the steps, the revolving door spun open, and a round-faced girl with twin ponytails bounced out. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. Hello, Mr. Fang. My name is Lu Yun. I'll be your receptionist today. Please take good care of me. She extended a fair, delicate hand. Her slightly chubby cheeks still carried a hint of baby fat. Her twin ponytails swayed with every movement, and her bright, innocent eyes made it obvious she had only just entered the workforce. Smiling, Fang Cheng shook her hand. Hello, Miss Lu. I'll be counting on you from now on. Not at all. Come on, Mr. Fang. I'll take you to the recording hall. Lu Yun enthusiastically led him into the station and up to the 5th floor. Along the way, she chatted nonstop, explaining all the details and etiquette for the recording. After they stepped out of the elevator and walked down the hallway to Studio One's backstage area, she stopped. Mr. Fang, this is it. You can head in. She raised a tiny fist in encouragement. Good luck. Thank you. You too. Fang Cheng smiled, nodded, and walked inside. Watching his back disappear through the door, Lu Yun tilted her head in confusion. Mr. Fang seems pretty nice. He doesn't seem nearly as awful as people online say. She had only graduated from college this year and had just joined Jiangxing TV station. Her very first assignment was a major production like Voices of Huaxia, and she treasured the opportunity. The director trusted me to receive such an important guest. He must really want to groom me. Come on, Lu Yun. Don't let Director Zhang down. She pumped her fist in excitement. Inside the recording hall, quite a few people had already arrived. A quick glance around revealed that Fang Cheng recognized more than half of them from television or the internet. After all, everyone invited to Voices of Huaxia had once been somebody in the music industry. Even if some had faded from the spotlight, they had all enjoyed their moment of glory. But the instant Fang Cheng entered, every eye turned toward him. A young woman blurted out instinctively. The wife beater? Realizing what she'd said, she immediately covered her mouth, looking mortified. The others wore equally strange expressions: surprise, confusion, disdain. Thanks to Qin Wan and Lin Feng, Fang Cheng had become incredibly famous lately. The internet had saddled him with countless nicknames: the useless, jealous husband, the wife-beater, scumbag Cheng. When it came to notoriety, no one present could compare to him. Wait, isn't this a singing competition? What's Fang Cheng doing here? Yeah, he's not even a singer. Is the production team chasing controversy too? The contestants whispered among themselves, and wherever Fang Cheng walked, people instinctively moved away. His reputation was simply too toxic. No one wanted to be associated with him. Fang Cheng didn't mind. He quietly found an empty seat in the corner, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. Hey, you're sitting in my seat. A gentle-looking young man walked over and spoke coldly. That's Su Mingxian, an artist from Evening Breeze Studio. Isn't Su Mingxuan's idol Lin Feng? Is he standing up for him? But Lin Feng and Qin Wan are only business partners, aren't they? What's Su Mingxuan's position here? Opening his eyes, Fang Cheng recognized the young man immediately. Su Mingxian was a newcomer signed by Qin Wan's studio last year. Although he looked rather delicate and feminine, he genuinely possessed impressive songwriting talent. He worshipped Lin Feng to the point that he'd always viewed Fang Cheng, his idol's so-called romantic rival, with hostility, though he'd never dared act on it openly. Now that Fang Cheng and Qin Wan were divorced, Su Mingxian finally had the chance to vent on behalf of his idol. Please get up, Su Mingxian said condescendingly. I was sitting there just now. Fang Cheng chuckled and pointed to a chair across the room. Kids belong at that table. What did you say? Su Mingxuan's pretty face flushed bright red as he snapped. Brother Lin is the only man worthy of Sister Qin. You should have been kicked out a long time ago. Fang Cheng stood up without warning. Startled, Su Mingxian stumbled backward. What? What are you trying to do? Fang Cheng looked at him coldly. With a brain like yours, it's no surprise your idol is a scheming homewrecker who desperately wanted to be the other man. Why you? Su Mingxian was completely speechless, his face burning crimson. The surrounding contestants exchanged odd looks. No matter how much of a scumbag Fang Cheng might be, he and Qin Wan had once been legally married. Yet Lin Feng had openly promoted a romantic pairing with Qin Wan long before her divorce. When you thought about it, that really did come across as rather calculating. Su Mingxian, now furious, shouted, Brother Lin is a universally acknowledged musical genius. You can't even sing. What gives you the right to insult him? Fang Cheng smiled. Isn't singing exactly why I'm here? At last, Su Mingxian found what he thought was an advantage. You? Forget Brother Lin. Even I could crush you with ease. Just then, Zhangko entered with several assistant directors. The contestants immediately fell silent. With his balding head, glasses, slight beer belly, and unmistakable middle-aged appearance, Zhangko looked like the stereotypical greasy uncle. Fortunately, he spoke efficiently and got straight to the point. After briefly introducing himself, he explained the recording process. An assistant director soon reported that the audience had already begun entering the studio. Zhangko nodded. The recording starts in 1 hour. Everyone, make your preparations. Thank you, Director Zhang. All 36 contestants answered in unison. Just as Zhangko was about to leave, another group entered. Leading them were a stunningly beautiful woman and a handsome young man, standing together like the perfect couple. Brother Lin, Sister Qin, Su Mingxian cried excitedly. Everyone else instinctively looked toward Fang Cheng in the corner. With warm smiles, Lin Feng greeted Zhangko. Hello, Director Zhang. We arrived a little early and thought we'd stop by to say hello. Qin Wan seamlessly picked up where he left off. On the way here, we bought some milk tea and pastries for everyone. Please help yourselves. She personally handed drinks and pastries to the staff and contestants. The divorce had undoubtedly affected Qin Wan's public image. She intended to seize every opportunity to reinforce her reputation as a kind, considerate woman, making more people believe she had been the true victim in that failed marriage. Yet she soon noticed something strange. Although everyone accepted the milk tea politely and thanked her, their expressions were oddly awkward. She couldn't understand why. Taking the final cup of milk tea from her assistant, Qin Wan walked toward a contestant sitting alone in the corner. After stepping around the others, she finally saw his face. Her body froze. Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng stood with a calm smile despite the countless curious eyes fixed on them. Hello, Miss Qin. He glanced at the drink in her hand. Aren't you going to give me my milk tea? Qin Wan's smile vanished instantly. Her face turned pale as she stiffly handed him the cup. Fang Cheng accepted it naturally. How thoughtful of you, Miss Qin. Looking at the familiar smile on his face, Qin Wan was momentarily dazed. A light cough came from behind her. Lin Feng. Only then did she regain her composure. You're welcome. What had begun as a carefully planned public relations performance became unbearably awkward because of Fang Cheng's presence. Qin Wan and Lin Feng hurriedly left the backstage area. A short while later, Zhang Ku departed as well, leaving only the assistant director in charge of the contestants. Whispers quickly spread through the room. I didn't expect Qin Wan to be one of the mentors. Talk about enemies crossing paths. When she saw Fang Cheng just now, her face turned completely white. Do you think he really abused her at home? The ex-wife is sitting up there as a mentor while the ex-husband competes as a contestant. That's wild. I bet she'll give Fang Cheng 0 points every episode. Su Mingxian snorted and looked toward Fang Cheng. If a certain someone still has any dignity as a man, he should withdraw from the competition right now. Fang Cheng looked at the delicate-featured Su Mingxian. You women wouldn't understand what a man's dignity is. You. Su Mingxuan's pretty face turned scarlet again, but he couldn't find a comeback. Ignoring him, Fang Cheng stood and walked out of the backstage lounge toward the restroom. He had only just reached the corridor when a familiar voice called from behind him. Fang Cheng. Turning around, he saw Qin Wan staring at him coldly. We need to talk. Fang Cheng replied indifferently. What is there left to talk about? Qin Wan glared at him, anger filling her voice. Fang Cheng, you promised you'd stop bothering me. So what is this supposed to mean? You actually followed me onto this show. We don't even belong to the same world anymore. Can't you just leave me alone? ##### Chapter 5. You just divorced. Your brain didn't move out. Seeing the wary look on Qin Wan's face, as though she genuinely feared he would keep pestering her, Fang Cheng shook his head with a laugh. Qin Wan, when did you become so full of yourself? You're just divorced. Your brain didn't move out with the marriage. Qin Wan frowned. Fang Cheng, you never used to speak to me like this. He replied indifferently. You used to be my wife. What are you now? Fang Cheng. You, afraid someone might overhear. Qin Wan suppressed her anger. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. I'll give you 1 million yuan, and I'll help your sister find a job. Just stop bothering me, okay? Fang Cheng looked at her expressionlessly. Standing this close to me? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you? She froze, panic flashing across her eyes before she quickly regained her innocent expression. You and I both know those domestic abuse rumors were fabricated online. Why say something like that? Can't we just part on good terms? The one who doesn't want an amicable ending is you. Fang Cheng brushed past her. Good dogs don't block the road. He walked toward the restroom without another glance. Qin Wan's face darkened. Fang Cheng, what have you ever done for me all these years? You kept saying you wanted to become the greatest original songwriter in Chinese music. You promised to write the best songs for me to sing. But after all these years, what have you actually created? I worked tirelessly out there on my own, while you couldn't help me in the slightest. I've never wronged you. Without even bothering to turn around, Fang Cheng replied. You want to see what I've written? Fine. You'll find out when I get on stage. With that, he walked away. Watching his calm, composed figure disappear down the corridor, Qin Wan bit her lip and clenched her fists. Fang Cheng, how did you become like this? When Fang Cheng returned to the backstage lounge, the assistant director clapped his hands, gathering all 36 contestants together. Listen up, everyone. The theme for our first episode is ***old love****. Each episode of Voices of Huaxiao featured a different theme. Contestants could either perform cover songs or original compositions, and announcing the theme in advance gave them time to prepare. But this particular theme, it was impossible not to read between the lines. Immediately, every pair of eyes turned toward Fang Cheng. Wasn't he and Qin Wan the very embodiment of old love? A girl muttered quietly. The production team didn't do this on purpose, did they? Everyone else looked at her as though she were an idiot. Of course they did. So that's why they invited Fang Cheng. They're squeezing the last bit of value out of him and riding his remaining popularity. The divorce between Fang Cheng and Qin Wan had dominated headlines. His reputation as the wife-beater and the jealous husband had become so infamous that there was virtually no chance he could continue in the entertainment industry. Inviting him onto the show cost almost nothing in appearance fees while generating enormous publicity. Calling it making the most of a discarded asset wasn't entirely inaccurate. The assistant director observed everyone's reactions and secretly grinned. This episode's theme was absolutely brilliant. Once the show aired, it was bound to explode in popularity. Director Zhang was a genius. Outwardly, however, he remained expressionless. Everyone, prepare your songs. Later, report both your song choice and any instruments you'll need. Contestants needed to choose songs that matched the theme so the production team could prepare accompaniment tracks. Those performing original songs could request whatever instruments they required. The theme of Old Love wasn't particularly difficult. Countless songs fit it. One by one, the contestants submitted their choices. Most selected cover songs. After all, true singer-songwriters were rare. When it was Su Mingxuan's turn, he declared loudly, "I'll perform one of my own original songs. Please prepare a piano." His dramatic announcement worked perfectly. Gasps erupted around the room. Wow, an original. He wrote a song that fits the theme in such a short time. It was probably written beforehand and just happened to match. Even so, that's impressive. Su Mingxian looked immensely pleased with himself. Glancing sideways at Fang Cheng, he said meaningfully, "I've heard a certain someone is a famous songwriter. I'm sure he has an original song of his own too, right?" The phrase famous songwriter made several girls burst into laughter. Back then, Fang Cheng had only been moderately well known. Calling him famous was clearly meant as sarcasm. It was a sharp jab. Amid countless strange looks, Fang Cheng calmly told the staff, "A guitar will do." The room buzzed again. Fang Cheng's performing an original too? No way. I thought he'd stopped writing songs long ago. Isn't that why Miss Qin divorced him? Don't make things up. She divorced him because of jealousy and domestic abuse. Su Mingxian sneered. You think you can walk on stage with nothing but a guitar? What is this, a campus singing contest? Fang Cheng glanced at him. I did compete in campus singing contests. As a judge. Back in college, Fang Cheng had been a celebrated prodigy. Starting in his sophomore year, he had served as a judge for all kinds of campus competitions. Qin Wan, meanwhile, had been one of the contestants. She had never once taken first place. Why you? Su Mingxian pointed at him, once again rendered speechless. Fang Cheng suddenly found the young man rather amusing. Hopelessly outmatched, yet always eager to provoke him. He was practically free entertainment. Soon everyone had submitted their songs and instrument requests. Out of the 36 contestants, 30 would perform covers, while only 6 had chosen original compositions. One particularly cute-looking girl requested a guzheng. She had an unusual appearance. Her face looked like that of an innocent high school student, but her figure was even more voluptuous than many mature women. The contrast was striking. Several male contestants couldn't help stealing glances at her. Fang Cheng looked at the contestant badge hanging from her neck. Chu Kiki. The name sounded oddly familiar. Noticing him looking her way, Chu Kiki immediately shrank back as though she wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor. Fang Cheng shook his head. It seemed his reputation really had become terrible. Even a timid little girl was afraid of him. Outside, the audience had already begun taking their seats. The assistant director was about to head to the stage for final preparations. Before leaving, he turned around. Oh, I almost forgot. From the moment I announced today's theme, the recording officially began. With a mischievous grin, he walked out of the lounge. Su Mingxian froze. The recording had already started? Didn't that mean everything he'd just said while mocking Fang Cheng, and every comeback that left him speechless, had all been captured on camera? No way. In the mentor's lounge. Old Love. When Qin Wan heard the episode's theme from a staff member, her expression immediately darkened. The implication couldn't have been more obvious. It was clearly referring to her relationship with Fang Cheng. No wonder Zhang Ke had agreed so readily to invite her onto Voices of Huaxia. He had intended to use her divorce as a publicity stunt all along. A wave of humiliation washed over her. She abruptly stood up. I'm going to ask Director Zhang what this is supposed to mean. Just then, Lin Feng walked in and quickly stopped her. Wan, our status in the industry isn't high enough yet. Just endure it for now. Qin Wan's chest rose and fell with anger. It's all Fang Cheng's fault. If he hadn't followed me onto this show, none of this would have happened. Lin Feng gently persuaded her. Wan, as long as we eliminate Fang Cheng as quickly as possible, he won't have any chance to keep bothering you. Her eyes lit up. That's right. I'm a mentor. He's a contestant. His fate is in my hands. A determined look appeared on Qin Wan's beautiful face. She had made up her mind. No matter how Fang Cheng had managed to get onto Voices of Huaxia, she would personally eliminate him. Fang Cheng, if you're determined to humiliate yourself, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. ##### Chapter 6. The mentors take the stage. All departments, stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action. With director Zhang Ke's command, the first episode of Season 2 of Voices of Huaxia officially began recording. Amid thunderous applause and cheers from the 500 audience members, the beautiful host, Yu Dan, stepped onto the stage in a flowing blue gown and waved with a bright smile. "Dear audience, I've missed you all so much." The crowd burst into laughter. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dandan, we've missed you too." Still smiling sweetly, Yu Dan delivered her opening remarks before announcing the entrance of the mentors. The audience instantly became excited. "I heard all the mentors this season are huge stars. The production team has kept it so secret. We still don't know who they are. Here they come." The golden doors at the mentor entrance slowly swung open. A handsome young man with delicate, feminine features walked out, immediately drawing shrieks from countless female fans. "It's Lin Feng. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome." The male audience, however, had mixed feelings. Why'd they invite this pretty boy? Well, he's a bit effeminate, but at least he can sing. I'll let it slide. If Lin Feng's here, does that mean she is too? No sooner had the words left his mouth than another breathtaking figure gracefully stepped onto the stage. She wore a pale pink spaghetti-strap dress that revealed her fair shoulders and long, slender legs. It was Qin Wan. This was her first public appearance since the divorce, and she had clearly put enormous effort into both her styling and makeup. She wanted to project the mature allure of a sophisticated woman while also preserving the youthful innocence that reminded everyone she was now single. The effect was immediate. Gasps and admiration echoed throughout the venue. "It's really Qin Wan. My God, she's gorgeous. See? Women only get better after leaving a man. No scumbag, no domestic abuse. Wan shines on her own." Maintaining an elegant smile, Qin Wan waved to the audience, earning another wave of enthusiastic cheers. She was quite satisfied. Her entrance had achieved exactly the effect she wanted. At least until her aunt made her appearance, she believed she would be the undisputed center of attention. She and Lin Feng took the two adjacent mentor seats together. Immediately, countless fans began shipping the pair. They look perfect together. Now that's a match made in heaven. Please stay together forever. Lin Feng turned toward Qin Wan, gazing at her with affectionate intensity. The audience screamed even louder. Qin Wan hesitated slightly, looking somewhat uncomfortable. But for the sake of the show, she eventually turned to meet his eyes. The CP moment instantly sent the audience into a frenzy. The footage of the two looking at each other also appeared simultaneously on the television screens in the contestants' backstage lounge. Meanwhile, the surrounding cameras continued recording every reaction. This had all been arranged by Zhang Ke. By showing the contestants the mentors' entrances, the production team could later intercut stage footage with backstage reactions during editing, creating more buzz and discussion. Wow, brother Lin and sister Qin really are a perfect match. Su Mingxian deliberately spoke loudly while glancing at Fang Cheng. His goal was obvious. He wanted to provoke Fang Cheng into losing his composure on camera, so he'd become the laughingstock of the show once it aired. Unfortunately for him, the reaction he expected never came. Fang Cheng simply watched the screen with a calm smile, as though Qin Wan and Lin Feng had absolutely nothing to do with him. "Let's see how long you can keep pretending," Su Mingxian thought. He continued, "I've always felt brother Lin and sister Qin belonged together. Now they can finally be together." The moment he finished speaking, he noticed everyone around him staring in astonishment. Even Fang Cheng chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. Su Mingxian froze. Did I say something wrong? At that moment, Chu Kiki, who was sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. But wasn't Miss Qin still married back then? So, was she allowed to be a perfect match with someone else? The instant she finished, the girl beside her hurriedly covered her mouth. Chu Kiki's round eyes widened as muffled MMPH. MMPH. Noises escaped her lips. Su Mingxuan's smile stiffened. It suddenly dawned on him. He really had said the wrong thing. I mean, brother Lin and sister Qin were only. He desperately tried to backtrack, but couldn't think of a single explanation. His delicate face turned beet red. Fortunately for him, The entrance of the third mentor immediately drew everyone's attention away. Wow, Qin Ruoshi, our sweet Queen Revo, is here. Sure, I love you. A petite, adorable young woman emerged from the mentor entrance. The audience erupted into delighted cheers, accompanied by deafening screams from her fans. Even the contestants backstage were visibly excited. They actually invited Hong Kong's little diva Qin Ruoshi. The production team is incredible. What little diva? My Ruo is the sweet queen. Cute girls belong to the world, but Ruo belongs to me. Several younger contestants became especially animated. It was obvious they were fans of Qin Ruoshi. Even Fang Cheng looked slightly surprised. Qin Ruoshi had become Hong Kong's hottest singer over the past few years. Her debut album had sold over 1 million copies, and every subsequent release had been a massive success. Not only was she blessed with an irresistibly sweet appearance, but she could both sing and dance exceptionally well. Her public image was excellent, earning her immense popularity not only in Hong Kong, but throughout mainland China as well. Clearly, Voices of Huaxia had invited her in hopes of expanding the show's influence in Hong Kong. Smiling brightly, Qin Ruoshi waved enthusiastically. Thank you, everyone. I love you all too. Her soft Hong Kong accented Mandarin only made her sound even cuter. After taking her seat, she greeted Qin Wan and Lin Feng with easy familiarity. Hello, Sister Qin. I really love your songs. Mr. Lin, please take good care of me. Sure. I listen to your songs all the time too. Qin Wan smiled warmly on the surface. Inside, however, she became slightly guarded. Although Qin Ruoshi came from Hong Kong, she had an enormous mainland fan base. She could easily steal much of the spotlight during the show. As Qin Wan quietly considered how to deal with this new rival, the fourth mentor made his entrance. This time, the cheers were even louder. My God, King Zheng, the rock king Zheng Shan. Just how many connections does this production team have? A man in his 30s strode onto the stage. Wearing sunglasses and dressed head to toe in black leather, he possessed sharp, rugged features and the unmistakable aura of a tough guy. Zheng Shan, the undisputed king of Chinese rock. Unlike the younger mentors, Zheng Shan was a genuine top-tier superstar. His status in the music industry far surpassed that of Qin Wan, Lin Feng, or Qin Ruoshi. Naturally, he received the warmest welcome of all. The production team had even prepared a rock anthem as his entrance music. King Zheng is my idol. I'm singing one of his songs today. Oh my God, the contestants were just as thrilled. None of them had expected the production team to invite a true music king as a mentor. If they managed to earn Zheng Shan's recognition, their careers could skyrocket overnight. Wait, there are 5 mentors. This is only the 4th. So who's the finale? Someone finally realized the obvious, looking utterly bewildered. On stage, Zheng Shan did not immediately take his seat. Instead, he remained standing before the golden doors. Bowing slightly, he extended one arm in a welcoming gesture like a doorman inviting an honored guest inside. King Zheng is acting as an usher? Is there actually someone with even higher status than him? Could it be? Oh my God, it can't be, can it? The next second, the golden doors slowly opened once more. Bathed in dazzling lights, an incomparably beautiful figure stepped forward. And in that instant, every eye in the venue was drawn to her. Hashtag chapter 7. Mom, I saw Tang Shiyue in person. She was a woman beyond words. She wore nothing more than a perfectly tailored white blouse paired with a simple black skirt. It was the most understated combination imaginable, yet on her it shone brighter than the most extravagant gown. With every graceful step, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, outlining an elegant yet captivating silhouette. Her dark hair flowed softly, and as her phoenix-like eyes lifted ever so slightly, they radiated an unrivaled beauty mixed with an aloof, commanding presence. The dazzling stage lights seemed to fade. Every sound disappeared. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent for her alone. The crisp click of high heels echoed through the hall as she walked toward the mentor's table, every step calm, poised, and impossibly graceful. A moment later, the audience finally came back to their senses. An overwhelming roar exploded throughout the recording studio. Tang Shiyue. Oh my God, the Demon Queen is actually doing a variety show? Am I hallucinating? The audience completely lost it. They had only come to watch a music competition. Who could have imagined they'd get to see the greatest diva in Chinese music? No, not just the greatest diva. She was also recognized as China's most beautiful woman, ranked the most beautiful face in Asia, holder of the highest album sales, winner of the most prestigious music awards. A legend who could only be admired from afar, never surpassed. Everyone knew that Tang Shiyue devoted herself entirely to music. She had never participated in a variety show. Yet here she was, standing on the stage of Voices of Huaxia. It almost felt unreal. Had the audience not signed confidentiality agreements and surrendered their phones before entering, countless people would already have been calling their families and friends. Mom, I saw Tang Shiyue, the real one. The contestants backstage erupted into chaos as well. Oh, Tang Shiyue, is this real? I'm actually going to sing in front of Queen Tang. Just seeing the Demon Queen in person makes getting eliminated immediately worth it. Many variety shows relied on scripted reactions. Even when they weren't scripted, guests often exaggerated their emotions for the cameras. When Qin Wan and the other mentors had appeared earlier, the contestants had certainly looked excited. But much of it had simply been professional showmanship. This time, not a single reaction was fake. The name Tang Shiyue represented every singer's ultimate dream. Even if someone were eliminated in the first 2 rounds, simply sharing the same stage as Tang Shiyue would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Auntie. Among the crowd of excited contestants, even the usually composed Fang Cheng widened his eyes. Why was his aunt here? Recently, Tang Shiyue had frequently checked on his vocal training, acting like a strict teacher. Their lengthy chat history was filled almost entirely with discussions about singing. Sometimes she patiently answered his questions. Sometimes she mercilessly criticized his mistakes. Yet despite all those conversations, she had never once mentioned that she would also be joining Voices of Huaxia. Based on everything Fang Cheng knew about her, Tang Shiyue would never waste time appearing on a variety show. His heart stirred. Could she have come because of me? A moment later, he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. You're getting ahead of yourself, Fang Cheng. She only helped you because she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. At most, she simply cares about you as an elder. His expression quickly returned to normal. Who the mentors were didn't matter. Once he stepped onto the stage, the songs would speak for themselves. Meanwhile, every other contestant looked at Fang Cheng with increasingly strange expressions. Most people joined a singing competition and found celebrity mentors waiting for them. Fang Cheng. He looked up and saw his ex-wife and his ex-wife's aunt. Good grief. He wasn't here for a singing contest. He was here for a family tribunal. As everyone was still reeling from Tang Shiyue's appearance, Zhongshan suddenly walked over to her. No one knew where he had produced it from, but he now held a bouquet of red roses. Dropping to one knee, he gazed at her affectionately. Shiyue, you're the moon in the heavens. I'm just a sparrow on the earth. I want to fly into the sky and stand beside the moon. Will you give me that chance? Silence filled the venue. A man knelt with roses in hand. The woman before him remained breathtakingly beautiful, cold, and expressionless. A few seconds later, Tang Shiyue simply turned around. She walked past him without a word and calmly took her seat at the mentor's table. Puffed. A female audience member couldn't hold back her laughter. Soon the entire venue erupted into amused chuckles. Holy crap, I'd almost forgotten. King Zheng has been chasing Queen Tang for 10 years. I knew that scene looked familiar. This must be the 10th time I've watched Jingshan publicly confess to Tang Shiyue. This one's actually progress. At least Queen Tang looked at him before rejecting him. Amid the laughter, Zhongshan rose to his feet. Far from embarrassed, he looked more determined than ever. Shiyue, I won't give up. After 10 years of rejection, he had long since become accustomed to it. Backstage, the contestants found the scene equally amusing. Watching Zhongshan fail to win over Queen Tang had become a beloved running joke throughout the music industry. Seeing it happen live was surprisingly entertaining. I actually think Mr. Zheng and Miss Tang make a pretty good couple. Su Mingxian sighed dreamily, looking completely swept up in the romance. The way the Demon Queen rejected him was so cool. Several girls, meanwhile, gazed at Tang Shiyue with unconcealed admiration. Fang Cheng, however, ignored everything around him. Closing his eyes, he silently rehearsed the song he would soon perform. This would be the biggest stage of his life. He had to be flawless. He had to give the very best performance he was capable of. At the mentor's table, Tang Shiyue and Zhongshan took their seats. Chen Ruoshi beamed excitedly. Miss Tang, I'm your biggest fan. Wow. I'm so happy to finally meet you in person. The sweet young singer smiled so brightly that her two adorable little canine teeth peeked out. Tang Shiyue gave a slight nod. Thank you. I've heard your songs. They're very good. Queen Tang praised me. Wah! Chen Ruoshi looked so overjoyed, she nearly fainted. At that moment, Qin Wan leaned over with a familiar smile. Auntie, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? She couldn't help feeling a little smug. In front of Tang Shiyue, Chen Ruoshi could only act like a fan. But Qin Wan was her actual niece. That relationship alone was something no one else could compare with. Because they were similar in age and status, Qin Wan had already begun viewing Chen Ruoshi as a rival without realizing it. The interaction between the mentors was currently being broadcast on the giant screen. Qin Wan deliberately wanted everyone to see her family connection with Tang Shiyue. Lin Feng followed suit with an ingratiating smile. Auntie, hello. I'm your fan too. Calling her Auntie, after Qin Wan immediately sent their CP fans into another frenzy. Lin Feng called her Auntie too. Does that mean my evening breeze couple is officially together? Have they already met the family in private? So sweet. The fans were happily celebrating, when Tang Shiyue calmly nodded to Qin Wan, then looked at Lin Feng and said flatly, I'm not your aunt. The CP fans froze in collective embarrassment. Lin Feng himself was momentarily stunned before forcing another flattering smile. I'm sorry, Miss Tang. I was just following Wan's lead. I spoke too presumptuously. Qin Wan also looked awkward. Tang Shiyue said nothing more. She simply sat there with her usual expressionless composure. With all 5 mentors now seated, host Yu Dan began explaining the competition rules. The 36 contestants would perform one by one according to a random draw. Both the mentors and the audience would score each performance. Each mentor held 100 points, making 500 points in total. The 500 audience members each had 1 point, contributing another 500 points. The highest possible score for any contestant was therefore 1,000 points. At the end of each episode, contestants would be ranked according to their scores. Every 2 episodes, the 4 contestants with the lowest combined rankings would be eliminated. After explaining the rules, the beautiful host smiled brightly and announced, Now then, Season 2 of Voices of Huaxiao officially begins. The theme for our first competition, **old love, **##, Chapter 8. Strict Auntie is actually kind of comforting. **old love, **. Oh, looks like director Zhang is going for a nostalgic theme this season. This one's actually pretty easy. I guess the first episode is just a warm-up for the contestants. The audience still had no idea what the theme Old Love truly implied. At the mentors' table, however, Tang Shiyue's eyes flickered ever so slightly. She already understood. Lin Feng, meanwhile, pretended to be completely unaware, earnestly discussing with Chen Ruoshi which songs would best fit the theme. Qin Wan lowered her head slightly, hiding the unnatural expression on her face. Soon, the first contestant took the stage. She was a rather pretty young woman who had chosen one of Tang Shiyue's songs. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Clearly excited, the contestant gave it everything she had. When the performance ended, it was time for the mentors' evaluations. Wanting to curry favor with Tang Shiyue, Qin Wan praised the contestant generously and awarded 90 points. Lin Feng did the same. 90 points. Chen Ruoshi was more objective. I think her vocal technique still needs some improvement. I'll give her 75 points. Then it was Zheng Shan's turn. He grinned broadly. Since you sang one of Shiyue's songs, I have to show you some respect. **, 95 points. **. The audience cheered. He's not scoring the contestant. He's confessing to Queen Tang again. King Zheng really is devoted. Everyone after this should sing the Demon Queen's songs. Guaranteed high scores. Finally, it was Tang Shiyue's turn. Without changing her expression, she calmly said. The first line of the verse came in early. The third line of the second verse was also early. You cracked on the second line of the first chorus and the third line of the second chorus. Your low notes lacked resonance. Your high notes lacked power. **, 40 points. **. Silence instantly fell across the venue. Qin Wan and Lin Feng looked thoroughly embarrassed. The two of them had deliberately awarded high scores to impress Tang Shiyue. Instead, she had effectively slapped them in the face. Qin Wan couldn't help casting her aunt a slightly resentful glance. "Auntie, aren't you making me look bad?" The contestant's face turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes as she bowed deeply. "Thank you, Miss Tang. I'm your fan. I didn't sing your song well. I'm sorry." The moment she finished speaking, tears rolled down her cheeks. Even if it wasn't perfect, wasn't that a little too harsh? She's really the demon queen, cold and merciless. This is a competition. Shouldn't professionalism matter more than feelings? The audience began debating. Some sympathized with the contestant. Others fully supported Tang Shiyue. In the control room, Zhang Ke rubbed his hands excitedly. "Excellent. Just as expected from the #1 diva. She's creating discussion from the very first performance." The assistant director laughed. "Director Zhang, Fang Cheng hasn't even gone on yet. That's when the real show begins." "Ha, you're right. This episode is going to be a huge hit." The contestant ultimately received 390 points and 416 audience points, for a total of 806 points. Many audience members had given her sympathy votes after seeing her cry. She left the stage in tears. Backstage, the room had gone completely silent. Everyone had been intimidated by Tang Shiyue's merciless standards. In fact, everyone had seen that the contestant had switched to one of Tang Shiyue's songs at the last minute after learning she was a mentor. Some people had looked down on her little scheme. Others had eagerly copied it. Several contestants had hurried to the production staff and changed their own songs to Tang Shiyue's as well. Who would have thought Tang Shiyue would be this ruthless? Instead of rewarding those who sang her songs, she judged them even more strictly. I'm going to the restroom." One of the contestants suddenly stood up and hurried outside. He had also switched songs earlier. Now he wanted to quietly change it back before it was too late. He had figured it out. Queen Tang clearly disliked people trying to take shortcuts. The more they tried to flatter her by singing her songs, the harsher she became. Seeing him leave, the others who had changed their songs exchanged glances. Then one after another. They stood up as well. "I need the restroom too. I drank too much water." "Same here." For a moment, it looked as though the backstage lounge had been struck by a sudden epidemic of urgent bladder problems. Nearly half the contestants headed for the exits. The baby-faced yet voluptuous Chu Kiki blinked in confusion. Why does everyone suddenly need to pee? Uft. A girl sitting beside her couldn't help laughing. Like Chu Kiki, she had chosen to perform an original song. Lifting her chin proudly, she said, "They just realized the shortcut doesn't work." Just then, a staff member walked over. "Contestant number 2, Liang Jing. You're up." "Got it." The proud singer-songwriter immediately rose to her feet. Holding her head high, she confidently walked toward the stage. She was performing an original song. She was certain she'd amaze everyone. 5 minutes later, Liang Jing finished her performance. The mentors began their evaluations. Once again, Qin Wan and Lin Feng each gave 90 points. Original songs were rare. Her performance had been decent enough. Surely Tang Shiyue would appreciate originality. Chen Ruoshi rested her chin in both hands, blinking her large watery eyes. I thought it was a little flat. The lyrics could have conveyed a stronger mood. But your piano playing was really good. Can I give you 80 points? The audience laughed. Host Yudan smiled. Sure, you're the mentor. The score is entirely your decision. Oh, then 80 it is. Sorry. Chen Ruoshi stuck out her tongue playfully. The cute gesture immediately earned another chorus of cheers. Qin Wan lowered her gaze slightly. Her sense of caution toward Chen Ruoshi deepened. So far, Chen Ruoshi had already received more memorable screen time than she had. Next came Zheng Shan. Smiling warmly, he said, "There aren't many female singer-songwriters these days. That deserves encouragement. ***, 90 points. ***. Finally, everyone turned toward Tang Shiyue. The venue fell completely silent. Liang Jing looked at her expectantly. She was convinced she would receive a high score. Tang Shiyue spoke calmly. "Your singing is too rough. There are too many flaws in the details. The quality of your original composition isn't high. ***, 50 points. ***. The audience erupted. Liang Jing stared in disbelief. "Miss Tang, this song is extremely difficult. I'm confident I performed it as well as anyone possibly could." She had been certain Tang Shiyue would appreciate her work. The enormous gap between expectation and reality left her stunned. Tang Shiyue suddenly sang a single phrase. It was a section from Liang Jing's own song. Everyone recognized it immediately. Yet, Tang Shiyue sang it far better than the original composer herself. And she did it completely a cappella. The audience exploded. My God, I just heard Queen Tang sing live. What the hell? She only heard the song once. And she already sings it better than the composer herself? Without any accompaniment. So, this is why she's called the Demon Queen. I've got goosebumps. Liang Jing stood frozen. Moments later, tears streamed down her face. She bowed deeply. Miss Tang, I was wrong. I admit defeat. Wah, there goes another one. The assistant director rubbed his forehead helplessly in the control room. At this rate, the remaining contestants are going to walk on stage with shaking legs. Backstage fell silent once again. Covers aren't good enough. Original songs aren't good enough either. I don't even dare go up anymore. One girl's face had turned deathly pale. She felt certain Tang Shiyue would make her cry too. The others wore equally grim expressions. No one had imagined Tang Shiyue would be this demanding. She was practically a maniac when it came to music. Only Fang Cheng smiled faintly. For the past month, this was exactly the kind of brutally strict instruction he had endured. Even though they'd only communicated through WeChat, the things Tang Shiyue had said while correcting him were far harsher than what she was saying now. Strangely enough, hearing his aunt's beautiful yet uncompromising voice again actually felt rather comforting. #### Chapter 9. A singer lets the music do the talking. The recording continued. Just as everyone had expected, none of the contestants who followed managed to earn particularly high scores. Qin Wan and Lin Feng quickly realized that inflating scores out of courtesy had only earned Tang Shiyue's disapproval. From that point on, they simply followed her lead, transforming into equally demanding judges. Zheng Shan, hopelessly devoted to Tang Shiyue as ever, did exactly the same. Chen Ruoshi, on the other hand, had been scoring objectively from the very beginning, so she barely needed to adjust at all. Thanks to Tang Shiyue's influence alone, Voices of Huaxia underwent an overnight transformation. What had once been an idol-style singing competition suddenly became the most professional music contest on television. The contestants were terrified. One after another, they walked onto the stage with trembling nerves. No one dared hope for a high score anymore. They simply prayed they wouldn't leave the stage in tears. Over the next dozen performances, not a single contestant broke 800 points. Ironically, the very first contestant remained in first place with 806 points, largely because Qin Wan, Lin Feng, and Zheng Shan had given her unusually generous scores before they adjusted their standards. I remember last season people were getting over 900 points all the time. This season the highest score is barely over 800. Brutal. I actually like it better this way. This finally feels like a real music competition. So far, no one's managed to score more than 60 from Queen Tang. If President Tang smiled at me just once, I'd happily accept 0 points. I'd simp without regret. Backstage, yet another contestant returned crying. Moments later, a staff member called out. Contestant number 17, Su Mingxian. Please get ready. Su Mingxian stood immediately. Under everyone's gaze, he proudly walked toward the exit. As he passed Fang Cheng, he suddenly stopped. I remember you're number 18, aren't you? He chuckled. You're right after me. That's really unfortunate for you. With that, he strode out. Fang Cheng remained perfectly calm. The other contestants couldn't help whispering among themselves. What did he mean by that? He means he's going to perform so well that Fang Cheng will pale in comparison. That makes sense. If the previous contestant is outstanding, the one immediately after usually ends up looking like cannon fodder. Everyone present was a professional singer. They all understood how important performance order could be. A phenomenal performance often placed enormous pressure on the contestant immediately following it. But, was Su Mingxian really that good? Everyone watched with curiosity. On stage, Su Mingxian began his performance. Like Liang Jing before him, he accompanied himself on the piano. His original love song was titled Lingering Old Love. It fit the episode's theme perfectly. He really got lucky. No wonder he was so confident. The contestants quietly commented. Soon, however, they fell silent. The song was genuinely well written. His vocals were noticeably stronger than those of the previous contestants. When he finished, the applause from the audience was clearly louder than before. It was obvious they approved of his performance. The mentors began their evaluations. Qin Wan smiled warmly. This is the best performance I've heard tonight. I really like this song as well. ****90 points. ****. Su Mingxian was one of the new artists that Evening Breeze Studio intended to promote heavily. Naturally, Qin Wan wanted to support someone from her own company. Besides, he had truly performed well. She felt completely justified awarding him 90 points. Lin Feng smiled. I feel exactly the same as Wan Wan. Both the songwriting and the performance were clearly done with great care. Sincerity deserves appreciation. I'll also give you 90 points. The audience applauded enthusiastically. The CP fans practically lost their minds. She gave 90. He gave 92. And he even said he felt exactly the same as her. I'm dying from all this sweetness. They're absolutely made for each other. Evening Breeze forever. Hearing the excited screams, Lin Feng smiled and waved toward his fans. That only made them scream even louder. Qin Wan wasn't particularly happy about it, but she also knew that continuing to promote their on-screen pairing was currently the most beneficial strategy for her career. She forced herself to smile sweetly in response. Next came Chen Ruoshi. She awarded 80 points. Zheng Shan followed with 90 points. Once again, all eyes turned toward Tang Shiyue. The cold, elegant woman parted her crimson lips. This song fits today's theme. It barely captures the lingering emotions of a past relationship. However, the melody is rather ordinary. So are the vocal techniques. Asterisk asterisk 60 points. Asterisk asterisk. The venue exploded. Thunderous applause filled the hall. The celebration made it sound as though Su Mingxian had already won the entire season. It's the first passing score the Demon Queen has given. My God, it's unbelievably hard to score 60 from Queen Tang. Su Mingxian has already won. He's so handsome. I like him. By becoming the first contestant to receive a passing grade from Tang Shiyue, Su Mingxian instantly became the center of attention. Combined with his delicate appearance, he quickly won over quite a few fangirls. When the audience votes were counted, he received 426 points. Total score, 836. He jumped into first place. More importantly, he became the first contestant to leave the stage smiling. Amid endless applause and cheers, Su Mingxian returned backstage. The contestants greeted him with applause of their own. Brother Su, that was incredible. Mr. Su, your singing really moved me. Brother Su, I write original songs too. Please give me some pointers sometime. The entertainment industry had always worked this way. People flocked to whoever seemed destined for success. Su Mingxian was clearly on the rise. Naturally, everyone hurried to flatter him. He smiled graciously in response. The pride on his face was almost overflowing. Walking straight over to Fang Cheng, he stopped in front of him. Sorry, I must have put a lot of pressure on you. Good luck. The remark perfectly echoed the words he'd spoken before taking the stage. Now that he'd backed up his confidence with results, his swagger felt entirely justified. The surrounding contestants looked at Fang Cheng with sympathy. None of them had expected Su Mingxian to be this capable. It seemed Fang Cheng had run headfirst into a brick wall. What? Su Mingxian raised his chin with a sneer. Weren't you pretty good with words earlier? Why so quiet now? At that moment, the backstage door opened. A staff member called. Contestant number 18, Fang Cheng. You're up. Thank you. Fang Cheng replied politely. Only then did he rise to his feet. Looking calmly at Su Mingxian, he said, a singer. Let's the music do the talking. With that, he walked toward the stage without another word. As he passed by, the other contestants instinctively looked away. It was as though they feared even making eye contact with him would bring them bad luck. In their minds, Fang Cheng would survive, at most, 2 episodes. Perhaps after the first episode aired, public outrage would force him to withdraw entirely. Keeping their distance from someone so controversial seemed like the safest choice. Good luck. Only Chu Kiki raised her tiny fist and smiled encouragingly. Fang Cheng smiled back. Thank you. After he left, the girl sitting beside Chu Kiki whispered, Kiki, what are you doing? Do you want people to start cursing you too because you're supporting Fang Cheng? Chu Kiki blinked innocently. I don't think he looks like a bad person. Just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from the stage. The television mounted on the backstage wall showed the audience staring in complete shock. Fang Cheng, why is that scumbag here? What right does he have to be on this stage? Did he seriously follow Qin Wan here? They're already divorced. Why is he still harassing Wan Wan? Disgusting. Throw the wife-beater out of the entertainment industry. Within moments, waves of furious shouting swept through the entire recording studio. Hashtag Chapter 10. Can Fang Cheng even sing? Fang Cheng stood alone on the stage, facing a deafening tidal wave of noise from the audience. Unlike every contestant before him, however, the uproar wasn't applause or cheers. It was an overwhelming chorus of boos and insults. His reputation online had completely collapsed. Gold digger, jealous husband, wife beater. Every day, countless people flooded social media demanding that Fang Cheng be driven out of the entertainment industry. His Weibo notifications were permanently stuck at 99 plus, nearly every message filled with abuse. He had never publicly defended himself, so everyone assumed he had quietly disappeared from show business for good. No one expected him to show up on Voice of China. Many people in the audience were Qin Wan's fans, or supporters of the Evening Breeze CP pairing. The moment they recognized Fang Cheng, they erupted with rage. Most of the jeers came from them. The rest of the audience looked equally stunned. Wow, I knew director Zhang was bold, but I didn't think he'd be bold enough to invite Fang Cheng. Asterisk. He's really risking everything for ratings, huh? Asterisk. I'm honestly worried whether this season will even be able to air. Asterisk. Old love. Holy crap. I finally get why that's this episode's theme. Asterisk. Someone finally pieced it together. Instantly, countless astonished and meaningful glances turned toward Qin Wan in the judges' seats. So this was what old love meant. The ex-wife sat above as a mentor. The ex-husband stood below as a contestant. When former lovers meet again, how much of the old feelings still remain? Director Zhang, you really know how to stir up drama. That said, could Fang Cheng even sing? Thanks to countless gossip accounts, everyone knew plenty about him. He had once been a songwriter and composer. After his wife became famous, he supposedly coasted on her success and never produced another noteworthy song. A washed-up songwriter. As for singing, nobody had ever even heard him sing before. And this guy had the nerve to enter a professional singing competition? Wasn't he just asking to humiliate himself? Asterisk, this guy has unbelievably thick skin. Asterisk. Anyone have earplugs? I don't want my ears contaminated. Asterisk. Come on. Fang Cheng may be trash, but his old songs were pretty good. Maybe he actually can sing. Asterisk. Mark my words. Even if he sings like an angel, I'm not giving him a single point. Asterisk. The audience was in complete chaos. Qin Wan looked equally miserable. She had known Fang Cheng would eventually take the stage and had mentally prepared herself. Even so, she still felt unbearably embarrassed. Her resentment toward him deepened. We've already divorced. Why won't you just leave me alone? It's one thing if you don't care about your own dignity. Why drag me down and make me lose face with you? Wan, are you all right? Beside her, Lin Feng asked gently. Qin Wan shook her head and forced a smile. Lin Feng's face was full of concern. Inside, however, he sneered. The more miserable Qin Wan feels, the more chances I have to comfort her and get closer to her. Maybe this is exactly the opportunity one need to take our relationship to the next level. Fang Cheng, thanks so much. Huh? What's going on? Chen Ruoshi looked completely confused. She lived in Hong Kong and rarely came to the mainland, so she wasn't familiar with the situation. Seeing the handsome, refined-looking man get showered with insults the moment he stepped on stage left her utterly baffled. His name is Fang Cheng. Zhongshan chuckled. He's Qin Wan's ex-husband. Chen Ruoshi froze. A delighted expression instantly appeared on her sweet face. Wow, the ex-wife's a mentor and the ex-husband's a contestant? Why did they get divorced? Only after blurting it out did she realize how excited she'd sounded. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, blinking her large eyes innocently. Zhongshan laughed. People divorce because relationships fall apart. This is about to get interesting. According to the schedule, Fang Cheng should have started performing. But the audience was far too agitated. The host, Yu Dan, repeatedly tried to calm everyone down, yet the noise refused to die. Director Zhang, what do we do? The assistant director looked helpless. He hadn't expected Fang Cheng's mere appearance to throw the entire recording into chaos. Even Zhang Ku frowned. He hadn't seen this coming either. Black traffic really isn't that easy to cash in on. After a moment's thought, he picked up his walkie-talkie. Let's take a short break. Calm the audience first. Before he could finish speaking, however, a tall, elegant figure slowly rose from the judges' panel. Her icy presence instantly enveloped the entire studio. The noisy audience fell silent almost immediately. Everyone stared blankly at her. Tang Shiyue was standing. Was the queen angry? Did even she find Fang Cheng unacceptable? Was she about to walk out? Holding the microphone, Tang Shiyue swept her gaze across the audience before speaking calmly. Anyone who stands on this stage is a singer. A singer. Asterisk asterisk speaks with their songs. Asterisk asterisk. After saying that, she quietly sat back down. The recording studio instantly returned to silence. No one dared shout or curse anymore. Only hushed whispers remained. Asterisk. What's the queen trying to say? Is she actually siding with Fang Cheng? Asterisk. Asterisk. She's right. This is a music show. Let the singing decide. Asterisk. Asterisk. Fine. I'll give Queen Tang some face today. Asterisk. Asterisk. I still don't believe that freeloader can sing. Asterisk. Asterisk. Haha. Watching that scumbag embarrass himself should be entertaining. Asterisk. Seeing the audience finally settle down, Zhang Ke hurriedly instructed Yu Dan through her earpiece to continue recording. She quickly announced, "Next, Fang Cheng will perform his original song, Bare Face." The title appeared across the giant screen. Bare Face. Asterisk. Bare Face? What's that got to do with the theme Old Love? Asterisk. Asterisk. Whatever. It's already impressive that the freeloader managed to write an original song. Let's just hear it. Asterisk. Asterisk. I've got my 0 points ready. Asterisk. The stage lights dimmed. A single spotlight illuminated Fang Cheng. He picked up the guitar the production team had prepared, sat casually on a tall stool, and wore an expression of complete calm. Relaxed. Unhurried. As though he were simply singing to himself in his own living room. Asterisk. Putting everything else aside, the jerk is pretty handsome. Asterisk. Asterisk. No wonder Qin Wan fell for him back then. Asterisk. Asterisk. Just one guitar? What's he planning to do with that? Asterisk. Qin Wan's face remained icy. Hidden beneath the judge's table, her fists clenched tightly. She couldn't help recalling the first time she had ever seen Fang Cheng. It had been the university's top 10 singers competition. He had been the finale. Just like now. One guitar. The same composed smile. The same effortless confidence. The moment he opened his mouth to sing, Qin Wan had been completely captivated. Love at first sight. Later, she abandoned all restraint and pursued him relentlessly, eventually winning against countless rivals. Back then, Fang Cheng had promised her again and again. He would become the greatest songwriter in China. He would write the finest original songs for her. He would make her the biggest star in Chinese music. But so many years had passed. Where was that best original song you promised? I climbed to where I am today through my own hard work, while you remained exactly where you started. The greatest original songs? What a joke. On stage, Fang Cheng cradled his guitar. His fingers gently brushed across the strings. A soft, soothing melody drifted through the venue. Then came his voice. Another quiet evening, sitting alone in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool night breeze. His voice wasn't particularly bright or dazzling. Instead, it was rich, steady, warm, drawing listeners in without them realizing it. The audience grew even quieter. Almost instinctively, they leaned in to listen. At the same time, confusion deepened. What did these lyrics have to do with old love? Fang Cheng continued. The very next line, however, caused Qin Wan's expression to freeze. You asked why I'm still writing original songs. I keep writing, but it all seems to end up the same. Chapter 11. The Vanished Face. Fang Cheng, we've been married for so many years. What help have you given me? You only helped me rehearse and arrange the music for me. Do you know how hard I worked? Original content. What are you doing all day long talking about original content? Have you actually produced anything? You're not even as good as Lin Feng. At least he can help me create a romantic pairing. The melodious and gentle tune and singing continued, and Qin Wan's mind was filled with images of her and Fang Cheng's countless arguments. The words she spoke to Fang Cheng were so similar to the lyrics of the song at this moment. Fang Cheng actually wrote our arguments into the lyrics? What does he mean? Do you want to publicly repent to me and beg for my forgiveness? Dream. At this moment, Fang Cheng's singing continued. You make your changes, why should I care? But please don't run into me. Qin Wan was taken aback. What did that sentence mean? You don't want to see me again? Then why are you bothering me on this show? The song quickly moves into the chorus, and its intensity gradually increases. Back then, I went out without makeup and was as pure as could be. I didn't wear eyeliner to make myself look older, and I didn't need to apply foundation. Qin Wan's expression changed, and a soft gasp came from the audience. By now, people can all tell that this song is telling the story of a beautiful love that has passed away. A young couple, their love so pure and passionate. However, the girl later grew tired of the boy, and their relationship came to an end. The phrase, "back then, I went out without makeup and didn't wear eyeliner to look mature," describes a girl who was once innocent but later became mature and materialistic. If this lyric weren't placed in the current context, it wouldn't sound like anything special. But in this context, it inevitably evokes certain associations. The divorce scandal between Qin Wan and Fang Cheng was so big that their past has been dug up countless times. Everyone knows that the two met in college. Back then, Qin Wan was naturally without makeup, unlike now, when she is dressed with exquisite makeup and is mature and beautiful. So does bare face refer to the once innocent Qin Wan? Doesn't this just associate it with old flame? Not only did they post it, they also started cursing. Online rumors suggest that Qin Wan and Fang Cheng divorced because Fang Cheng was jealous of his wife and committed domestic violence. Now, Fang Cheng is singing "No Makeup," implying that Qin Wan disliked him for not being able to create good original works and therefore looked down on him. Doesn't this just mean Qin Wan is materialistic? Qin Wan's face turned pale, and the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. But Fang Cheng remained calm and continued singing. The most genuine joys and sorrows are all buried in yesterday. You thought I was going to pester you? Now I'm telling you, everything about you is buried in yesterday. What I miss is the innocent you of the past. The you of today is no longer as beautiful as that natural face you once were. Fang Cheng continued singing, quickly reaching the end. For the last line, he still sang softly. That vanished bare face. Qin Wan, your natural beauty is gone, and so is our bond. When the song ended, Fang Cheng put down his guitar, stood up gracefully, and bowed to the audience. While other contestants received polite applause after their performances, the audience remained silent at this moment. The audience was unsure whether they should applaud or not. Speaking of songs alone, Scum City does have something. The song is pretty good, but it sounds like the whole song is about cursing people. It's not exactly an insult, is it? It's just that Qin Wan became famous and looked down on her husband, who stood by her through thick and thin. It's been all over the internet. These are all one side of the story. Who can guarantee that what Fang Cheng sang was true? But there's no evidence online that Fang Cheng committed domestic violence. Yet you all believed it. Holy crap. All I want to know is whether we should applaud or not. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden burst of applause erupted in the quiet recording studio. People looked on in astonishment to find the applause coming from the mentors' seats. Tang Shiyue's pretty face was ashen, and she clapped her hands lightly with a blank expression. Next up was the sweet and adorable Chun Ruoshi, who clapped loudly and whose eyes were shining. It sounds great. When Zheng Shan saw Tang Shiyue clapping, he immediately followed suit. With the three of them leading the way, the audience gradually began to clap as well. Tang Tianho is Qin Wan's aunt, and she hasn't said anything, so what are we afraid of? If you enjoy the song, what's wrong with clapping? Drum hard. Soon, applause filled most of the audience seats. Tang Tianho is right. Singers let their songs speak for themselves. Regardless of Fang Cheng's character, this song is truly beautiful. I suddenly remembered my girlfriend from college. She dumped me because I didn't have enough money. Sob sob. Sigh. Who hasn't had a pure and innocent love story? Let me make this clear first. This applause is for the singer Fang Cheng, not for that scumbag Fang Cheng. Some viewers have even begun to split themselves in their minds, creating separate images of Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled and bowed deeply again. He knew that at this moment, he had finally become a real singer. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Qin Wan's expression stiffened. Remembering that the recording camera was pointed at her, she had no choice but to raise her hand and join in the applause. My heart felt like it was being clogged with a toilet brush, suffocating and disgusting, yet I had to pretend to be calm. Otherwise, once the show airs, people will definitely say she's guilty and that she divorced Fang Cheng because she was materialistic and vain. However, the discomfort is only temporary because there will be even more discomfort to come. Yudan went on stage and continued to guide the discussion of the program. This song, Bare Face, is truly refreshing. I never expected that a guitar could be used to create such a deep and unrestrained feeling. Now, Please give your comments and scores to Fang Cheng's performance. Instantly, a close-up of Qin Wan appeared on the big screen, and all the viewers looked at Qin Wan. Interesting comments from an ex-wife about her ex-husband. If I were Qin Wan, I'd be so embarrassed I'd be digging my toes into the ground. Shouldn't Fang Cheng be the one feeling awkward? Fang Cheng's song is clearly an insult to Qin Wan. How can I comment on it? Wan, keep going. Face the past bravely. Qin Wan had never experienced such an embarrassing moment in her life, and she couldn't understand why Fang Cheng on stage could remain so calm. But now everyone is watching her. She can't lose. Qin Wan mustered all her strength and finally managed a seemingly calm smile before speaking. I don't like this song. Wow. The audience gasped. Qin Wan clenched her fists and continued her commentary. The melody of this song is too flat, without any ups and downs, and the singing is too bland. It doesn't express the emotions that fit the theme. I can only give it 70 points. A series of exclamations rang out in the recording studio. Even the most hating audience members could tell that Plain Face was better than the previous 17 songs. Fang Cheng's singing skills weren't top-notch, but they weren't much worse than the previous singers. Given the excellence of the song, it deserves at least 85 to 90 points, right? Moreover, Qin Wan gave 90 points to all the unremarkable songs before, but only 70 points to Fang Cheng's masterpiece. This person's grudges are way too obvious, aren't they? Chapter 12, A Simple and Kind-Hearted Young Man. Fang Cheng may be a scumbag, but 70 points is way too low, isn't it? Even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Surely it's not that serious? You're allowed to sing and insult your ex-wife, but your ex-wife isn't allowed to give you a low score? If you're so capable, why don't you become a mentor yourself? Men are less capable than women, so they deserve to be trampled on. The men below them deserve it. Viewers had mixed reactions to Qin Wan's score. Some felt the score was too low, which was clearly influenced by personal emotions. Some people supported Qin Wan, feeling that the scumbag should be severely punished. Backstage, the same was true for the contestants. Su Mingxuan's tense expression visibly relaxed, and he chuckled. I think Teacher Qin is right. This song is too bland, and Fang Cheng's singing skills are not good either. The contestants were all very surprised after listening to Fang Cheng's performance. Everyone here is a professional singer, so they can naturally tell the quality of the song. Su Mingxian was also very nervous, afraid that Fang Cheng's score would surpass his own. Seeing that Qin Wan had given him a score of 70, Su Mingxian immediately felt much more at ease. The others looked at each other, none of them daring to offer any opinion. This song is very nice, I like it. Chu Kiki suddenly spoke, and everyone looked at her in surprise. The little girl, oblivious to the strangeness around her, continued. I've listened to the songs that Teacher Fang wrote before, and they were all very good. I can't write such good songs. It's just that Teacher Fang's voice isn't that talented, which is a pity. The contestants all looked at her with strange expressions. Girl, you're really bold to say that. At this moment, the camera on the mentors panel moved, and it was Lin Feng's turn to give his comments. Needless to say, Lin Feng is definitely on Qin Wan's side. Evening Breeze and her partner, of course, will stand together through thick and thin. Brother Feng, give that scumbag a good scolding. Just when the audience thought Lin Feng would also give Fang Cheng a low score, Lin Feng said in a gentle tone. I'm so surprised. I didn't expect Fang Ge to be able to sing. Just for your courage to stand on this stage, I give you 80 points. The audience and contestants alike gaped in astonishment. Even Qin Wan, who was standing next to him, looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. She thought Lin Feng would beat Fang Cheng with her, but unexpectedly Lin Feng gave Fang Cheng 80 points. Isn't this embarrassing for her? Lin Feng wore a friendly smile, but he had his own plans in mind. He certainly wanted to possess Qin Wan, but he didn't want to be branded as a mistress. Therefore, he needed to let others see that he actually had a good relationship with Fang Cheng. Qin Wan's divorce from Fang Cheng was entirely her own decision and had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He's such a simple and kind-hearted young man. He wanted both beauty and fame. As for Qin Wan's emotions, we'll just have to comfort her after the recording ends. Anyway, this woman will belong to me sooner or later. Thank you for your insightful comments, Professor Lin. Fang Cheng smiled and spoke, and Lin Feng suddenly met his gaze, feeling as if he had been seen through. Hee hee, you're too kind, Brother Fang. Keep it up. Lin Feng smiled and encouraged him, but subconsciously avoided Fang Cheng's gaze. This moment of nervousness was accurately captured by the camera and displayed on one of the screens in the control room. The assistant director, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed and reminded Zhang Ke. Director Zhang, should we cut this scene in post-production? After all, Fang Cheng's reputation is terrible right now, while Lin Feng is a rising star. The production team has no reason to offend Lin Feng for Fang Cheng's sake. Zhang Ke seemed thoughtful. Let's see. Next up was Chun Ruoshi, who, beaming with excitement, picked up the microphone and began to comment. This song is so beautiful. I love it. Pure and passionate youth, simple and beautiful love, wow. Teacher Fang, how did you write this song? I feel like some of those parts could be sung by a girl. Could we collaborate sometime? Chun Ruoshi was chattering away on the mentor's panel, but her fans were terrified. Oh no, Sure forgets everything as soon as she hears a good song. Sure, calm down. This man is an abuser. Sure, you only heard the pure and beautiful parts. You didn't understand a single word of the insults, did you? Sigh, our Tian Eruo is just too naive. Chun Ruoshi was so enthusiastic, Fang Cheng naturally had to respond. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Actually, this song was originally intended to be a duet between a man and a woman. It would be my honor to collaborate with you. Chun Ruoshi was very happy. Then it's settled. We'll record a male-female duet another day. It's clear that she really likes this song. Plain face. Qin Wan, standing beside her, lowered her eyes and remained silent, her face radiating coldness. Using my ex-husband to get attention for you. What a cunning scheme. Sure, you haven't given a score yet, Yu Dan reminded her. All right. Chun Ruoshi stuck out her tongue and said without hesitation, I give it 95 points. 95 points. Is it that high? Speaking of the song alone, I think 95 points is not an exaggeration. Come on, what a scumbag. He doesn't even deserve it. The audience erupted into another uproar. Fang Cheng remained calm, even somewhat wanting to laugh. Qin Wan gave a low score, and you guys are arguing. Chun Ruoshi received a high score, and you guys are arguing about it. So you're saying that as long as I stand here, you'll all start arguing? Next up is Zheng Shan. This king of sycophancy suddenly became serious, with a hint of nostalgia and sadness. Seeing Fang Cheng singing on stage with his guitar, I was suddenly reminded of myself when I was young. I would carry a guitar and go to different bars to perform. If someone praised my singing, I would be happy for days. I was just as pure and beautiful back then. Certainly. Zheng Shan changed the subject and looked affectionately at Tang Shiyue beside him. I am now more pure and more persistent because I have found the bright moon in my heart. The audience, who had initially been quite moved, were suddenly speechless. Well, after all that talk, it turns out you're still just confessing your love for Tang Tianhou. To be honest, King Zheng was quite genuine when it came to being a sycophant to Queen Tang. Tang Shiyue remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Zheng Shan chuckled and said, I give this song a 90 out of 100. Finally, it was Tang Shiyue's turn to give her comments. The recording studio fell silent instantly. Tang Shiyue is Qin Wan's aunt. Qin Wan gave Fang Cheng a low score. Will Tang Shiyue help her niece out? After all, she and Qin Wan are family. Qin Wan turned to look at Tang Shiyue, her eyes filled with hope. Of course my aunt helped me. Fang Cheng on stage also began to feel nervous. I usually submit my homework via WeChat, but today is the first time I'm singing in front of Tang Shiyue. I wonder what the strict teacher Tang will say. Backstage, everyone was looking up at the large screen hanging on the wall. Tang Tianhou's highest score was only 60 points, which was given to Su Mingxian. How many points will Fang Cheng get now? He shouldn't be taller than brother Su, right? With teacher Qin's connection, the great demon king will probably only give Fang Cheng 50 points at most, right? Su Mingxian smiled confidently. Logically and emotionally, it's impossible for Empress Tang to give Fang Cheng a high score. Under the gaze of countless eyes with varying meanings, Tang Shiyue remained expressionless and spoke calmly. Chapter 13 is Your Skin So Thick Because You Wear a Lot of Foundation? The theme of this episode is old love. I listened to 18 songs, and only this song, Bare Face, fits the theme the best. Qin Wan sensed something was wrong from Tang Shiyue's first sentence, but Tang Shiyue didn't care about her feelings at all and continued to comment. Old feelings are nostalgic because they are pure and beautiful, But people change. Old feelings cannot be chased, and old friends cannot be brought back. Remember the past, forget the past, and move towards tomorrow. The artistic conception of this song surpasses many popular hits, and the composition and lyrics are also very good. It's just that the singing skills need to be improved and more practice is required. Tang Shiyue paused, then parted her red lips slightly. 80 points. Wow. The recording studio erupted in cheers. The Great Demon King actually gave it 80 points. My highest score before was only 60 points. If it were any other mentor giving me an 80, I would say please keep up the good work, but this is Tang Tianho giving me an 80. All I can say is, oh my god. No wonder I was so engrossed in listening to this song earlier. It turns out Mr. Tang also likes this song. We're on the same wavelength, haha. Scoring 80 points from the Great Demon King, Fang Cheng is already the best player of the game. The backstage area was equally bustling, with the girls unable to help but gasp in surprise, and the male singer looking at Fang Cheng with envy. I'd give up all my professor's zeros for Professor Tang's 80s. Didn't you guys notice? This is the first time Teacher Tang has spoken this much tonight. My god, Fang Cheng is so popular. Su Mingxian can no longer maintain a smile in front of the camera. He knew very well that even if the other mentors gave him 90 points, it wouldn't compare to Tang Shiyue's 80 points. Fang Cheng's total score may not be as high as his, but based on the 80 points given by Tang Shiyue, Fang Cheng has already surpassed all the other contestants tonight. But why? Isn't Tang Shiyue Qin Jie's aunt? Why did she help Fang Cheng? Su Mingxian couldn't understand it, and Qin Wan couldn't understand it even more. Andy, why? Looking at Tang Shiyue's expressionless face, Qin Wan wished she could immediately question her loudly. We're family, why won't you help me? Why are you making me feel so embarrassed? She only gave Fang Cheng 70 points just now, but Tang Shiyue gave him 80 points right away. Isn't that embarrassing for her? No wonder my uncle and my mom don't like my aunt. This person really has no family affection at all. Tang Shiyue completely ignored the surprise and noise around her, and simply looked calmly at Fang Cheng on the stage. At that moment, Fang Cheng was also looking up at Tang Shiyue. His eyes were clear, his expression sincere, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, Teacher Tang. I will keep your teachings in mind. I not only want to thank Tang Shiyue for her comments, but also for her guidance and help over the past month. Without Tang Shiyue's guidance, even if Fang Cheng had countless hit songs in his head, he wouldn't be able to sing to this level on stage. Fang Cheng looked up and saw Tang Shiyue nodding slightly at him, clearly in response. Singing well is the best way to thank me. Yes, teacher. In the bustling recording hall, the two exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's meaning. After the mentors finished scoring, the audience scored. This part almost drove many people to the brink of schizophrenia. After all, they had all previously declared that they would never give Fang Cheng a single penny. But now that even Tang Shiyue has given Fang Cheng such a high evaluation, how can they give him 0 points? Moreover, Fang Cheng's song is absolutely worthy of the point they have. But Fang Cheng is a scumbag. How could I possibly give my precious point to this scumbag? Many people hesitated so much that their expressions were pained, and giving a score was like being constipated. Dan had no choice but to urge. Dear audience members, the voting period is about to end. Please hurry up. Other contestants finished their performances in 5 or 6 minutes, but Fang Cheng has been standing on stage for almost 20 minutes. Are we going to record all the remaining people? Urged on by the host, the hesitant audience finally finished giving their scores. Fang Cheng's final score appeared on the big screen. Supervisor's score, 410. Audience rating, 395. Total score, 805. Currently ranked 5th. Fang Cheng smiled and bowed again. Thank you, everyone. I originally thought he would be lucky to get 100 points in the audience rating, but I didn't expect so many people to give him a score. These people were just telling him to get out of the entertainment industry, but then they turned around and gave him points. It's kind of cute. When the audience saw that Fang Cheng had actually scored 395 points against them, they immediately became furious and questioned their companions. Didn't we agree to boycott scumbags? Why did you break up with him? I didn't receive it. Did someone else give it to you? I've asked around, and they all say they didn't give it to me. So who gave it to me? The audience members all said they didn't give Fang Cheng any points, and they all acted with righteous indignation, as if the 395 points were given by a ghost. The culprit that caused the audience's mental breakdown had already returned to the contestants' backstage area. He remained calm and composed, as still as water. But the way the other singers looked at him was completely different from 20 minutes ago. Although Fang Cheng ranked 5th overall, anyone who isn't deaf can tell that plain face is of a high standard. Most importantly, he's the man who got 80 points from Tang Tianhou. Some people opened their mouths, wanting to greet Fang Cheng, but worried about being implicated by Fang Cheng's reputation. So they opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound, like stranded fish. The others were in a similar state, all looking conflicted. "Teacher Fang, this song is so beautiful. You're amazing." In the quiet lounge, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Chu Kiki clapped her hands vigorously, her cute face filled with excitement, and her round, plump breasts jiggled with the movement. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Thank you, and good luck to you too." Inspired by Chu Kiki, the others also offered their congratulations. Teacher Fang sang well. He truly deserves to be called a professional songwriter. Teacher Fang is amazing. Su Mingxuan's eyes were sinister, yet a effeminate smile appeared on his face. "Fang Cheng, congratulations. You're lucky. Your score is only 29 points lower than mine. That should be your limit, right?" The others fell silent and quietly took 2 steps back. Su Mingxuan's meaning couldn't be clearer. He was saying that his score was higher than Fang Cheng's. However, it is clear to everyone that Fang Cheng's total score was not high because Qin Wan deliberately gave him a low score, and because his reputation was so bad that some viewers did not give him any points. Under normal circumstances, Fang Cheng's song would undoubtedly be number 1. Su Mingxuan's first-place ranking is actually somewhat undeserved. A normal person would keep a low profile at this point. His sudden outburst to mock Fang Cheng is rather laughable. Fang Cheng smiled and looked at Su Mingxian, scrutinized him for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. "Is your skin so tough because you wear a lot of foundation?" "What do you mean?" Su Mingxuan's expression changed. He had a habit of wearing makeup, and today he had specially applied an extra layer of powder for the show. Unexpectedly, Fang Cheng saw through it. Fang Cheng shrugged. "Do you know why I could tell? Because besides you, I've seen another man who likes to wear makeup." Su Mingxian was furious. "How dare you insult Brother Lin?" Fang Cheng asked in surprise. "Who is Brother Lin?" You. Su Mingxian finally realized he had been tricked and pointed at Fang Cheng, speechless. Everyone else looked at Su Mingxian with pity. Fang Cheng can swear while singing, so if you argue with him, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 14. When did I ever say I was going to eliminate Fang Cheng? After Fang Cheng's performance, the subsequent recording of the program became much less exciting. When Chu Kiki, the last contestant to appear, stood up, she immediately attracted the attention of many contestants. The men, in particular, stared with a mixture of amazement and fervor. Chu Kiki's appearance and figure are really very distinctive. She has an adorable round face, pure and innocent, like a middle school student. Her figure was extremely exaggerated. With just a simple movement of getting up, the mountains and valleys trembled. The giant peach with a youthful appearance is incredibly eye-catching. "Wow, it's my turn." Chu Kiki was cute and innocent-looking, completely unaware of the men's intense gazes, and skipped and hopped toward the door. As she passed by Fang Cheng, he smiled at her. "Come on." Chu Kiki turned around and smiled, raising her chubby little fist. "Thank you, Teacher Fang. I will definitely work hard." After saying that, he skipped and hopped out of the contestants' backstage area. Su Mingxian suddenly let out a cold laugh. Some men start targeting young girls right after getting divorced. It's disgusting. However, his voice was very soft. He couldn't win an argument, and he was unwilling to give up, so he could only mutter like a resentful woman. Fang Cheng didn't even bother with him. Cheer for Chu Kiki. It's a way of repaying the girl's previous kindness, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Fang Cheng has now become indifferent to romantic relationships. All he wants to do is sing well, stand on high, and let everyone hear his voice. When Chu Kiki took the stage, she was met with a huge cheer from the audience. Giant Peach Girl is popular everywhere. However, the songs sung by Chu Kiki are completely different from her temperament. A stunningly beautiful but adorable girl sat in front of the guzheng, instantly transforming into a gentle and classical figure. Her singing was melodious and sorrowful, enough to break one's heart. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted. Qin Wan and Lin Feng both gave it 90 points. Chen Ruoshi and Zheng Shan gave it 85 points, and Tang Shiyue gave it the second highest score of the day, 65 points. The Minter scored 415 points. The audience clearly favored Chu Kiki, giving her a score of 451. Chu Kiki's total score is 866 points. In the first round of contestant rankings, Chu Kiki was first, Su Mingxian was second, and Fang Cheng was seventh. The first episode of the second season of The Voice of China has come to an end. Thank you for watching, and see you next week. With host Yu Dan's closing remarks, the recording of the first episode came to an end. In the control room, the assistant director was very excited. Director Zhang, Chu Kiki's ancient-style song is likely to be a hit. How about we make our next episode an ancient-style theme? Chinese civilization has a long history, and ancient-style songs have always been popular in the pop music scene. However, there have been fewer and fewer outstanding singers of traditional Chinese-style music in the past 2 years. The emergence of Chu Kiki may set off another wave of popularity for traditional Chinese-style music. Of course, The Voice of China wants to capitalize on this wave of traffic. Zhang Ke pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, if the theme for the second episode is ancient Chinese style, would Fang Cheng be up to the task? The assistant director was taken aback. Director Zhang, didn't you say you'd eliminate Fang Cheng in the second episode? Why bother with him? Zhang Ke glared at him. When did I say I was going to eliminate Fang Cheng? Fang Cheng has such a high profile, and his songwriting and singing are surprisingly outstanding. Eliminating a contestant who has both popularity and talent, do you really think I have a brain residing in tomato? The assistant director was completely bewildered. Director Zhang really didn't say he was going to eliminate Fang Cheng? Am I hallucinating because of work stress? At this moment, Tang Shiyue was walking back to the Minter's lounge when Zhou Yin stopped her as soon as she entered. My goodness, why did you give Fang Cheng such a high score? He's your niece's ex-husband. You should avoid any appearance of impropriety. Zhou Yin was watching the recording in the lounge when she saw that Tang Shiyue had given Fang Cheng 80 points. She was so anxious that she almost rushed into the recording hall. Tang Shiyue only gave the highest score of the other contestants a passing grade, but Fang Cheng got a score of 80, which was really too conspicuous. Tang Shiyue calmly said, his song is worth it. Zhou Yin felt a headache coming on. This isn't about the song. Qin Wan and Fang Cheng have made such a big fuss. Anyone who gets involved will get tainted. Why do you have to get involved? Besides, your new album is about to be released, and countless people are watching it closely. We really can't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Speaking of her new album, Tang Shiyue frowned slightly. If the songs aren't good, nothing else matters. She wasn't satisfied with a few songs on this album. The album, which was supposed to be released last month, has been delayed until now. The company boss has talked to her about it several times, but each time it ended badly. Seeing that Tang Shiyue's face was slightly pale, Zhou Yin felt a little sorry for her. You practiced singing until the early hours of the morning yesterday, and then you came to record the show today. Go back to the hotel and rest first, Xiaoqin. Okay. The usually obedient and silent assistant, when Xiaorong, immediately responded and quickly packed up Tang Shiyue's things. The three of them walked out of the lounge, only to find Qin Wan standing at the door. Auntie, I have something to tell you first. Tang Shiyue nodded slightly. Zhou Yin and when Xiaorong walked a little further away, and Qin Wan said to Tang Shiyue with a mournful expression, Auntie, why didn't you help me just now, but instead helped Fang Cheng? Tang Shiyue's answer was exactly the same as before. His songs are good. Auntie, Qin Wan said dejectedly, I'm your niece. Fang Cheng has already divorced me. You should help me. Tang Shiyue glanced at Qin Wan and said, you have indeed changed. After saying that, she walked straight ahead. Qin Wan angrily said, Auntie, you've never even been in a relationship. You don't understand matters of the heart. I didn't do anything wrong to Fang Cheng. He's the one who wronged me. Tang Shiyue ignored her and quickly walked away. Qin Wan's face turned ugly. Fang Cheng, what do you want in return for letting me go? Sister Yin, it looks like Sister Shiyue's niece is about to cry. When Xiaorong followed behind Tang Shiyue, glanced back, and couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Yin. Shut up. Zhou Yin glared at Wen Xiaorong, and the assistant immediately covered her mouth. As they walked, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Zhou Yin said to Tang Shiyue, Shiyue, did we go the wrong way? This is the way to the contestants' backstage area. I didn't go to the wrong place, Tang Shiyue said. I'm looking for Fang Cheng. My dear sister, why are you going to see him? Zhou Yin was startled. She now realizes that Fang Cheng is a jinx. Tang Shiyue becomes abnormal whenever she encounters him. Tang Shiyue said, he is very talented. My album is missing a duet song between a man and a woman. Zhou Yin looked completely bewildered. When did your album start needing a male-female duet? I had no idea. Besides, even if it were necessary, it wouldn't be Fang Cheng's turn. He's an unknown nobody. Let alone Shiyue. Even a second or third-tier singer wouldn't ask him to write a song. Zhou Yin was about to speak when Tang Shiyue suddenly raised her hand to stop her. Just then, a clear, sweet Hong Kong accented Mandarin voice rang out from around the corner ahead. Teacher Fang, I really like your creative style. When do you have time to write a love song for a duet? Let's collaborate. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Could it be? She quietly walked to the corner, peeked out halfway, and saw Hong Kong pop diva Chen Ruoshi smiling sweetly at Fang Cheng. Chapter 15 Former Nephew-in-Law. After the recording of the program ended, Fang Cheng was asked by the staff to record a short interview, which will be interspersed in the program later. After the recording, all the other contestants had already left. Fang Cheng was about to leave when he ran into Chen Ruoshi. It turns out that as soon as the show finished recording, Chen Ruoshi went to the contestants backstage and waited for him outside. As soon as she saw Fang Cheng, she happily ran over and directly asked him to sing a song. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. Teacher Chen, my reputation isn't good. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down with me? Chen Ruoshi tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes on her sweet face. I'm based in Hong Kong, so people from the mainland can't criticize me, hee hee. She then crossed her arms, raised her chin, and said, I'm a pop diva, you know? I personally asked you to write a song for me, and you won't even give me that much face? Puffed. Even he couldn't help but laugh at the end, clutching his stomach and waving his hands, saying, I just like your songwriting style, and your singing skills aren't that great. So singing with me makes my singing skills seem better, huh? Fang Cheng looked at the sweet, yet quirky Hong Kong pop star and couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Chen, do your fans know how funny you are? I know they all call me Sweet Aruo. Chen Ruoshi said, hands on her hips, her face flat and smug. Fang Cheng, it's no wonder it's a nickname given by fans. It's so fitting. Teacher Fang, I'm begging you like this, please? Chen Ruoshi clasped her hands together, looking pleading. Since the pop star has gone to such lengths, Fang Cheng naturally couldn't refuse. If I find a suitable song, I'll definitely give it to you. As for the price, Chen Ruoshi immediately said, as long as the song is good, you set the price. He added at the end, anyway, my company has money, haha. Fang Cheng silently mourned for a moment for the boss of Chen Ruoshi's agency, and then said, all right, Teacher Chen, I'll be going now. By the way, didn't we agree during the recording of the show that we would do a male-female duet of bare face? Chen Ruoshi's eyes darted around. Tomorrow, do you have time tomorrow? Fang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting Chen Ruoshi to be so impatient. I have no problem with that, but we still need to find a recording studio. Do you have a venue here? Since it's a recording session with a pop star, it's natural to need a top-notch recording studio. But where in Fangcheng can he find such connections? Chen Ruoshi immediately shook her head. I'm from Hong Kong. How could I have any face in Jiangxing? Fangcheng thought for a moment and said, then I'll ask my friend. If I find the place, I'll tell you. Sure, let's add each other on WeChat. Will you scan my QR code, or should I scan yours? Chen Ruoshi took out her phone. Fang Cheng, already used to her energetic personality, smiled and said, I'll sweep you. Okay. Chen Ruoshi pulled up her WeChat QR code. Fang Cheng scanned it, and the two added each other on WeChat. Chen Ruoshi's WeChat profile picture is a funny close-up of her face, with her cheeks squashed together, her mouth crooked to one side, and her eyes uneven in size. WeChat name, Poet I Eat. That's really silly. Chen Ruoshi's phone rang. She waved to Qin Wan. My agent is calling me. I'm leaving now. Teacher Fang, I'll wait for your message. Bye-bye. The silly little girl came and went like the wind, disappearing in no time. Fang Cheng shook his head and chuckled, never expecting that the famous Hong Kong pop diva would have this kind of personality. However, it's also clear that Chen Ruoshi is a pure musician. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered himself to such a low level just because of his creative talent. Speaking of pure musicians, Fang Cheng immediately thought of Tang Shiyue. He picked up his phone and sent Tang Shiyue a WeChat message. "Auntie, thank you. This thank you isn't for the 80 points he received on stage today, but for the selfless guidance he's received over the past month." The reply came quickly. "You didn't sing well today. Hand in your homework tonight." This is Tang Shiyue's rule. If Fang Cheng doesn't practice well, he has to submit an extra set of vocal exercises that night. It was that familiar, strict teacher's tone. Fang Cheng smiled and replied, "Received, thank you, teacher." Tang Shiyue was his elder, both being divas in the music industry, and she had guided him so diligently. Fang Cheng's address of teacher was incredibly sincere. After leaving Jiangxing TV station, Fang Cheng received an address and contact information from Tang Shiyue. "This is a recording studio owned by my friend. You can go there to practice singing these days." Fang Cheng was slightly taken aback. He was just thinking about how to find a recording studio when this timely help came along. "My aunt is truly my lucky star." The recording studio recommended by Tang Shiyue is definitely good. As long as we get the boss's approval, we can invite Qin Ruoshi to record a song there tomorrow. Fang Cheng was very excited. He took a taxi to the address Tang Shiyue had given him. Just as Fang Cheng's taxi drove away, a nanny van slowly drove out of the underground parking garage of Jingchengtai. Inside the car, Tang Shiyue sent a message to her friend who owned the recording studio, asking him to take care of Fang Cheng. Only then did she put down her phone and look out the window expressionlessly. Sitting next to her, Wen Xiaorong couldn't help but ask, "Sister Shiyue, didn't you want to ask Fang Cheng to write a song for you? Why didn't you tell him?" Tang Shiyue saw Qin Ruoshi asking Fang Cheng to write a song, so she quietly left with Zhou Yin and Wen Xiaorong, which puzzled the assistant. Tang Shiyue said calmly, "He is Qin Wan's ex-husband, so it's not suitable for him to write songs for me. Qin Ruoshi is about the same age as him, so it's more suitable for them to collaborate." Sitting in the front row, Zhou Yin turned around with a resentful look on her face. "Now you know he's your niece's ex-husband?" Wen Xiaorong scratched her head and said weakly, "Sister Shiyue, there's something I just can't figure out. Can I ask you?" Tang Shiyue didn't speak, and Wen Xiaorong knew that this meant she had tacitly agreed, so she mustered up her courage and asked, "Sister Shiyue, Qin Wan is your own niece, and Fang Cheng is an outsider. Why do I feel like you treat Fang Cheng better than your niece?" Tang Shiyue was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Because Fang Cheng did something that even my family couldn't do." Wen Xiaorong was completely bewildered. Looking at Tang Shiyue's expression, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. The car fell silent again. Tang Shiyue rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the blurry scenery rushing past the window, lost in memories. 2 years ago, her previous agent and assistant were bribed, leading her into a trap where she was drugged. Tang Shiyue managed to escape and called her older brother, second sister, and father, but her older brother didn't answer. Her second sister said she was busy, and her father didn't even believe what Tang Shiyue said. The drug took effect, and Tang Shiyue could no longer run. The others caught up with her. Tang Shiyue was in despair. The moment she closed her eyes, she saw a beam of light, and a man walked out of that light. When Tang Shiyue woke up, she found herself in a hotel room with Qin Wan sitting next to her. Qin Wan told me that Fang Cheng had taken her to the hotel, and considering the difference between men and women, he had asked Qin Wan to come and help take care of her. Fang Cheng was driving to pick up Qin Wan when he saw Tang Shiyue lying on the roadside and got out of the car to save her. Tang Shiyue understood. The beam of light she had seen was actually just a car headlight. The man who emerged from the light was her nephew-in-law. Former nephew-in-law. Tang Shiyue leaned against the car window, closed her eyes, and suddenly a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 16, Aoyama Recording Studio. Teacher Fang, the theme for our second episode has been decided. The director asked me to inform you. Fang Cheng took a taxi to the address given by Tang Shiyue. It was a large detached house in the suburbs, and the exterior looked like a converted factory. There was an inconspicuous little sign hanging above. Aoyama Recording Studio. This is Tang Shiyue's friend's recording studio. Fang Cheng was about to knock on the door when his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Yin calling. The girl's voice was still full of energy, with a touch of childish naivety. This topic is called ancient meaning. Ancient meaning? Fang Cheng frowned slightly. Antiquity? Doesn't that sound weird? Lu Yin lowered her voice and began to complain. That's right. Our director Zhang just loves doing these things that he thinks are profound, but others find strange. Teacher Fang, you'd better think about it carefully. Also, Ms. Fang, you were fantastic today. I'm your fan, keep it up. See you next week. Thank you, Xiaolu, see you next week. Fang Cheng smiled, feeling warm inside. After his divorce from Qin Wan, he was attacked online, but he still met many kind people. His aunt, Lu Yun, Chu Kiki, and Chun Ruoshi did not view him with prejudice. Instead, they treated him as an ordinary singer. So when you feel abandoned by the whole world, take a closer look around you, and you'll always find kindness that you didn't notice before. By the way, the theme for the next issue. Ancient meaning. Fang Cheng pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. This director Zhang has quite the appetite. Haha, isn't my theme way better than the usual ancient style? At this moment, in the director's office of the Huaxiaosong's program at Jiangxing TV station, Zhang Ku was speaking smugly to several assistant directors. After witnessing Chu Kik's stunning performance, an assistant director suggested that the next episode should have a traditional Chinese-style theme. Zhang Ku felt that most of the popular ancient-style songs were too gentle and melancholic, and audiences were tired of hearing about love and romance. This time, he wanted to add something different. Director Zhang quickly came up with what he considered a brilliant idea. Ancient style combined with righteousness. It possesses both a melancholic, ancient charm and a passionate, righteous spirit. This is a new track. Zhang Ku was immediately excited and decided on this theme, instructing the staff to notify all the contestants so they could prepare in advance. Faced with Director Zhang's expression that seemed to say, "Praise me," the assistant directors immediately showered him with compliments. Director Zhang is incredibly talented. I can't wait any longer. This theme is absolutely groundbreaking, unique in both the heavens and the earth. Director Zhang is absolutely awesome. Director Zhang, you're like my father. Seeing Zhang Ku laughing heartily, the others exchanged glances, silently thinking to themselves. Your so-called archaic meaning sounds awkward. No wonder the contestants won't get it. The assistant director who suggested eliminating Fang Cheng in the second episode was quite pleased. Fang Cheng's songwriting style and singing skills are clearly not in line with the traditional Chinese style, so he will probably be eliminated in the next episode based on his actual ability. That's good. It's obvious that Fang Cheng's relationship with Qin Wan, Lin Feng, and Tang Tianho is not right. It's better to remove this time bomb as soon as possible. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Cheng knocked on the black wooden door in front of him. After a long while, the door creaked open a crack, revealing a face full of wrinkles. Hello, sir. I am Tang Shiyue, Jr. She asked me to come here. Fang Cheng said politely. Humph, this Shiritsuki is causing me trouble. Come in. The old man had short, white hair that looked like an upside-down blade, a face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were extremely sharp, and he clearly had a bad temper. He reluctantly opened the door, led Fang Cheng into the recording studio with a look of disgust, and said irritably, "You can use the equipment outside, but you can't go inside." The recording studio is very large, with dozens of musical instruments, both Western and traditional Chinese, displayed in the spacious open area converted from a factory, and a recording equipment set in the middle. The old man was pointing to a corner where a separate room had been built. Looking through the glass window, you could see that it was a small recording studio, but the equipment inside was several levels higher than what was outside. That's the most valuable part of this Qingshan recording studio. No wonder the old man wouldn't let him in. Such top-of-the-line equipment is probably only fit for Tang Shiyue. Fang Cheng didn't mind. He just wanted a place to practice singing. He nodded in agreement. Okay, Ms. Yuan, thank you for giving me the venue. How much do you usually charge? I'll pay. Can you afford my fee? The old man asked dismissively, then paused abruptly. You know me? Fang Cheng just called out his surname, which clearly means he recognized him. The old man was very surprised. He had been retired for many years, yet there were still young people who recognized him. Mr. Yuan Qingshan, you are the top music producer in the Chinese music scene. You have produced countless platinum albums and made countless superstars famous. I chose music production as my major in college because of your influence. I never expected to meet you in person today. It's such an honor. The old man's name is Yuan Qingshan, and he was a behind-the-scenes hero of a glorious era in the Chinese music scene. At that time, Chinese pop music swept across Asia, leading an era. Yuan Qingshan is a music producer who has produced singles or albums for countless singers, but because he has always worked behind the scenes, he is not well known. Later, as he grew older, he retired from public life and was long forgotten. At this moment, being recognized at a glance by Fang Cheng, a young man who even claimed to be his fan, Yuan Qingshan paused for a moment, then turned his back and snorted coldly. Don't think that I'll give you the recording studio just because you flatter me. I'm only doing this because of Xiao Shiyue. Lingling, you watch him. I'm going to take a nap. Okay, Grandpa. A young woman in her early 20s ran out of the lounge next door. She had long black hair, bright eyes and white teeth, and a gentle and intellectual air about her. Her almond-shaped eyes curiously looked Fang Cheng up and down. After handing Fang Cheng over to his granddaughter, Yuan Qingshan walked straight into the recording studio and slammed the door shut. The gentle young woman said softly to Fang Cheng, "I'm sorry, my grandfather has a bad temper. Please don't take offense." Fang Cheng quickly replied, "Teacher Yuan is a towering figure, and I have nothing but respect for him." Fang Cheng wasn't flattering anyone. Back then, when the Chinese music scene was invaded by Western, Korean, and Japanese trends, Chinese musicians fought back fiercely and eventually reclaimed the territory of Chinese music culture. Although Yuan Qingshan worked behind the scenes, he made great contributions, and Fang Cheng respected such a principled musician from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Fang Cheng's solemn tone, the girl smiled gently at him. "Thank you. My grandfather is actually very happy that someone remembers him. By the way, do you need to record a song? I can help you." Fang Cheng needed to finish the assignment Tang Shiyue had given him, and he did need someone to help him record it, so he quickly said, "Then I'll trouble you. My name is Fang Cheng." The young girl said softly, "My name is Yuan Yuqin." Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. The flowing water stretched far and wide, and the evening mountains resembled a jade zither. The person was just as their name suggested. Neither of them were talkative, and Fang Cheng quickly began to do his homework. In just 1 hour, I recorded the vocal practice assignment that Tang Shiyue had given me and sent it to my aunt. There was no reply from the other end, so Fang Cheng began practicing the song for the next episode of The Voice of China. Fang Cheng actually has a very suitable song for the theme of ancient meaning. Chapter 17, Brother Fang, is simply a genius. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and night had fallen. Yuan Qingshan got up from the small bed in the recording studio, looked out the window, and muttered something. "It's so late. Why didn't Xiaoqin wake me up?" When Yuan Qingshan was young, he often stayed up all night recording songs. Now that he's older, his health isn't very good, and he needs to sleep for 2 or 3 hours every day after lunch. Usually, his granddaughter Yuan Yuqin wakes him up, but today he slept until dark, and his well-behaved granddaughter didn't come to wake him. Yuan Qingshan patted his forehead, only then remembering that there was a young man outside introduced by Tang Shiyue. Is Xiaoqin still recording songs for that kid? Yuan Qingshan was a little annoyed and decided to go out and chase the people away. His beloved granddaughter has been occupied by this brat for so long that she has forgotten to wake him up. What crime should that Fang be punished for? Yuan Qingshan stormed out, yelling, "You brat!" He paused halfway through his sentence, and a mournful and poignant Eru performance, along with a traditional opera-style chant, filled the simple recording studio outside. Kunku opera. Yuan Qingshan immediately recognized what kind of opera it was. Musicians of his generation not only had to be good at pop music, but also had to be proficient in traditional instruments and opera. Yuan Qingshan had heard such classic kunku opera singing countless times, so it wasn't surprising. But at this moment, Yuan Qingshan opened his eyes wide, looking surprised, because the person singing kunku opera at that moment was none other than that brat. Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng stood wearing headphones, in front of the microphone, his eyes closed, and the melodious yet heroic lyrics of the opera aria flowed from his constantly opening and closing mouth. Yuan Yuqin, who was helping record the song, listened with rapt attention, her almond-shaped eyes shining. Yuan Qingshan silently walked to her side. When Yuan Yuqin saw him, she quickly stood up and said, "Grandpa." "Shoo." Yuan Qingshan gestured for her to be quiet, picked up a pair of headphones, put them on, and listened carefully to Fang Cheng's singing. Fang Cheng quickly finished singing once, opened his eyes, and emerged from his tragic mood. Only then did he realize that Yuan Qingshan was also there, and he hurriedly took off his headphones. Teacher Yuan, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Yuan Qingshan stared at him coldly without saying a word, while Yuan Yuqin beside him tugged at his sleeve. Grandpa, Brother Fang actually sings quite well. Unsteady breath control, inaccurate pronunciation, and a lack of resonance in the operatic singing. Is that what you call good singing? Yuan Qingshan snorted coldly. Only a few hours had passed, and his beloved granddaughter was already calling this brat Brother Fang. He put his headphones back on. One more time. Fang Cheng didn't react for a moment, while Yuan Yuqin was overjoyed and kept winking at Fang Cheng. Brother Fang, sing it again quickly. She hadn't seen her grandfather personally help someone practice singing for many years, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng understood, immediately put on his headphones, composed himself, and gave Yuan Yuqin an okay sign. Yuan Yuqin then began playing the accompaniment tape that the two of them had just recorded together. The melodious and poignant sounds of the guzheng and pipa filled the air, and Fang Cheng first sang a line in the style of traditional opera before beginning the first verse. After singing it again quickly, Yuan Yuqin took off her headphones and wiped her slightly red eyes. This song is so touching that even after listening to it many times, she still couldn't help but shed tears. Especially this time, Brother Fang sang with extra emotion, and Yuan Yuqin felt that the lingering sound was very moving, and her heart was filled with tenderness. He became increasingly curious about the other city. How come I've never heard of such a talented person in the Chinese music scene before? She noticed this while recording the backing track for Fang Cheng. The instruments used in the song include the guzheng, pipa, bamboo flute, lyre, and lyre, which can be said to include some of the oldest instruments in both the East and the West. Fang Cheng is very proficient in every musical instrument. Yuan Yuqin studied classical music and can also play these instruments, but she is far from being as proficient in every one as Fang Cheng is. What amazed Yuan Yuqin even more was Fang Cheng's opera singing style. The opera style of this song is mainly kunku opera. Yuan Yuqin was influenced by her grandfather and studied it for a period of time when she was a child, but she did not have the talent and ultimately did not achieve great success. Fang Cheng's kunku opera singing style reminded Yuan Yuqin of her former teacher. Although it is only a few short sentences, it is enough to leave a lasting impression. During their conversation, Yuan Yuqin learned that the song was Fang Cheng's original composition, and she was immediately awestruck by his talent. He can compose, is proficient in 18 musical instruments, can sing, and even perform traditional opera. This is simply genius. This time wasn't good. Let's try again. Just as Yuan Yuqin was about to clap her hands excitedly, Yuan Qingshan, who was standing next to her, said with a cold face, signaling her to play the accompaniment tape again. Huh? Oh. Yuan Yuqin paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. She pushed her jade-like fingers up, and the melodious and poignant tune once again filled the recording studio. Over the next 2 hours, Yuan Qingshan made Fang Cheng sing more than 10 times before asking, expressionless, "Where did you learn kunku opera?" Fang Cheng replied, "When I was a child, I liked to go to the theater with my grandfather. The head of the opera troupe knew my grandfather, so he taught me to sing kunku opera. In college, I took kunku opera and Peking opera as electives." Yuan Qingshan nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. "Your voice isn't naturally gifted. You need to work on your breath control and pitch. Come over at 8 tomorrow and practice there." He pointed to the recording studio not far away. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Yuan." Fang Cheng nodded respectfully. Grandpa, Yuan Yuqin's little face was full of shock. That recording studio was Grandpa's most treasured place. Even she couldn't just go in casually. Grandpa once said that there were no more than 3 people in the current Chinese music scene qualified to enter that recording studio. One of them was Aunt Tang, but Aunt Tang has been too busy and hasn't come for a long time. This guy, Fang, looks so young and has no fame at all. How did Grandpa let him into the precious recording studio? All right, you can go now. Ignoring his granddaughter's surprise, Yuan Qingshan said something to Fang Cheng, then walked back to the lounge with his hands behind his back. Okay, the student is leaving now. Fang Cheng bowed to Yuan Qingshan, smiled at Yuan Yuqin, and turned to walk out of the recording studio. After Fang Cheng left, Yuan Yuqin finally couldn't hold back any longer and went into the lounge to ask Yuan Qingshan, "Grandpa, are you really going to let him go to Dragon Roar Mountain?" Yuan Qingshan specially named his beloved recording studio Longing Mountain. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Yuan Qingshan remained aloof, saying, "Things that haven't been used for a long time will rust. Let him help me polish the equipment." Yuan Yuqin knew her grandfather's temper. He would never admit defeat verbally. She turned to look at the gate. "Grandpa, do you think Brother Fang will be as amazing as Aunt Tang in the future?" Him. Yuan Qingshan grinned disdainfully, but ultimately did not deny it, muttering, "Where did Xiao Shiriwe find such a person?" Fang Cheng left the Qingshan recording studio, found a hotel to stay in, washed up, and then checked his phone. Tang Shiyue still hasn't replied about the grading of today's homework. He must be busy. After all, she's a pop diva, unlike me who has so much free time. However, Fang Cheng didn't receive a reply from Tang Shiyue, but instead received a WeChat message from his ex-wife. Qin Wan sent a location. It was a tea house in a secluded spot. "Fang Cheng, I want to talk to you." Chapter 18, Don't Look Back. Half an hour later, Fang Cheng arrived at a tea house. This tea house is conveniently located not far from Qingshan Recording Studio, and its name is quite interesting. Don't look back. Fang Cheng entered the tea house, told the waiter the room number, and the waiter led him to an elegant private room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, a delicate fragrance wafted in. Passing by the antique screen, one could see Qin Wan sitting at the bluish-gray tea table. Qin Wan had changed out of the light pink spaghetti strap dress she wore during the daytime recording. She was now wearing a high-necked chiffon blouse and a blue long skirt. Her long hair was neatly tied up, making her look dignified and mature. Seeing Fang Cheng enter, she frowned slightly. "Why are you only arriving now?" In the past, Fang Cheng would always wait for her on their dates, but now that they've just gotten divorced, it's become her waiting for Fang Cheng. Qin Wan was not used to it. Fang Cheng sat down leisurely and said lazily, "You're the one who contacted me, not the other way around." "You?" Qin Wan glared at Fang Cheng. "How did you become like this?" Fang Cheng laughed. "Didn't I sing that song clearly enough today?" Qin Wan recalled the song, Plain Face, which was practically an insult directed at her, and her expression darkened even further. She finally managed to calm herself before speaking. "Fang Cheng, we've been husband and wife after all. I don't want things to get too ugly." She took out a bank card and placed it on the table. "Here's 3 million. In addition, I'll help Nguyen find a job at one of China's top 500 companies, guaranteeing her a worry-free life. I only have one request." Qin Wan looked at Fang Cheng, her once affectionate eyes now filled with indifference. "Leave the voice of China and stop bothering me." Fang Cheng picked up the bank card from the table, and Qin Wan's expression relaxed slightly. When they divorced, she gave Fang Nguyen 1 million yuan and promised to arrange a job for her so that Fang Cheng would stop bothering her. But Fang Cheng did not agree. Now that the number has increased to 3 million, Fang Cheng is wavering. Sure enough, this man wasn't really as pure and upright as he seemed. For some reason, while Qin Wan relaxed, she also felt a little lost. After all, they had been together for so long, and she still hoped that the man she had once loved was a noble gentleman, so that it wouldn't seem like she had such poor taste. In retrospect, I had placed too high expectations on Fang Cheng. Smack. Fang Cheng suddenly slammed the bank card back onto the table and looked indifferently at Qin Wan. "Qin Wan, we've known each other for 7 years and been married for 3. I've seen right through you. But you don't understand me at all." Fang Cheng stood up and walked towards the door. Qin Wan stood up and said loudly, "Fang Cheng, what do you want from me to let me go?" She subconsciously thought that Fang Cheng was not satisfied with the conditions she had offered and wanted to continue to pester her. Fang Cheng turned around. "This tea house has a nice name. Drink some more tea and clear your head." After saying that, he left directly. Fang Cheng. Qin Wan was trembling with anger. She grabbed a teacup, ready to throw it on the ground, when the waiter knocked and came in to change the teapot. Only then did Qin Wan manage to suppress her anger and ask the waiter, "What's the name of your tea house?" She just randomly chose a secluded, sparsely populated spot and didn't pay attention to the name of the tea house. The waiter smiled and replied, "Sir, our tea house is called Mo Huesho. If you like it, please feel free to bring your friends next time." Qin Wan slowly put down her teacup, her expression shifting. "Don't look back." Jiangqing Mingmen International Hotel. Qin Wan returned to her room and sat down wearily when there was a knock on the door. "Wan Wan, it's me." Qin Wan opened the door, and Lin Feng and Su Mingxian were standing outside. Su Mingxian is an artist under Wan Feng's studio, so he stays at the same hotel as Qin Wan and Lin Feng. Qin Wan let the two in. Su Mingxian placed the bag he was carrying on the table and smiled. Sister Qin, Brother Feng said you like osmanthus cake from Jiangcheng, so he specially went to the most famous shop to buy it for you. Qin Wan looked at Lin Feng and saw the handsome man looking at her passionately. However, Fang Cheng's calm and composed face flashed through Qin Wan's mind, and she subconsciously avoided Lin Feng's fiery gaze. Thanks. Seeing that Qin Wan wasn't in high spirits, Su Mingxian quickly added, Sister Qin, Brother Feng came to see you earlier. He said you didn't look well and was worried you were too tired. Are you all right? Qin Wan knew that Su Mingxian had always wanted to matchmake her with Lin Feng, and she wasn't against it, but she really wasn't in the mood to deal with it right now, so she said indifferently, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Xiao Su, has the theme for the next episode been decided yet? When asked about the theme of the second episode of The Voice of China, Su Mingxian was a little worried. Sister Qin, the theme for the next episode is ancient meaning, and I've been racking my brains trying to figure out which song to use. Ancient meaning? Qin Wan frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, Zhang Ke just likes to do this kind of pretentious stuff. Then she looked at Su Mingxian and said, we bought so many songs for you, and you can't even pick one. Su Mingxian is a singer that Wan Feng's studio is focusing on cultivating. In order to create his image as a creative genius, the studio bought many songs by unknown newcomers and signed confidentiality agreements with them. To the outside world, they said that all these songs were original compositions by Su Mingxian. Qin Wan remembered that there were several ancient-style songs among them. Su Mingxian was embarrassed and dared not speak. Lin Feng said, Wan, the ancient-style songs that Mingxian has are more poignant than passionate, and they are still a bit lacking in the theme of ancient righteousness. Qin Wan nodded. Indeed, those ancient-style poems all lean towards love and romance, and lack a sense of righteousness. What are your thoughts? Su Mingxian quickly said, Sister Qin, I think we can choose the song The Return of the World. As long as we add a section of opera-style lyrics, and the lyrics are about national righteousness, it will fit the ancient meaning perfectly. Qin Wan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, That's a good idea. Xiao Su, you're getting more and more creative. Su Mingxian was flattered by Qin Wan's praise and quickly replied, Thank you, Sister Qin. You and Brother Feng taught me everything. He paused for a moment, then continued, I heard from Brother Feng that Sister Qin used to study Peking opera and Kunku opera. Could you teach me? Lin Feng also said, Wan, I'll help Mingxian write the lyrics for this song in the style of traditional opera. You teach him to sing it, and with our cooperation, we'll definitely help Mingxian get first place in the next round. Qin Wan did indeed take Kunku opera and Peking opera as electives in college, but that was to accompany Fang Cheng. She doesn't want to get involved in anything related to Fang Cheng right now. Yes, Sister Qin, Chu Kiki is good at traditional Chinese-style music. Without your help, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat her. Su Mingxuan's effeminate face held a pleading expression, while Lin Feng's eyes burned with desire. Faced with their pleas, Qin Wan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. All right, Lin Feng will write the lyrics for you, and I'll teach you how to sing in the style of traditional opera. Thank you, Sister Qin. Great. Wan, if we work together, we'll be invincible. 5 minutes later, Su Mingxian and Lin Feng walked out of Qin Wan's room. They looked at each other and laughed. Lin Feng patted Su Mingxian on the shoulder. Mingxian, well done. The idea of having Qin Wan and Lin Feng collaborate to help Su Mingxian rearrange the song was actually Lin Feng's idea. One reason was to help Su Mingxian get a good ranking, but more importantly, it was to create opportunities for herself and Qin Wan to spend time together. Since Qin Wan and Fang Cheng divorced, Lin Feng felt that he and Qin Wan had not grown closer. On the contrary, Qin Wan had become inexplicably distant from him. He decided to step up his efforts and get Qin Wan as soon as possible so that he could completely control Wan Feng's studio and gain both benefits and personal gain. Brother Feng, I'm so glad I was able to bring you and Sister Qin together. Keep it up. Su Mingxian looked delighted. It seems he really shipped this couple. Lin Feng smiled and said, You keep it up. If you get first place next time, Fang Cheng will have to be eliminated. Chapter 19 Future Brother-in-Law. Where are you? Fang Cheng returned to the hotel, quickly washed up, and came out of the shower room around midnight. Fang Cheng got into bed and was about to sleep when his phone vibrated twice. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Tang Shiyue. 2 long audio messages. It should be time to grade his homework tonight. Fang Cheng quickly turned on the voice chat, and instantly, a clear and magnetic voice rang out in the room. It possesses both the crisp sweetness of a young girl and the dignified charm of a mature woman, making one's heart flutter, but the content it conveys is full of harshness. Your breath control is still not steady enough, and your voice isn't open enough. I told you to practice your voice for an hour every morning and evening. Have you been consistent? And also, not a single word of praise was in either of the 2 voice messages. They were all criticism and supervision. However, Fang Cheng was already used to it. After listening, he immediately replied with his recent practice progress and some insights, and finally respectfully typed, "Thank you, Andy. I will continue to work hard. It's late. You should get some rest too." A moment later, the other end replied with a single word, Fang Cheng smiled, not uncomfortable with Tang Shiyue's indifference. He knew his aunt was a cold-faced but warm-hearted person, and he also knew that one should judge a person by what they do, not what they say. Like Qin Wan, who was once so affectionate and said how much she loved him. But what has she really done for herself all these years? Fang Cheng now felt very calm when he thought of Qin Wan, as if he had seen through her indifference. All right, time to sleep. Get some rest, because we're going to Yuan Longming Mountain tomorrow. If we don't perform well, we'll be kicked out. Kyoto. A minivan drove out of the airport. Tang Shiyue sat in the back seat, put down her phone, and gently rubbed her temples. After recording The Voice of China in the afternoon, she rushed to Jiangxing Airport and took a 3-hour flight back to Beijing. She will be attending a brand event tomorrow morning. Tang Shiyue has been preoccupied with her new album lately, and today, after recording a program during the day and traveling extensively in the evening, she is indeed quite tired. She had just gotten off the plane and opened her phone to see that Fang Cheng had sent her homework. She checked it and gave feedback immediately. After finishing her conversation with Fang Cheng, Tang Shiyue leaned back in her chair. Then, remembering something, she picked up her phone again and sent a message to Yuan Qingshan. "Teacher Yuan, did Fang Cheng cause you any trouble?" Yuan Qingshan quickly replied, "Of course it's troublesome. His singing skills are so bad, and I have to teach him. If it weren't for the fact that his singing is okay, I wouldn't want to help you with this." Upon seeing Yuan Qingshan's reply, Tang Shiyue smiled. To receive a "the song is all right" from Yuan Qingshan is already a rare compliment. It seems that Yuan Qingshan has also recognized Fang Cheng's talent. Without needing to plead for him, Yuan Qingshan will most likely provide Fang Cheng with proper guidance. "Thank you, Professor Yuan. By the way, everything about Fang Cheng online is a rumor. Professor Yuan, please don't misunderstand him. Fang Cheng is now known online as a jealous husband and a domestic abuser. Yuan Qingshan is old-fashioned and upright, and Tang Shiyue is worried that he will refuse to use Fang Cheng's recording studio because of this. Xiao Shiyue, you underestimate me too much. This old man has lived for so long. Do you think I would be influenced by those idiotic things on the internet? You can't judge a person's character by what you hear. You can judge them by what you see with your own eyes. Teacher Yuan, I was too talkative. Thank you." Tang Shiyue put down her phone, finally relaxing. Her mind was a little foggy, and her face was slightly pale. Zhou Yan, who was standing next to her, felt a little sorry for him and muttered, "I saw you were tired, so I didn't even show you the Vacheron Constantine endorsement contract. I wanted you to get some rest, but instead, you started busying yourself with your ex-nephew-in-law's affairs as soon as you got off the plane. Looks like I was worrying for nothing." When Xiaorong chuckled, "Sister Yin, you really look like you're jealous." Zhou Yin slapped her on the shoulder. "What do you know? Fang Cheng and Qin Wan will have a lot of trouble in the future, and sure you will easily be implicated in the middle." When Xiaorong stuck out her tongue and said weakly, "Actually, I think Fang Cheng is a nice person. Sister Shiyue is doing a good deed by helping him." Zhou Yin raised her hand and pinched the little girl's face. Yes, you are all good people. I'm the only bad person who's stopping you from doing good deeds." Sister Yin, I was wrong. Sister Yin, Sister Shiyue seems to be asleep." Upon closer inspection, the two saw Tang Shiyue leaning back in her chair, her eyes closed, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her arms crossed over her chest, seemingly guarding against something even in her dream. When Xiaorong covered her mouth, afraid of waking Tang Shiyue, Zhou Yin raised her hand, wanting to smooth the fine eyebrows that were furrowed even in her sleep, but ultimately gave up. She sighed softly. When Xiaorong whispered in Zhou Yan's ear, Sister Yin, Sister Shiyue is already 32. Shouldn't she find a boyfriend? If she finds a reliable man, maybe she won't be so tired. Zhou Yin glared at her, and when Xiaorong reached out and made a zipping motion to her mouth. Fine, shut up then. Anyway, I just think Shiyue should start dating. Everyone says no man is good enough for Sister Shiyue, but they don't understand that even the most powerful woman has moments of weakness. Like right now, if a handsome and considerate man offered Shiyue his shoulder to lean on, the scene would be, I really want to ship Shiyue and her partner. Future brother-in-law, where are you? The next day, Qin Wan, Lin Feng, and Su Mingxian got into the van driven by Qin Wan's assistant. Qin Wan dialed Tang Shiyue's number. Today, she and Lin Feng need to help Su Mingxian practice singing, and they need to find a recording studio. Evening Breeze Studios' headquarters are in Rongqing. Although Qin Wan can find recording studios in Jiangqing, the equipment is generally mediocre, so the effect of practicing singing won't be very good. So Qin Wan thought of Qingshan Recording Studio. She had been there with Tang Shiyue before and knew that the equipment there was top-notch. Therefore, Qin Wan wanted to ask Tang Shiyue to find Yuan Qingshan and let them use Qingshan Recording Studio to practice singing. The phone rang for a while before being answered, and Tang Shiyue's calm voice came from the other end. Qin Wan, what is it? Qin Wan's voice was sweet, with a hint of coquetry. Auntie, I just miss you and want to chat with you. Tang Shiyue remained calm. We just met yesterday to talk business. Qin Wan was a little embarrassed, so she had to explain her purpose. Annie, don't you know Yuan Qingshan? We'd like to use his recording studio. Could you please talk to him about it? Tang Shiyue said. You should address him as Teacher Yuan. Excuse me. Auntie, could you please tell Teacher Yuan for us? Qin Wan frowned slightly, feeling that Tang Shiyue was too rigid, which was one of the reasons why her mother and uncle disliked Tang Shiyue. Teacher Yuan's recording studio has been rented out for the past 2 days. You'll have to find another place. Qin Wan was taken aback. It's been rented out? But I heard that Yuan Qing. Teacher Yuan's recording studio is never rented out. I have something to do. That's all for now. Tang Shiyue had already hung up the phone. Chapter 20 Fang Cheng. Are you really following me? Auntie? Auntie. Qin Wan called out twice, but only heard a busy tone. She put down her phone, her face looking rather grim. Su Mingxian asked expectantly, Sister Qin, how did it go? Did Teacher Tang agree? Lin Feng's eyes were deep. He had already guessed the outcome. Qin Wan's voice was a little muffled. My aunt is a bit busy right now. She might not have time to help us find Yuan Qingshan. Oh, what should we do then? Su Mingxian was a little confused. He originally thought that with Qin Wan and Tang Shiyue being such close relatives, this little favor would be nothing more than a piece of cake. To everyone's surprise, Teacher Tang directly rejected Sister Qin. Could it be that Sister Qin and her aunt don't have a good relationship? Qin Wan's face grew increasingly grim, feeling that Tang Shiyue was disrespecting her and making her lose face in front of the artists in her studio. Lin Feng comforted her. Wan, it's okay. Let's go to another recording studio. The sound quality will be a little worse, but it should be enough for the show. Qin Wan shook her head. No, let's go to the Qingshan recording studio. But Empress Tang is unwilling to help. Wan, how are we supposed to get there? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Qin Wan snorted. My aunt is a superstar, and I'm a little superstar too. I've met Yuan Qingshan before. He'll definitely give me face. The Aoyama recording studio is so big that it's impossible for everyone to rent the whole thing. They'll just use the innermost recording room. Because that recording studio has the best equipment, she can just pay more rent. That's wonderful. As expected of Sister Qin, Su Mingxian was very happy, and Lin Feng also smiled. Of course, Wan is a candidate for the future #1 queen, and everyone loves her wherever she goes. Qin Wan's mood improved again, and she told her assistant Huang Feng, who was in the driver's seat, the location of Qingshan recording studio. Xiaofang Drive. Okay, Sister Qin. Huang Feng agreed, started the van, turned on the navigation, and said back. Sister Qin, this location is quite far. It might take an hour to drive there. Qin Wan frowned. Then drive faster on the road. We don't have much time to waste. At this moment, a row of zebra crossings appeared in front of them, and the car in front of the van stopped. Huang Fong stopped as well. Qin Wan urged, "Why are you stopping? Overtake it. Didn't we say we're in a hurry?" "Okay." Huang Fong quickly agreed, turned the steering wheel to the left to overtake the car, stopped in front of the zebra crossing, and stepped on the gas to accelerate. Suddenly, a little girl with a school bag walked out from in front of the car, clearly indicating that the car had stopped to let her cross the road. "Oh!" Huang Fong cried out in alarm and slammed on the brakes, but the van had already accelerated, and there was no time to brake suddenly. The car crashed into the terrified girl. Qin Wan, Lin Feng, and Su Mingxian also exclaimed in surprise. At the critical moment, a figure rushed over and dragged the little girl back 2 steps. The van grazed the two of them as it sped across the zebra crossing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A screeching sound of brakes rang out, and the van sped more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. The passers-by were stunned by the scene. Only the man remained calm, gently supporting the young girl, and said softly, "Little friend, are you all right?" The little girl's face turned pale with fright, and she said weakly, "And nothing. Thank you, uncle. I'm sorry." She thought the danger was caused by her crossing the road recklessly. The man smiled and said, "Little friend, you're not wrong. It was that car that didn't yield to pedestrians at the zebra crossing. There are always many bad people in this world. Although we follow the rules, we must always be careful so that we don't get hurt by bad people." Looking at the man's handsome and gentle smiling face, the little girl smiled back, "Uncle, I understand." The man's words also made passers-by realize what was happening, and they all started pointing fingers at the van. He clearly saw someone crossing the zebra crossing and still drove so fast. He has no manners at all. People like this should be arrested. A young man with a camera saw this and immediately started filming. The 4 people in the car were still in shock. Huang Fong was almost crying. That moment was too dangerous. If she had really hit someone, her life would have been over. Su Mingxian was also terrified. He instinctively rolled down the car window and said to the little girl in the distance, "Little friend, are you hurt?" He paused, startled. Fang Cheng. Su Mingxian then realized that the man who had just saved the little girl was actually Fang Cheng. The two sides were more than 10 meters apart, and the car window was only half rolled down, but Fang Cheng still saw the people in the car. His gaze was indifferent and even a little disdainful. Qin Wan felt a sudden discomfort upon meeting Fang Cheng's gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng suddenly growled at Su Mingxian. "Quick, roll up the car windows. Someone's recording over there." Su Mingxian was startled and then noticed someone holding filming equipment on the other side. He quickly rolled up the car window. Qin Wan, her face grim, yelled at Huang Fong, "Why aren't you driving?" "Yes, yes." Huang Fong quickly started the car and drove away in a panic amidst the curses of passers-by. After the car had driven a short distance, Su Mingxian spoke weakly. "Sister Qin, Brother Feng, was that person a paparazzi?" Lin Feng's face was somewhat gloomy as he slowly shook his head. "It shouldn't be. It was probably someone passing by. They were too far away to have taken a picture of us." Although no actual car accident occurred, if news like Qin Wan and Lin Feng almost hit a child while illegally crossing a zebra crossing were posted online, it would definitely affect the image of the two. Qin Wan suddenly yelled at Huang Fong, "How could you drive like that? If you do that again, you're fired." Huang Fong felt wronged and really wanted to say, "Sister Qin, it was you who made me cross the zebra crossing." But he swallowed those words back in the end. "Sister Qin, I'm sorry. I'll definitely be more careful in the future." After reprimanding her assistant, Qin Wan frowned. "Why did Fang Cheng suddenly appear?" Lin Feng said quietly, "Wan, Fang Cheng wouldn't be following you, would he?" Su Mingxian was immediately horrified. So Fang Cheng really didn't intend to let Sister Qin go? He even followed her. This guy is disgusting. Qin Wan's chest heaved with anger. How come I never realized he was this kind of clingy man before? Lin Feng held Qin Wan's hand and said softly, Wan, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Qin Wan stiffened, instinctively pulling her hand back, and said gratefully, "Thank you." Lin Feng glanced at his empty palms, the coldness in his eyes quickly dissipating, and he smiled slightly. Wan, you don't need to be so polite with me." An hour later, the car arrived at the Qingshan recording studio. The recording studio, converted from a factory building, was tightly closed, and it was unclear whether anyone was inside. The four got out of the car, and Qin Wan was about to knock on the door when a taxi drove up from a distance and stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and a man got out. Qin Wan's expression turned cold, her eyes filled with disdain. Fang Cheng, are you really following me? Chapter 21. Sorry, my hand slipped. Qin Wan is now very angry and disappointed. Although she thought Fang Cheng was incompetent, at least he was a gentleman. But she never expected that Fang Cheng would be a stalker. I can't believe I ever fell for such a disgusting man. I must have been blind. Qin Wan coldly pointed at Fang Cheng. If you leave now, I can let it go. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Lin Feng stepped forward and blocked Qin Wan's way. Fang Cheng, you're a man. Can't you act like one? You're divorced, and you're still clinging to me like this. It's so ungentlemanly. Su Mingxian stood with Lin Feng, glaring at Fang Cheng with utter contempt. Exactly. You're a disgrace to us men. Fang Cheng came here today to continue practicing his singing, but he didn't expect to see Qin Wan and the other two standing in front of the Qingshan recording studio as soon as he got out of the car. Moreover, the three of them accused him of following Qin Wan without even asking what happened. He scoffed, disdainfully looking Lin Feng and Su Mingxian up and down. Three women actually dare to call themselves men in front of me? They have no shame. Su Mingxian's face turned bright red. What did you say? Lin Feng clenched his fists, but dared not make a move, feigning a pained expression. Fang Cheng, I don't want to target you because you once loved Wan Wan. Don't force me. Fang Cheng sneered. Lin Feng, not only do you look neither male nor female, but you also don't dare to admit what you've done. You really don't deserve to be called a man. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Enough. Qin Wan stepped forward, looking at Fang Cheng with utter disappointment. Fang Cheng, I really didn't expect you to be such a despicable and filthy person. You're divorced and you're still stalking me. Please leave. I never want to see you again. Fang Cheng glanced at her indifferently, his voice cold. Qin Wan, I never expected you to be not only vain and snobbish, but also so narcissistic. In my eyes now, you're not even worth a piece of pork. Stalking you? Do you even deserve it? You. Qin Wan's face turned pale with anger. Fang Cheng had always been incredibly gentle and doting towards her, never uttering a harsh word to her. She never imagined that one day Fang Cheng would curse her with such vulgar language. That refined and gentle Fang Cheng was indeed a fake. Lin Feng knew that the three of them wouldn't get the upper hand verbally, so he nudged Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian understood and took out his phone. I'm calling the police right now. No matter what, you're stalking Sister Qin, which is illegal. Idiot. Fang Cheng ignored them and walked to the door of Qingshan recording studio, where he knocked. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward to stop him. Fang Cheng, what are you doing? Fang Cheng glanced at him as if he were an idiot. What's it to you if I go into practice singing? Qin Wan said helplessly. Fang Cheng, can you stop messing around? Do you even know what kind of place this is? Yuan Qingshan is a towering figure in the music industry. If Fang Cheng's antics here anger him, he won't be able to get in either. Fang Cheng ignored him completely and raised his hand to knock twice more. Lin Feng was getting anxious. If Fang Cheng offended Yuan Qingshan, he might be held responsible, which would narrow his future options. But he dared not attack Fang Cheng, so he turned to Su Mingxian and said, Call the police. Stop this madman from causing any more trouble. Qin Wan's face was gloomy, and she didn't say anything, clearly agreeing with calling the police. She was utterly fed up with her ex-husband, who kept pestering her. Su Mingxian immediately took out his phone, about to dial the police, when a crisp voice rang out behind them. Brother Fang. A young girl in a white dress with long hair reaching her waist walked over, carrying a breakfast bag. When she saw Fang Cheng, a look of joy appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Fang Cheng turned around and smiled. Miss Yuan, am I too early? Yuan Yuqin walked up to Fang Cheng and said apologetically, I'm a little late. I went to buy breakfast for me, Grandpa, and you. After speaking, she lifted the breakfast bag in her hand, her smile as sweet as a mountain spring. Fang Cheng also picked up his breakfast bag. I also bought breakfast for 3 people. Yuan Yuqin paused for a moment. Then her eyes curved into a smile. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Fang Cheng didn't expect to have breakfast with Yuan Yuqin, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The two exchanged a light laugh, oblivious to everyone else. Qin Wan suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart and spoke coldly. Fang Cheng, you're bothering me on one hand, and on the other hand, you're trying to seduce young girls on the other. You're really something. Yuan Yuqin then noticed Qin Wan and the other two, and she subconsciously hid behind Fang Cheng. Brother Fang, who are they? Yuan Yuqin had been learning music from Yuan Qingshan. The old man had an eccentric temper and rarely interacted with people, so she didn't know many people either. When she suddenly saw three strangers, she subconsciously became a little nervous. Fang Cheng said, "Let's go in, we're not related." Good. Yuan Yuqin nodded and was about to take out her keys when Qin Wan sneered. Young lady, I advise you to stay away from him. This man is extremely hypocritical and can turn on you in the blink of an eye. Fang Cheng asked in surprise. Miss Qin, you just said I was following you, and now you're saying I'm heartless. Your words are contradictory. Your mind is so confused. Why don't you go see a doctor? You? Qin Wan was speechless, trembling with anger. Lin Feng said, Fang Cheng, I know you want to get Wan's attention, but this is not a place for you to cause trouble. We still need to go inside to practice singing. If you have any shame, you should take your mistress and leave right now. Lin Feng directly labeled Yuan Yuqin as Fang Cheng's mistress, and he even planned to hire paparazzi to secretly photograph Fang Cheng and Yuan Yuqin and post their photos online. This will definitively establish Fang Cheng's extramarital affair as a serious crime. Whether Yuan Yuqin was innocent or not was not important to him. She was just an insignificant little girl. So what if she was ruined? Who told her to know Fang Cheng? You're talking nonsense. Yuan Yuqin was still a virgin, and to have such lewd rumors spread about her to her face was like a nightmare. But she wasn't good with words and didn't know how to defend herself, and her eyes welled up with tears of anger. Fang Cheng silently took out a cup of hot soy milk from his breakfast bag, then suddenly exclaimed, and the cup flew out of his hand, hitting Lin Feng squarely in the face. The lid of the cup was smashed off, and soy milk poured down from Lin Feng's head like a thick, white waterfall, instantly washing over his face. Ah! Lin Feng screamed and frantically tried to wipe his face, but the more he wiped, the more messy it became, and his whole body was covered in soy milk. Fang Cheng apologized, saying, I'm sorry my hand slipped. But Mr. Lin, you're so shameless, you're always making false accusations. The soy milk shouldn't have burned you, right? Lin Feng, Brother Feng, are you alright? Qin Wan and Su Mingxian screamed at the same time, and quickly took out tissues to wipe Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng, his face mostly wiped clean of soy milk, struggled to open his eyes, and pointed tremblingly at Fang Cheng. You did this on purpose. Fang Cheng, I won't let you get away with this. I'll make sure you never have a place in the Chinese music scene again. What arrogance! Suddenly, a tall, elderly man with spiky silver hair walked over and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Making trouble in front of my recording studio, slandering my granddaughter, and trying to ruin other people's business. I, Yuan Qingshan, have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Chapter 22. The ex's success is even more heartbreaking. Yuan Qing, Teacher Yuan. Qin Wan's expression changed, and she subconsciously took half a step back, distancing herself from Lin Feng. She had visited Qingshan recording studio with Tang Shiyue and her group before and met Yuan Qingshan, but she didn't see Yuan Yuqin at the time. Now she realized that this little girl was actually Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter. Lin Feng had just insulted Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter so blatantly. She didn't want to be implicated, so she quickly said, Teacher Yuan, I didn't say anything. Please don't be angry. It's a misunderstanding. Lin Feng was also stunned. He had seen Yuan Qingshan's photo before, and with Qin Wan's attitude, it was clear that the vigorous and stern old man in front of him was the titan of the Chinese music scene. To make matters worse, he insulted his granddaughter, and he overheard it. One sentence from someone, and he might be the one who can't make it in the music industry anymore. Ignoring the soy milk on his clothes, Lin Feng quickly bowed to Yuan Qingshan. Teacher Yuan, I'm so sorry. It was a misunderstanding. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Yuan Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the obsequious Lin Feng with disdain. The Chinese music scene is truly getting worse with each generation. Fang Cheng kindly reminded him, Lin Feng, shouldn't you be apologizing to Miss Yuan? Lin Feng bent over, feeling the soy milk dripping down his face. Seeing the white liquid piling up on the ground, His resentment towards Fang Cheng reached its peak, but he dared not argue. He immediately bowed to Yuan Yuqing. Ms. Yuan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Yuan Yuqing was very kind. Hiding behind Fang Cheng, she said softly. It's okay, just don't talk about other people like that anymore. Yes, Miss Yuan is right. Lin Feng sincerely accepted Yuan Yuqing's teachings, which left the young girl somewhat bewildered. She tugged at Fang Cheng's sleeve and said to Yuan Qingshan, Grandpa, let's go inside. Yuan Qingshan nodded, not even glancing at Qin Wan and the other two, opened the door, and walked into the recording studio with Yuan Yuqing and Fang Cheng. Lin Feng remained in a bowing and apologizing posture, not daring to move an inch, while Su Mingxian was completely stunned, his mind blank. Qin Wan finally realized that what Fang Cheng had said was true. He actually came to the Qingshan recording studio to practice singing. So he wasn't following me? Me? Why is Fang Cheng allowed into Qingshan recording studio? There are only a handful of people in the entire Chinese music scene who can get in. What qualifications does Fang Cheng have? A surge of intense resentment welled up in Qin Wan's heart, and she subconsciously spoke. Mr. Yuan, I am Tang Shiyue's niece. My aunt and I visited you last time. We would like to borrow your recording studio. We can pay the rental fee. Is that all right? Yuan Qingshan turned around. Are you Xiao Shiyue's niece? Qin Wan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Teacher Yuan. You still remember me? She felt a little better. If someone like Fang Cheng could get into Qingshan recording studio, then she certainly could too. Yuan Qingshan sized up Qin Wan for a moment, then shook his head indifferently. I don't remember. Yuqing, close the door. Okay, Grandpa. Yuan Yuqing closed the door from the inside. The sound of the iron gates slamming together startled the three people who were standing there in a daze. Su Mingxian was stunned for a long time before weakly asking, Sister Qin, Brother Feng, have we been rejected? Lin Feng finally wiped the soy milk off his face, but a lot of it had seeped into his clothes, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He glared at Su Mingxian, clearly annoyed. What do you think? Su Mingxian shrank back, wanting to say that it seemed like Brother Feng had offended Yuan Qingshan, which was why they couldn't get in. However, he only dared to say these words in his heart. She's my aunt. Qin Wan suddenly spoke, her voice a little hoarse. Tang Shiyue said that the Qingshan recording studio had been rented out for the past few days, and judging from the scene just now, the renter was Fang Cheng. But Fang Cheng doesn't have that much influence. It's only possible that Tang Shiyue helped him find Yuan Qingshan. Why did my aunt help him, but not me? Qin Wan's face turned pale, her fists clenched, and she took out her phone to call and question Tang Shiyue. But in the end, he didn't dare press the dial button. Aunt Tang Shiyue does things entirely based on her mood. At home, neither Qin Wan's mother nor her uncle dares to offend her. Outside, she is the #1 diva in the music industry. Qin Wan doesn't know how many things she will need Tang Shiyue's help with in the future. It's not worth offending Tang Shiyue for a recording studio. Only. Qin Wan stared intently at the tightly closed door, her mind uncontrollably flashing back to the intimate scene between Fang Cheng and Yuan Yuqing. A pang of sorrow shot through her heart, and her fingernails nearly dug into her flesh. Let's go to another recording studio. She took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the van parked by the roadside. Lin Feng and Su Mingxian followed silently. The three of them got into the car in silence. The van was far away, and Huang Feng, who hadn't seen what had just happened, pointed in surprise at the few drops of white fluid on Lin Feng's hair. Brother Feng, what's that in your hair? What happened? Lin Feng's expression stiffened, and he said coldly, Drive. Huang Feng didn't dare ask any more questions and quickly started the car. Qin Wan told her the address of an ordinary recording studio. The van entered the main road, and a few minutes later, Lin Feng finally spoke. Wan, your aunt probably didn't help Fang Cheng, and given Yuan Qingshan's personality, he might not give your aunt any face. I guess. Lin Feng's eyes were sinister. Fang Cheng must have deceived Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter and used this relationship to get close to Yuan Qingshan. Qin Wan suddenly looked up. Fang Cheng would actually do something like this just to climb the ranks. Her feelings were complicated at this moment. How long had it been since she and Fang Cheng divorced? Fang Cheng actually found a girl who was so much younger than him. Moreover, the other party is the granddaughter of a music industry legend, whose status and position are even higher than his. It's so painful to know that my ex-husband found someone better than me. One's own failure is terrible, but the success of one's ex is even more heartbreaking. Su Mingxian said, Sister Qin, Brother Feng, since Fang Cheng rose to power by selling his looks, then we'll defeat him with our strength. Once he's eliminated in the next round, Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter will naturally look down on him. Lin Feng tossed away the tissue soaked in soy milk and nodded, saying, Mingxian is right. Although Fang Cheng has Yuan Qingshan's help, his strength is ultimately insufficient. With Wan and me helping Mingxian, Fang Cheng is definitely no match for us. Qin Wan's expression softened slightly. Fang Cheng is indeed not good at traditional Chinese style. This kind of gap cannot be bridged by others' help. He is likely to be at the bottom in the second round. We just need to do our best. The theme of ancient meaning is precisely Fang Cheng's weakness. When Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter discovers that Fang Cheng has no talent at all, will she still like him? By then, Fang Cheng would still have no choice but to come back and continue to pester me. But I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Even if Fang Cheng kneels down and begs me, I won't give him the 3 million or Fang Nuanyuan's job. Qin Wan's mood improved slightly, and only then did she remember to care about Lin Feng. You didn't get burned, did you? Lin Cheng finally wiped the soy milk off his hair and face and smiled. Wan, I'm fine. I'm so happy that you care about me so much. Qin Wan forced a smile. It's all right. I'll have Fang Cheng apologize to you when I have the chance. No need. I believe Fang Cheng acted on impulse, and I have already forgiven him. Lin Cheng smiled gently, but his heart was filled with anger. Fang Cheng, you've made me lose face so badly. I will never let you off easily. Chapter 23 Telepathic Connection with Brother Fang. Aoyama Recording Studio. Fang Cheng, Yuan Qingshan, and Yuan Yuqin were having breakfast. Yuan Yuqin buys breakfast every morning and eats it with her grandfather in the recording studio, and today was no exception. Considering that Fang Cheng would also be coming, she specially bought an extra one. Unexpectedly, Fang Cheng had the same idea as her and also bought breakfast for 3 people. The table was piled high with various foods, including steamed buns, mantou, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding, which the 3 of them couldn't possibly finish. Yuan Qingshan asked, Xiaoqin, why did you buy so much today? Yuan Yuqin glanced at Fang Cheng, her eyes as clear as water. Grandpa, Brother Fang also brought breakfast. Fang Cheng said, I forgot to tell Miss Yuan that I would bring breakfast over. It would be a waste if we couldn't finish it. No waste. I'll take the leftovers home and reheat them tomorrow. Oh, and Yuan Yuqin said in a gentle voice, Brother Fang, you can just call me Xiaoqin. Fang Cheng glanced at Yuan Qingshan, but the old man remained noncommittal, picked up a bowl of tofu pudding, and frowned slightly. Why is it salty? He likes to eat sweet tofu pudding, and Yuan Yuqin usually buys the sweet kind. Grandpa, the sweet stuff is here. Yuan Yuqin handed a bowl of sweet tofu pudding to Yuan Qingshan, and Fang Cheng said apologetically, I didn't know that teacher Yuan doesn't like salty food. It's all right. Yuan Yuqin took the bowl of savory tofu pudding she bought in Fang Cheng. I like it savory. She scooped up a spoonful, put it in her mouth, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. It's delicious. Yuan Qingshan glanced at his granddaughter, then at Fang Cheng, and suddenly said, From now on, I'll call you Xiao Fang. You can call me teacher and my granddaughter Xiaoqin. Fang Cheng was a little excited and nodded repeatedly. Okay, teacher. He knew very well what the word teacher meant, and from then on, he was considered half a student of Yuan Qingshan. This is something that so many people in the Chinese music scene have been dreaming of. Speaking of which, I should be most grateful to my aunt. If it weren't for his aunt, he would never have come to Qingshan Recording Studio to practice singing, let alone met Yuan Qingshan. Fang Cheng guessed that his aunt introduced him to Qingshan Recording Studio in order to create an opportunity for him to get to know Yuan Qingshan. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng felt even more grateful. In order not to let my aunt down, I must practice singing hard and get first place in the next episode, which can be regarded as a performance for my aunt. Of course, my aunt has helped me so much. I must find a way to repay her. Fang Cheng was thinking about how to repay the kindness, but he didn't notice that Yuan Yuqin next to him had her eyebrows slightly furrowed and quietly took a big gulp of sweet soy milk. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Yuan Qingshan was about to speak when Yuan Yuqin quickly winked at him with a pleading look on her face. Only his granddaughter could make Yuan Qingshan compromise. He snorted and picked up a fried dough stick to bite into. After breakfast, Yuan Qingshan led Fang Cheng to the closed recording studio in the corner and said to Fang Cheng with a serious expression, "Many people have been to Longming Mountain before, but only 3 people in your generation have been there. You are the 4th. I hope you won't disappoint me." Fang Cheng was startled, realizing the significance of Yuan Qingshan's words. Chinese music once reigned supreme, overshadowing Japanese and Korean pop music and making Chinese pop music the mainstream in Asia. However, the Chinese music scene is now facing a talent shortage and has lost to Japanese and Korean singers for 3 consecutive years at the Asian Top Singing Competition. The glory days of the Chinese civilization are over. Yuan Qingshan has long since retired, but the flame in his heart has never been extinguished. He hopes to see the Chinese music scene rise again. What Fang Cheng said was both a teacher's expectation of his students and a form of encouragement. Fang Cheng took a deep breath and solemnly agreed. "Teacher, I will do my best and not let you down." Yuan Qingshan said with a stern face, "Anyone can say nice things. Practice your song first." After saying that, he went into the recording studio first, and Yuan Yuqin followed him in. Turning back, she whispered to Fang Cheng, "Brother Fang, keep it up." Fang Cheng smiled and nodded, then followed the two into Dragon Cry Mountain. The facilities here were on a completely different level from those outside, leaving Fang Cheng dazzled and frequently exclaiming in amazement. Yuan Qingshan remained expressionless, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, like a child holding a cool toy and being envied by others. Yuan Yuqin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, suddenly realizing that she hadn't seen her grandfather so happy in a long time. "Xiaoqin, you haven't been this happy in a long time." Yuan Yuqin was smiling when she suddenly heard Yuan Qingshan's voice. She was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Fang Cheng. Yuan Yuqin's mother died early, and her father formed a new family with another woman. She lived with her father for half a year, but was not liked by her stepmother. Her father also disliked that she was affecting his new life, so when Yuan Yuqin was 12 years old, her grandfather took her in. The grandfather and grandson depend on each other for survival, living in the Qingshan recording studio and making a living through music, and they have become accustomed to finding solace in music. Gradually, Yuan Yuqin seemed to have gotten used to this life, which was almost like living in seclusion. They even started to be afraid of contact with strangers. A smile rarely appears on her face. Starting yesterday, Yuan Yuqin seemed to have unknowingly rediscovered her long-lost smile. Sometimes, relationships between people are just that strange. Some people can spend years together and become more and more estranged. Some of them had only known each other for 2 days, yet they seemed to have a telepathic connection and were delighted to meet each other immediately. Yuan Yuqin had this feeling. She and Brother Fang were like friends who had known each other for many years, and she felt genuinely happy whenever she saw Brother Fang. This feeling intensified, especially when Brother Fang splashed soy milk all over that scoundrel for her sake. "Let's begin." Grandpa's voice startled Yuan Yuqin awake. She quickly looked away and ran into the control room with a blush on her face. Fang Cheng was now standing in front of the microphone. He nodded to Yuan Yuqin, who pushed her finger up, and the next moment, a poignant and magnificent melody began to play. 3 days later, as the final melody faded, crisp applause echoed through Dragon Cry Mountain. "It sounds beautiful, so beautiful." Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but clap her hands, looking at Fang Cheng with eyes full of joy and admiration. Fang Cheng's vocal abilities are quite average, so theoretically it would be very difficult for him to learn such challenging songs. But Fang Cheng only practiced for 3 days and was already able to sing flawlessly. This is not because he is a genius, but because he has enough diligence and perseverance to do so. Barely passing. As Yuan Yuqin clapped, Yuan Qingshan commented expressionlessly, "It's okay for small shows, but if you want to perform on a big stage, you still have a lot of practice to do. Let's stop here for today." After Yuan Qingshan finished speaking, he walked out of Longming Mountain with his hands behind his back. Yuan Yuqin walked up to Fang Cheng and said, "Brother Fang, don't be discouraged. The only people my grandfather would say are passing are Aunt Tang and you." Fang Cheng was already familiar with Yuan Qingshan's temperament, so he naturally wouldn't be discouraged. Instead, he was somewhat curious. Does your aunt come here often? Seeing Yuan Yuqin's confusion, Fang Cheng explained. You probably already know, right? I'm divorced. The woman who came over that day was my ex-wife. Teacher Tang is my ex-wife's aunt, and that's what I call her. Yuan Yuqin quickly said, Brother Fang, don't be sad. Your ex-wife will definitely regret it. Fang Cheng smiled. I'm not sad, but thank you anyway. You're very good at comforting people. Really? Yuan Yuqin brushed a strand of hair behind her earlobe slightly red, her voice barely audible. Brother Fang, you'll definitely meet an even better woman in the future. Before she could finish speaking, Fang Cheng's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, a slight smile unconsciously curving his lips. Auntie, Chapter 24. My niece's ex-husband is already 26. How's your singing practice going? As always, Tang Shiyue cut to the chase without any preamble. Like a student reporting on their learning progress to a teacher, Fang Cheng gave Tang Shiyue a detailed account of his singing practice over the past few days, along with his own insights, and concluded by saying, Auntie, Teacher Yuan said I barely passed. There was a hint of joy in his voice. After all, Yuan Qingshan's passing grade was already a very high evaluation. Tang Shiyue remained calm. Just passing, still a long way off. Understood. Auntie, I'll practice extra tonight. Okay, I almost forgot that my aunt is even stricter than Teacher Yuan. I heard you and Xiaoqin get along very well. Tang Shiyue asked. Yes, Xiaoqin is innocent and kind. We both love music and are good friends despite our age difference. Fang Cheng and Yuan Yuqin have been spending a lot of time together these past few days. Yuan Yuqin is a year younger than Fang Nuanyuan, and Fang Cheng has already started to treat her like his younger sister. A friendship that transcends age. You're only 6 years older than Xiaoqin. Tang Shiyue found it somewhat amusing. A 6-year age difference is already quite a lot. Teacher Tang, you're only 6 years older than me, and I still call you Auntie. Fang Cheng was in a good mood and joked with Tang Shiyue. Tang Shiyue paused for a moment, then said calmly, Practice your singing well. Then he hung up the phone. Kyoto. Inside a villa, Tang Shiyue lay in bed with an 4-needle in the back of her hand and an 4-drip hanging beside her. Zhou Yin and Wen Xiaorong stood guard on either side of her. Zhou Yin was still muttering to herself. You're already sick from exhaustion. Can you please stop worrying about your former nephew-in-law? During this period, Tang Shiyue practiced singing until very late every day in order to prepare for her new album, and she also added huaxia songs to her already tight schedule. Then, during his precious rest time, he guided Fang Cheng in singing practice and worried about Fang Cheng's affairs. I overworked myself so much that I finally fell ill yesterday. Fortunately, after the examination, the doctor said there was nothing seriously wrong, but that I should rest and avoid mental and physical exertion. For this reason, Zhou Yin canceled all her recent engagements and even confiscated Tang Shiyue's phone, forcing her to rest. That phone call was made in exchange for Tang Shiyue's promise to go to bed at 9 o'clock tonight. Zhou Yin thought she had something important to say, but unexpectedly, she was asking about Fang Cheng's singing practice. Zhou Yin was speechless and simply took Tang Shiyue's phone. You'd better get some sleep right now. This time, Tang Shiyue was very obedient and immediately closed her eyes. Zhou Yin had just breathed a sigh of relief when Tang Shiyue opened her eyes again. Sister Yin, am I getting old? Zhou Yin pulled the blanket up for her and said with a smile. You're only 32, you're still young. Tang Shiyue looked at the ceiling and said, I'm not young anymore. My niece's ex-husband is already 26. When Xiaorong was completely bewildered, Qin Wan and Fang Cheng were both 26. So why did Sister Shiyue mention Fang Cheng instead of Qin Wan? Just then, Zhou Yan's phone rang. It was Zhang Ku, the chief director of The Voice of China, calling to remind Tang Shiyue that the first episode of The Voice of China would premiere the next night. Teacher Tang can watch the program when he has free time. Of course, if he has time, he can also post a Weibo to help promote it. Zhou Yan hung up the phone, shook her head, and chuckled. Zhang Ku is really daring to speak out. It's just a music variety show. Why should Shiyue spend time watching it? You still want Shiyue to promote your product on Weibo? I'd never even dreamed of doing this. Teacher Fang, the first episode of The Voice of China will premiere tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Please remember to tune in on time. Feel free to post on Weibo and discuss the show with the audience when you have time. At the same time, Fang Cheng also received a call from Lu Yun. Okay, Assistant Lu. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hee hee, Teacher Fang. I think you'll definitely become famous after this episode airs. Lu Yun hung up the phone with a smile, full of energy. Fang Cheng remained calm. This was only the first episode. The real show had only just begun. Fang Cheng received an unexpected phone call while practicing until 9 o'clock in the evening. Fang Cheng, you promised to record bare face with me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chen Ruoshi, speaking in Cantonese accented Mandarin, angrily questioned him. Fang Cheng slapped his forehead. He had been so engrossed in practicing singing these past few days that he had completely forgotten. He smiled and said, Teacher Chen, how could I forget something so important? I just found a top-notch recording studio, but the owner might not agree to let us use it, so I didn't dare tell you beforehand. Fang Cheng's voice was sincere, and Chen Ruoshi immediately believed him, asking curiously, what kind of top-notch recording studio? Where is it? Fang Cheng said, let me ask the boss for his opinion first. If he agrees to let us record the song, I will send you the address. Okay, hurry up. I need to go to bed for my beauty sleep at 10 p.m. Fang Cheng chuckled. The young lady was quite good at taking care of herself. After hanging up the phone, Fang Cheng approached Yuan Qingshan. Teacher, a friend and I want to record a duet. It doesn't have many instruments, so we can. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Qingshan asked, the song you wrote? Fang Cheng silently apologized to the original author on Earth before nodding. I wrote it. Yuan Qingshan pointed to the recording studio. Sing it once, and let me hear it. Knowing his teacher's temperament, Fang Cheng didn't waste any words and immediately picked up a guitar and started playing the intro. Yuan Yuqin, who was sweeping, put down her broom and turned to look at Fang Cheng. Holding his guitar, Fang Cheng exuded more youthful energy than usual. But as soon as the intro ended and the first line of lyrics came out, he immediately became indifferent and weary, with a sense of vicissitudes that came with having seen the ocean and found it hard to be impressed by other waters. It's another quiet night. Fang Cheng strummed his guitar and sang. Yuan Qingshan crossed his arms and remained expressionless, while Yuan Yuqin leaned on a broom, her eyes filled with a dazed look. So Brother Fang and his ex-wife have so many stories. Although she didn't know Fang Cheng's past, Yuan Yuqin could hear the story of Fang Cheng and Qin Wan's love and breakup from this song. Actually, Yuan Yuqin prefers this song to that ancient-style song, because she could understand Fang Cheng's feelings from this song. That woman really doesn't know how to cherish things. A few minutes later, Fang Cheng put down his guitar, and Yuan Yuqin turned around, wiped her eyes, and then turned back to applaud. That sounds so good. Fang Cheng smiled at Yuan Yuqin, and Yuan Qingshan spoke. You have 2 days, but you can't use Dragon Cry Mountain. Fang Cheng quickly said, Thank you, teacher. Yuan Qingshan grunted in agreement, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the recording studio. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Yes, teacher. Okay, Grandpa. Yuan Yuqin and Fang Cheng exchanged a smile, and Fang Cheng said, Xiaoqin, thank you for always being so supportive. Yuan Yuqin quickly said, Brother Fang, I really think it's beautiful. This song. She wanted to ask Fang Cheng if the song was written for his ex-wife, but fearing it would hurt him, she quickly changed the subject. Brother Fang, who is your friend? How are you planning to sing a duet? Fang Cheng said, her name is Chen Ruoshi. She is a very strong singer. I will discuss with her later how to adapt the song so that it is suitable for a male-female duet. Yuan Yuqin was taken aback. Chen Ruoshi? That Hong Kong pop diva. Fang Cheng nodded. Xiaoqin, you've heard of her too? It seems Teacher Chen is really amazing. Yuan Yuqin's eyes dimmed slightly. Then she smiled gently again. Then I'll buy breakfast for 4 people tomorrow morning. Brother Fang, being able to sing a duet with Chen Ruoshi shows you're really good. Keep it up. Chapter 25 Little Son, Chen Ruoshi. The next day, Chen Ruoshi called before 8 o'clock in the morning. Teacher Fang, I've arrived in Jiangqing. Where are you staying? I'll come pick you up. Last night, Fang Cheng sent the address of the Qingshan recording studio to Chen Ruoshi. However, he did not expect that this sweetheart was still in Hong Kong Island yesterday, but came directly to Jiangqing this morning. Teacher Chen, you don't need to pick me up. I can go by myself. If you're too tired, we can record it tomorrow. I'm not tired at all. My voice is itching to sing, haha. After hanging up the phone, Fang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to be young. He left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and gave the driver his address. The driver looked him over a few times, then suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, are you Fang Cheng?" Fang Cheng was taken aback, then nodded. "Master, do you know me?" The driver started the car and chuckled. "My daughter has your picture hanging in her room. Even if I don't want to know you, I can't help it." Fang Cheng was immediately surprised. "Your daughter has my picture hanging in her room? No way do I have fans." The slightly chubby driver laughed and said, "My daughter throws darts at you every day. She has to replace the photo when it gets worn out. It's hilarious." Fang Cheng was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Your daughter isn't a fan of Qin Wan or Lin Feng, is she?" The driver snapped his fingers. "You're smart, buddy. My daughter really likes Qin Wan. Oh, you know, your ex-wife." Fang Cheng was speechless, wondering if this master really didn't know the meaning of embarrassment. "Brother, don't mind me. I actually believe you're not the kind of person people describe online." The driver chuckled and said, looking at Fang Cheng with a kind gaze, clearly not considering him a bad person. Fang Cheng was very curious. Why? He has been labeled an abusive husband and a jealous husband online, and there are few people in the entire entertainment industry with a worse reputation than him. On what basis did this driver assume he was a good person? "Because I saw you save that child over there yesterday." The driver pointed to the road behind him. Yesterday, Fang Cheng saved the elementary school student who was almost hit by Qin Wan's car right there. It turned out that the driver just happened to be passing by and saw it, and he happened to be taking on his own business today. "Master, we are quite destined to meet." Fang Cheng laughed too, but he didn't mention that Qin Wan and Lin Feng were in the car that ran the zebra crossing yesterday. Even if he told people about it, no one would believe him, and they would think he was framing his ex-wife in revenge. Only by becoming strong enough to command more people's attention can Qin Wan and Lin Feng be made to pay the price. Fang Cheng chatted with the driver along the way and learned that the driver's surname was Yi. Ye's daughter was a big fan of Qin Wan and also a fan of the Evening Breeze CP. After Fang Cheng and Qin Wan divorced, Master Ye's daughter firmly believed that Fang Cheng had cheated on her, was jealous of his wife, and committed domestic violence. She felt that Fang Cheng had hurt her idol. Besides posting photos of Fang Cheng for no reason, she also joined Qin Wan's fans in criticizing Fang Cheng online. An hour later, the taxi arrived at Qingshan recording studio. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Master Yi, I'm leaving now. Please drive carefully." Old Yi poked his head out. "Brother Fang, I'll go back and tell my daughter that you're not a bad person and that she shouldn't stab you." "Haha, thanks then." Fang Cheng waved to Master Yi and watched the taxi leave. The iron gate of the recording studio opened, and Yuan Yuqin came out. "Brother Fang, why don't you come in?" Fang Cheng said, "I'll wait for Chun Ruoshi outside. You and your teacher can eat first." Yuan Yuqin stood beside Fang Cheng and said gently, "Then I'll wait with you." Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Okay." The two stood together at the entrance of the recording studio. Neither of them were talkative people. They simply watched quietly as the sunlight shone through the thin mist onto the lush green leaves of the roadside trees. Although it was silent, the atmosphere was not awkward. On the contrary, it had a tranquil peace. Yuan Yuqin turned her head to look at Fang Cheng. The man was a head taller than her, but he was not rude. His profile was gentle, and his shoulders were broad, giving people a sense of security. "Square." Just as Yuan Yuqin was about to speak, a car drove up in front of them. As soon as the car stopped, a petite figure opened the door and jumped out. The girl was petite, wearing a white tracksuit, her single ponytail swaying back and forth. She ran a few steps to Fang Cheng, smiling sweetly. "Teacher Fang, you got here even faster than I did." Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Teacher Chun, you can just call me Fang Cheng. Chun Ruoshi is a pop diva, while he's just a nobody, so it's not appropriate for him to be called teacher." "Okay, then you can call me Sure. Chun Ruoshi spoke rapidly. Her face flushed like a little sun, while Yuan Yuqin, standing quietly to the side, was like the bright moon in the night sky, serene and elegant. The two girls, one active and one still, present a striking contrast. Chun Ruoshi noticed Yuan Yuqin and asked Fang Cheng, "Who is this beautiful lady?" Fang Cheng introduced the two to each other, and Chun Ruoshi's eyes widened. "Your teacher Yuan's granddaughter? Wow, I've heard so much about you." This fellow greeted Yuan Yuqin with the polite gestures of a martial arts master, repeatedly saying he had long admired her. Yuan Yuqin was not used to communicating with strangers, and said timidly, "Thank you. Miss Chen, please come in." Okay. The three of them entered the Qingshan recording studio. As soon as Chun Ruoshi entered, she began to exclaim in amazement. This keyboard was the one she had always wanted, and that speaker was the best of the best. Upon meeting Yuan Qingshan, Chun Ruoshi showered him with even more respectful flattery. "Wow, your teacher Yuan. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river, and it's also like, well, anyway, I just really admire you, huh?" Yuan Qingshan said expressionlessly, "I'll give you 2 days." After saying that, she turned and walked into Dragon Cry Mountain. Chen Ruoshi said excitedly, "Truly the demeanor of a reclusive master." Chen Ruoshi was so lively that Yuan Yuqin didn't know how to respond. Fang Cheng coughed. "Teacher Chun, sure, I rearranged Bare Face last night. It's suitable for a duet. What do you think?" Okay, when it comes to singing, Chun Ruoshi finally gets serious and starts practicing with Fang Cheng. Yuan Yuqin sat quietly to the side watching, but the girl seemed to have reverted to her old self when she and her grandfather were alone in the recording studio, silent and withdrawn. At 6 p.m., Chen Ruoshi's agent came to pick her up, and Fang Cheng saw her off. "Fang Cheng, remember to watch TV at 8 o'clock tonight." Before leaving, Chen Ruoshi reminded Fang Cheng of something. After seeing Chen Ruoshi off, Fang Cheng also bid farewell to Yuan Yuqin and Yuan Qingshan. Yuan Yuqin, who had been silent all day, finally smiled. "Brother Fang, be careful on the road. I'll buy breakfast for you tomorrow morning." "Okay, Xiaoqin, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." After leaving the recording studio, Fang Cheng took a taxi back to the hotel, ate something simple, and then turned on the TV. At 8 p.m., the first episode of The Voice of China aired on time. Chapter 26. Aren't you spreading rumors that your idol cheated? An ordinary residential community in Jiangxing. Taxi driver Mr. Yi finished his day's shift, handed over the car, and returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his daughter sitting on the sofa watching TV. The channel is Jiangxing TV, and it's currently 1955. An advertisement is playing on the screen. My daughter, Yilin, was wearing pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, looking down at her phone. While changing his shoes, Master Yi said to his daughter, Lin, why did you decide to watch TV today? Young people these days are always on their phones or computers, and they rarely turn on the TV at home, so Master Yi finds it strange. Tonight is the first episode of The Voice of China, and Qin Wan is on the show. Yilin looked up and said something, then looked down and tapped her phone again. Oh, that program? It's airing tonight. Master Yi has recently been hearing his daughter talk a lot about how her idol, Qin Wan, appeared on a very popular show, and how fans are going to boost her online presence after the show airs. The middle-aged man didn't understand these things, but remembering what happened with Fang Cheng during the day, Master Yi sat down next to his daughter. Lin, I ran into Qin Wan's ex-husband today. What? Yilin, who was currently cursing Fang Cheng in Qin Wan's fan group, looked up abruptly upon hearing this. Did you run into that abusive man? Dad, are you all right? Master Yi chuckled. What could possibly happen to me? I think Brother Fang is a very good person, not as bad as people say online. Yilin immediately became indignant. Dad, what are you saying? Fang Cheng cheated on his wife and committed domestic violence. Our Wanwan has been harmed so badly by him. How can you still speak up for this kind of person? Master Yi quickly explained, Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I saw a car run across the zebra crossing and almost hit a child? Luckily, someone saved the child. The one who saved the child was Fang Cheng. Impossible. Yilin simply couldn't believe it. A scumbag like Fang Cheng is more likely to beat up children. How could he possibly save someone? Master Yi said helplessly. Daughter, would your father lie to you for a stranger? It really is Fang Cheng. I just happened to pick him up today. There's no way I could mistake him for someone else. No way, Yilin exclaimed incredulously. Fang Cheng would actually do a good deed. Master Yi said, Lin, everyone makes mistakes, but most people are not inherently bad. Besides, judging from Brother Fang's appearance, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would beat his wife. Besides, didn't you say last time that Tang Tianho had already come forward to clarify that Fang Cheng hadn't cheated? Yilin sneered. That's because Tang Tianho was deceived by Fang Cheng. Today, someone revealed that besides the time he took Tang Shiyue to the hotel, Fang Cheng had checked into rooms with different girls several times. This scumbag's infidelity is confirmed. He then showed Master Yi a photo that had been leaked online by a paparazzi. Master Yi took the phone and looked at it carefully, then exclaimed in surprise, "How can you tell it's Brother Fang?" These photos all show a man embracing different women as they enter a hotel. But the man was wearing a hat and a mask, and his face was turned to the side, so his facial features were completely obscured. At least Master Yi couldn't tell that this was Fang Cheng. Can't you tell? This man's build is exactly the same as Fang Cheng's. Who else could it be but him? This scumbag, he's cheated on me more than once. Yi Lin was furious, already convinced that the man in the photo was Fang Cheng. Master Yi thought carefully and realized that Fang Cheng's figure did bear some resemblance to the man in the photo, but they didn't seem to be the same person. He even tried to defend Fang Cheng. Lin, last time someone posted a recording of your idol Qin Wan swearing, didn't you say it was fake? You can't believe these things online. How can that be the same? Yi Lin's voice immediately rose. How could our Wan possibly swear? Of course that's fake, but what wouldn't that scumbag Fang Cheng do? He definitely cheated on her. Dad, you're taking that scumbag's side like this. You didn't do anything bad yourself, did you? What bad things could I possibly do? I was just saying. Master Yi quickly waved his hand, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, Brother Fang. This is all I can do for you. Otherwise, my daughter will disown me. At that moment, the opening scene of The Voice of China appeared on the TV screen. Yi Lin, no longer bothering to argue with her father, cheered. It's starting. I'm going to boost Wan's popularity. She held her phone, opened the online broadcasting platform for Huaxia songs, and quickly typed out several comments. I came for Qin Wan. Qin Wan is such a beautiful woman. Pop star Qin Wan shines in China. Master Yi leaned over to take a look and saw that the screen was filled with almost all of Qin Wan and Lin Feng's names. He couldn't help but shake his head. Brother Fang, your ex-wife seems to be quite famous. Master Yi was unaware that the production team actually prohibited the disclosure of information about guests and contestants in advance. The other guests all adhered to the confidentiality agreement, while Qin Wan and Lin Feng secretly hired someone to impersonate staff members of The Voice of China and casually released a few backstage photos featuring the two of them. So the news that the Evening Breeze CP would participate in The Voice of China spread like wildfire, and the internet has been full of discussions about it for the past 2 days. Qin Wan and Lin Feng also gained a lot of attention from this. That's why the show started with a barrage of comments from the two contestants' fans. It's not that they are more popular than the other guests, but rather that the fans of the other guests simply don't know that their idols are also participating in the show. The program started quickly, with the beautiful host Yu Dan taking the stage. After a brief introduction, the guests appeared. First up was Lin Feng, and Yi Lin cheered. It really is Lin Feng. He's so handsome. Master Yi asked curiously, is this person a man or a woman? Yi Lin glared at him angrily. Of course it's a man. Master Yi was taken aback. Are all male celebrities this effeminate these days? Dad, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called Eastern beauty. Master Yi was speechless, thinking to himself, Brother Fang, your ex-wife's taste is really terrible. Yeah. Yi Lin suddenly screamed, almost shattering Mr. Ye's eardrums. His daughter was excitedly pointing at the television screen. Wan. It really is Wan. So beautiful. Master Yi covered his ears and looked at the beautiful woman in a light pink dress on TV. He thought to himself, she is pretty, but why does her smile seem a little fake? Perhaps because he favored Fang Cheng. Master Yi always felt that Qin Wan was just not right for him. Qin Wan's appearance caused the audience to scream and cheer, especially when she smiled at Lin Feng after sitting down, which drove the CP fans crazy. The comments on the online platform were full of things like, Wan Feng CP is real, and I'm so into shipping them. Yi Lin's cheeks flushed with excitement, and her voice was almost hoarse from shouting. Seeing Qin Wan and Lin Feng's intimate behavior, Master Yi couldn't help but ask, didn't Qin Wan and Fang Cheng just get divorced? How come she's already dating another man so quickly? Yi Lin immediately said, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Wan and Lin Feng are good friends. Wan has never done anything to betray Fang Cheng. Master Yi looked puzzled. Then why do you keep saying that Qin Wan and Lin Feng are a couple? Isn't that just spreading rumors that your idol is cheating? Yi Lin angrily shouted. It's our business if we ship couples. It has nothing to do with Wan Wan. Master Yi was greatly shocked, but his education level was insufficient, and he did not know how to describe his daughter's current words and actions. Suddenly, the program cut to the contestants' backstage area. The camera panned across the contestants and focused on the face of a man sitting in the corner. Yi Lin immediately jumped up, pointing at the TV screen, her face full of anger. Fang Cheng, why is he here? Chapter 27. Ex-wife and ex-wife's aunt. Fang Cheng, why was he backstage at the players' quarters? Is he here to participate in a TV show? How can such scum even be allowed to appear? Has Hua Xiaosong's gone mad? How dare they invite Fang Cheng? Fans, let's storm the production team and Jiangxing TV. When Fang Cheng appeared on screen, the online streaming platform erupted with comments. Almost the entire screen was filled with criticism of Fang Cheng, expressing shock and anger at the fact that the Voice of China had allowed him to participate in the program. Qin Wan's fans, in particular, immediately rushed to the official Weibo accounts of Hua Xiaosong's and Jiangxing TV to hurl insults. You want to profit from negative online traffic, huh? Then you might as well quit your show. Kick Fang Cheng off the show immediately, or we'll wipe out the entertainment industry. The unscrupulous production team knew Qin Wan was there, yet they deliberately brought Fang Cheng along. It's disgusting. Boycott. Jiangxing TV likes to associate itself with scumbags, doesn't it? I hope the women in your family are subjected to domestic violence every day. Soon, the official Weibo accounts of Hua Xiaosong's and Jiangxing TV were flooded with messages. However, some ordinary viewers felt that this was not good. Aren't Qin Wan's fans going too far? Fang Cheng is scum, so why are you attacking the production team instead of Fang Cheng? That's right. Qin Wan is the mentor now, and Fang Cheng is the contestant. Isn't this Qin Wan's chance to get revenge on her ex-husband? I know the show is trying to generate negative traffic, but I just want to see the mentors' ex-wives and the contestants' ex-husbands. It's too exciting. Qin Wan's fans seem to have received some kind of notification and quickly turned their guns away from the production team, directing all their firepower at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng had already been branded as a jealous husband and a domestic abuser, and with the recent revelation of his repeated extramarital affairs, the internet is now flooded with condemnation of him. Fang Cheng can't sing at all. Needless to say, he'll be eliminated in the first 2 episodes. The production team sent him here so that Qin Wan would personally teach him a lesson, right? I can't wait to see Fang Cheng sing terribly and get a severe scolding from Qin Wan. Same here, just thinking about this scene makes my breast feel sore. Expect, in a 5-star hotel in Jiangxing. Wan Wan, your fans have already turned their anger towards Fang Cheng, so you won't offend the production team. Lin Feng was speaking to Qin Wan. The two helped Su Mingxian practice singing during the day, and when they returned to the hotel in the evening, Lin Feng brought a bottle of red wine to Qin Wan's room and watched a program with her. Qin Wan was very anxious when her fans saw Fang Cheng appear and angrily denounced the program team and Jiangxing TV. Her current status is not high enough to offend a behemoth like Jiangxing TV. Lin Feng immediately instructed his studio to contact the leaders of Qin Wan's various fan groups, urging Qin Wan's fans to shift public opinion and direct their criticism at Fang Cheng. But Qin Wan's expression was still unpleasant. Did the production team agree to edit it according to our requests? If the broadcast were to follow the exact circumstances of the recording, it wouldn't be Qin Wan criticizing Fang Cheng, but rather Fang Cheng, as a contestant, using a song to berate Qin Wan. So Wanfeng Studio privately contacted Zhang Ku, asking him to minimize Fang Cheng's screen time on stage during post-production editing and to downplay his presence. Director Zhang said there was no problem. He said he had planned to eliminate Fang Cheng in the 2nd episode anyway. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Fang Cheng isn't even a nobody. Zhang Ku wouldn't offend us for his sake." Qin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lin Feng grasped Qin Wan's hand. Wan Wan, don't worry, I've got you covered. Qin Wan gently withdrew her hand, returning a warm smile. Thanks. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to the fact that he had been rejected by Qin Wan again and continued to smile gently and warmly. It's okay, Wan Wan, as long as you're happy. I'll go out and buy some food. Lin Feng left the room, his smile vanishing. He walked to a secluded spot and made a phone call. After the show finishes airing, we'll continue to release dirt on Fang Cheng. A deep male voice came from the other end. President Lin Fang Cheng has no dirt left. The photos of him cheating a few days ago were fake. If his reputation weren't so bad right now, no one would believe it. Lin Feng's face darkened. Since everyone believes your forgeries, then keep forging them. I want Fang Cheng to disappear from the entertainment industry completely. Okay, you'll have to pay more. No problem. Lin Feng put down his phone, went outside and bought a few bags of snacks, put on a gentle and humble smile again, and walked into Qin Wan's room. Fang Cheng, get out of the entertainment industry. Scumbags don't deserve to be on stage. Yi Lin sat on the sofa, gritting her teeth and frantically tapping on her phone, constantly sending out barrages of insults directed at Fang Cheng. Master Yi sat beside him, shaking his head helplessly. Fortunately, the program returned to the mentors panel, where Chun Ruoshi appeared. The sweet and lovely Hong Kong pop diva's appearance immediately drew cheers from the audience. Wow, it's my Sure. The voice of China actually invited my sweet Aruo. North of Hong Kong, ZZ is the most beautiful. Chun Ruoshi's fans were pleasantly surprised and left comments online, which significantly reduced the barrage of insults directed at Fang Cheng by Qin Wan's fans. Some people have started to make comparisons. I noticed that the cheers for Chun Ruoshi when she appeared were louder than for Qin Wan. Although Chun Ruoshi is a bit silly, she has far more hit songs than Qin Wan. She's beautiful and a bit silly, even cuter than Qin Wan. Hell, what cute? It's obviously an act. These people are so stupid. Yi Lin was immediately filled with hostility towards Chun Ruoshi after seeing her steal Qin Wan's thunder as soon as she appeared. Master Yi said, I think this little girl is quite cute. She doesn't seem to be faking it. Dad, you don't understand. The entertainment industry is a mess. There aren't many good people there. Master Yi thought to himself, the entertainment industry is so chaotic. Why is your idol still working in it? However, he ultimately didn't dare to say it aloud. Following Chun Ruoshi was Zheng Shan, whose appearance immediately caused a sensation. Hashtag Zheng Shan Huaxia singing hashtag immediately became a trending topic, ranking above hashtag Fang Cheng get out of the entertainment industry hashtag. Before the audience's excitement had subsided, Tang Shiyue appeared. Oh my god! Yi Lin jumped up from the sofa, even more excited than when she saw her idol Qin Wan. It's actually the great Demon King. Empress Tang never participates in variety shows, so how did the production team manage to get her on the show? I get it. It's Wan Wan. Tang Tianho is Wan Wan's aunt. She must have come because of Wan Wan. My Wan Wan is so amazing. Like many of Qin Wan's fans, Yi Lin believed that Tang Shiyue was invited by Qin Wan. They were all very proud. My Wan Wan is amazing. Even the #1 diva in the music industry has to give her face. Soon, hashtag Tang Shiyue's first variety show appearance, explosive hashtag immediately topped the trending searches. Screenshots of Tang Shiyue dressed in white and black quickly spread online, with countless people marveling that she truly deserves to be called China's #1 queen and Asia's #1 beauty. He dominated the entire scene from the moment he appeared. The second most searched term was an interesting one. Hashtag ex-wife and ex-wife's aunt hashtag. Chapter 28 tonight's homework is not yet handed in. Ex-wife and ex-wife's aunt. Fang Cheng frowned as he looked at the trending topics on Weibo on his phone, then shook his head helplessly. These people are so idle. He was watching TV in the hotel at that moment. The Voice of China is indeed a hit. In less than 10 minutes, the show has almost dominated the top 10 trending topics. Fang Cheng, a relatively unknown actor, was fortunate enough to occupy 3 of the spots. The 10th and 8th trending topics were both negative. The second trending topic was this ridiculous ex-wife and ex-wife's aunt. Fang Cheng knew that this was mostly Jiangqing TV's doing. The ex-husband was a contestant, and the ex-wife and her aunt were mentors. With such an interesting gimmick, how could Zhang not make good use of it? This entry is a bit strange. It makes you feel like he has some odd relationship with his ex-wife's aunt. Just then, Tang Shiyue sent a WeChat message. Tonight's homework hasn't been handed in yet. Fang Cheng slapped his forehead. He had been busy practicing singing with Chun Ruoshi during the day and then rushed back to watch the show at night. He had completely forgotten to record the singing practice. Auntie, I forgot to record my homework. Can I get you 2 copies tomorrow? 3 portions. Okay. Auntie, I was wrong. Fang Cheng promptly admitted his mistake, so Tang Shiyue didn't pursue the matter further. She then sent another message. Ignore the comments online. I know you didn't cheat on me, and you didn't do anything wrong. Fang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, "Thank you, Auntie." After waiting a while, Tang Shiyue didn't send any more messages, so Fang Cheng put down his phone and continued watching the program. Just then, the host announced the theme of the first episode, Old Love. This immediately sparked numerous discussions. Old Flame? That seems to imply something. No need to say seems. This is definitely referring to Qin Wan and Fang Cheng. Wow, Zhang is really daring. He'll take any kind of traffic. I'm so excited. What song will Fang Cheng choose? The scene then shifts to the contestants' backstage area, where the assistant director has just announced the theme and asked the contestants to announce the songs they will be singing and the instruments they need to prepare. Most people chose to sing covers, but when it was Su Mingxuan's turn, he proudly announced that he would perform an original song, with the piano as his instrument. Su Mingxian has an androgynous appearance, similar to Lin Feng's style, which immediately attracted many female viewers, and some people in the barrage were already praising his androgynous beauty. At this moment, a staff member asked Fang Cheng a question. Under the watchful eyes of many, Fang Cheng calmly replied, "I sing original songs, and all I need is a guitar." Su Mingxian immediately scoffed. "You dare to go on stage with just a guitar? Do you think you're participating in the top 10 campus singers competition?" Fang Cheng remained calm. "I did participate in a campus singing competition, but I was a judge." You. Su Mingxian pointed at Fang Cheng, speechless. This part was actually released? Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised to see this. He then shook his head and chuckled. "Well, I wonder how many people will be cursing me now. That's outrageous. How dare this scumbag be so arrogant?" At Master Ye's home, Yilin pointed at Fang Cheng on the television screen and began to curse loudly. "What old feelings? Wanwan only has old hatred for that scumbag. Where are the old feelings?" "Shameless," Master Yi asked in bewilderment. "After all, you were husband and wife. I saw online that Fang Cheng was quite a talented man in college. He probably contributed to Qin Wan's success, right?" He just checked online, and some people said that Qin Wan pursued Fang Cheng back then, and Fang Cheng earned all the living expenses when the two first got married. Wan's success is entirely due to her own efforts. What does it have to do with Guan Fangcheng? Yilin said indignantly. On the contrary, Fang Cheng has been leeching off Wan ever since she became famous. It's one thing to be a freeloader, but he also cheats on her and commits domestic violence. This kind of scum should be sent to prison, so he can't be allowed to come out and harm people anymore. Master Yi frowned slightly. "Daughter, don't speak so harshly." "Dad, you don't know. Wan has always been loyal to Fang Cheng and has never looked down on him. But Fang Cheng has never helped Wan and has done so many things to wrong her. He is really not a good person." Yilin was very excited and spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly convinced that what she said was the truth. "No way." Master Yi was a little hesitant. After all, he didn't know as much about Qin Wan and Fang Cheng as his daughter did, and he didn't want to argue with her anymore. "Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's continue watching the show." Then the first contestant walked onto the stage and sang a song by Tang Shiyue. What a coincidence. Queen Tang will definitely give it a high score, right? Yilin and many viewers guessed that when the mentors gave their scores, Qin Wan and Lin Feng both gave 90 points, and Yilin clapped enthusiastically. "Our Wan has such good taste." Chun Ruoshi gave it 75 points, and Yilin immediately scoffed, trying to show off, just trying to impress everyone. Finally, it was Tang Shiyue's turn. Just when everyone thought she would also give a high score, Tang Shiyue gave her 40 points. They also pointed out several mistakes the contestant made, which made the little girl cry. The internet was in an uproar. Is it that strict? As expected of the great Demon King, his standards are too high. Hey, Qin Wan and Lin Feng don't look too good. Yilin was very upset and couldn't help but complain. What does Tang Shiyue mean by this? Is she deliberately trying to embarrass Wan? She has no family affection at all. Master Yi said, "This young girl's singing isn't very good." Yilin glared at her father, picked up her phone to go online and cursed Tang Shiyue, but then saw a notice posted in Qin Wan's fan group. "Everyone, please don't criticize Tang Shiyue, so as not to bring trouble to Wan." Yilin was dumbfounded, but she knew that Qin Wan couldn't afford to offend Tang Shiyue right now, so she could only endure it. Fortunately, Tang Shiyue gave low scores to every contestant who went on stage afterward, and even made 5 of them cry. Hashtag the Demon King's Pinnacle hashtag. Hashtag Tang Shiyue, the strictest minter in history hashtag. Soon, Tang Shiyue trended on 2 more hot searches, and tonight her popularity surpassed that of all the mentors and contestants. So far, however, no player has emerged who has truly impressed. Now it was Su Mingxuan's turn to appear. He was full of confidence and suddenly spoke as he passed by Fang Cheng. I remember you were number 18, right? Hee hee, you're right behind me in line, so you're out of luck. This kind of open provocation is actually quite low level, but the comments section was full of cheers. Su Mingxian is a genius singer-songwriter. After Su Mingxian finishes singing, will Fang Cheng still dare to go on stage? Wasn't Fang Cheng quite arrogant? Why is he so quiet now? Haha, with his level of skill, he was exposed as soon as he stepped on stage. How dare he refute me? Well said. That scumbag Fang is dead. Yilin looked thoroughly pleased, while Master Yi shook his head slightly. That girl is a bit rude. Yilin corrected. Dad, he's an artist from Wanwan Studio, and he's a boy. Question mark. Master Yi looked shocked. Another sissy? Remembering that Lin Feng also possessed this kind of feminine beauty, he immediately felt relieved. No wonder, birds of a feather flocked together. Su Mingxian went on stage, sat in front of the piano, and sang an original song with great skill. Many female fans of BL, Boys Love, films online were frantically sending comments, shouting, "The handsome guy is so beautiful." After Su Mingxian finished his performance, Qin Wan and Lin Feng both gave him 90 points. Chen Ruoshi objectively gave him 80 points, and Zheng Shan continued his style of being a cheerleader, also giving him 90 points. When it was Tang Shiyue's turn, after pointing out a few minor issues, she gave her highest score so far, 60 points. The entire audience erupted in cheers, and simultaneously, a trending topic appeared on social media. Hashtag Genius Singer Su Mingxuan hashtag. This was a trending topic that Wanfeng Studio had prepared in advance, and as soon as Tang Shiyue's score came out, it was immediately pushed into the top 10 of the trending topics list. Su Mingxian walked off the stage with a smug look on his face. Next up is Fang Cheng. They're here. They're here. The trial of the scumbag ex-husband by his ex-wife and her aunt has finally begun. I hope Fang Cheng won't be scolded to tears by the great Demon King. Huh? I just want to ask, can Fang Cheng sing? Chapter 29 Using Songs to Talk Times. Using songs to insult square root. The production team of The Voice of China is very good at attracting viewers. Just when the audience was waiting to see Fang Cheng make a fool of himself, the camera kept following Su Mingxian back to the contestants backstage. The other contestants congratulated Su Mingxian, which made Su Mingxuan smile even brighter. He walked straight to Fang Cheng. I'm sorry, I put too much pressure on you. Good luck. Wow. So handsome. Yilin screamed. At this moment, the live chat exploded with comments. Xian just said that if he went on stage first, Fang Cheng wouldn't be able to continue singing, and he really did it. Making promises come true is amazing. Let's see how Fang Cheng responds. Fang Cheng remained silent, and the internet erupted in mockery. Ha ha ha. Now you know how powerful you are, and you don't dare to be arrogant anymore? He really is a good-for-nothing who only dares to hit women. A bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. He's about to embarrass himself on stage. He's probably already wet his pants, hasn't he? Su Mingxian also had no intention of letting Fang Cheng off the hook, and sneered. Weren't you usually so talkative? Why have you suddenly become mute? At this moment, a staff member came over and called Fang Cheng to come on stage. He politely thanked them, got up and walked to the door, then suddenly turned back. Singers let their songs speak for themselves. After speaking, he walked out of the contestants' backstage area. The camera followed him to the back of the stage. At this moment, Fang Cheng looked calm and showed no signs of the tension that people had imagined. He stood upright, calm and composed, completely out of place amidst the noise and frenzy around him. This guy is such a good actor. I'd like to see how long he can hold out. Actually, if you look closely, Fang Cheng is quite handsome. Hey ladies in front, have something good to eat. Fang Cheng walked onto the stage, and the entire recording hall instantly fell silent. The program immediately showed a close-up of Qin Wan. Qin Wan paused slightly, her delicate brows furrowing as if she were recalling some unpleasant memory, a hint of fear appearing on her face. Qin Wan's fans immediately felt sorry for her. Wan must be thinking about the days when Fang Cheng abused her. Wan is so pitiful. My heart aches for her. Sister Qin, stay strong. We'll always be there for you. Yilin's eyes reddened. Wah, Wan, don't be afraid. We're here. At the same time, gasps of surprise finally rang out from the crowd, followed by a unified shout. Domestic abusers, get out of the entertainment industry. Scumbag, get off the stage. Serves him right. Get out of the entertainment industry, you scumbag. Yilin shouted excitedly. Online, Qin Wan's fans were doing the same thing, all frantically spamming the screen with comments like, Fang Cheng, get out of the entertainment industry. At this moment, Fang Cheng stood alone on the stage, facing the storm of insults, yet he remained unmoved and calm as a pine tree. Suddenly, Tang Shiyue stood up. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, and even the online comments insulting Fang Cheng paused. The camera then focused on Tang Shiyue, a woman in white with a black skirt. Her eyes were like ice as she swept across the audience and said indifferently, Singers, once you step onto the stage, let your songs speak for themselves. Tang Shiyue's voice was clear and elegant, with a touch of magnetism. It was clearly very pleasant to listen to, but it was like a long sword forged from 10,000 years of ice, sweeping across the recording hall, and all the voices of people insulting Fang Cheng instantly disappeared. Since President Tang has spoken, then let Fang Cheng sing. Anyway, he's making a fool of himself, so let's just treat it as a joke. Let me make this clear first. I will absolutely not give Fang Cheng a score. The audience stopped shouting and grumbling, and finally quieted down. At this point, some netizens suddenly discovered a blind spot. The great Demon King said to communicate through song, and Fang Cheng just said the same thing. Is this a coincidence? Could it be that the two of them have been in contact privately? Fang Cheng is the former nephew-in-law of Empress Tang, so it's not surprising that he speaks like Empress Tang. You guys are overthinking it. How could the head of the first group possibly have any connections with some nobody? This coincidence was quickly overlooked, and the program continued to air. Fang Cheng walked to the center of the stage, picked up a guitar that the production team had prepared in advance, and then sat on a high stool and adjusted the height of the microphone stand. The song title appeared on the large screen behind him. Bare Face. What a lousy song title. Yilin scoffed. In her opinion, Fang Cheng is incapable of writing truly good songs, and this so-called original song was mostly cobbled together for the sake of participating in the show. Moreover, the song title doesn't fit the theme of old love at all. Just a guitar, and he really thinks he's some kind of campus prince? Yilin held her phone in both hands, ready to unleash her fury as soon as Fang Cheng started singing. The next moment, a melodious and gentle tune began to play, and Fang Cheng, holding his guitar, began to sing calmly. That's it. What a terrible song. You sang terribly. Holy crap, these lyrics. At first, the comments section was full of mockery, but soon people realized that the song wasn't as bad as they had imagined. More importantly, the lyrics seemed to be getting off track. You ask me what original content I'm still working on? It seems like it's all the same after all this time. Yilin was stunned. Fang Cheng was a well-known lyricist and composer back then, but he produced fewer and fewer works later, while Qin Wan became more and more famous, and then the two divorced. What does this sentence mean? They say our Wan is materialistic, that she starts to look down on you now that you're famous? Yilin quickly realized that this was already a subtle way of putting it. Fang Cheng strummed the guitar strings and calmly continued singing. Back then, I was as pure as could be with my bare face. I didn't wear eyeliner to make myself look older, and I didn't need to apply foundation. The meaning of this sentence is even clearer. Everyone knows that Fang Cheng and Qin Wan fell in love on campus. When they were in school, Qin Wan was innocent, and so she wore no makeup. After entering the entertainment industry and being exposed to the world of fame and fortune, she stopped wearing makeup and started to look more mature. Isn't this a veiled criticism of Qin Wan for becoming vain and materialistic? No, this isn't a veiled insult. It's an open insult. How dare he? Yilin's face turned red with anger. The cheating, abusive man actually dared to bite back. At this moment, she forgot that she had just mocked Fang Cheng for not being able to sing at all, and angrily started tapping on her phone. The man below even turned around and bit back. Where's his shame? If you think Wan has changed, then stop bothering her. Just as these two lines were sent out, Fang Cheng continued singing. You make your changes, why should I care? But please don't run into me. This sentence seemed to be a response to Yi Lin, who almost jumped up from the sofa and pointed at Fang Cheng on the screen. Nonsense. It's clearly you who's been pestering Wan. Soon, Fang Cheng sang the last line. He sat in his chair, calm and serene, his voice as soft as a cicada's chirp. That vanished, bare face. His fingers paused. The music stopped. Fang Cheng stood up and bowed to the audience. But the entire venue fell silent, and even the online comments paused briefly. It was as if all the insults were scattered by Fang Cheng's song. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and only Fang Cheng's clear and calm face remained on the screen. Soon, a trending topic appeared on social media. Hashtag using songs to express yourself times using songs to insult others square root hashtag. Chapter 30, Everyone hates you, yet you're the most determined. Who bought this trending topic? Nonsense. All nonsense. It's clearly Fang Cheng who wronged me. In the hotel, Qin Wan was so angry that her cheeks turned red, her chest heaving, and she almost threw the glass of red wine in her hand. Fang Cheng's performance on The Voice of China had just finished airing when the trending topics exploded. Hashtag bareface hashtag. Hashtag using songs to express yourself times using songs to insult others square root hashtag. Hashtag Qin Wan Fang Cheng hashtag. 3 consecutive trending topics. Especially after Fang Cheng finished singing, the program kept showing close-ups of Qin Wan, and everyone could clearly see that Qin Wan's face looked very unpleasant. It's clear that this song really hurt her. In her subsequent comments, Qin Wan only gave Fang Cheng 70 points, which once again sparked huge controversy. Some bystanders who initially sympathized with Qin Wan began to sense something was amiss. This song shouldn't only get a 70, right? To be honest, Qin Wan is really not professional enough as a mentor. If Fang Cheng's lyrics are true, then there must be more to the story behind Qin Wan and Fang Cheng's divorce, right? Yes, I saw the cheating photos that were exposed a few days ago, and that person doesn't look like Fang Cheng at all. Qin Wan looked at the online debate, her pretty face turning incredibly gloomy. She regretted it. She gave Fang Cheng a low score during the recording because she was emotional, and she never expected that she would get herself into trouble now. With red eyes, Qin Wan asked Lin Feng, "Didn't Zhang Ke promise to cut out Fang Cheng's singing segment? Why was it all shown?" Wan, don't worry, I'll ask Director Zhang myself. Lin Feng quickly took out his phone and called Zhang Ke. The call was answered quickly, and Zhang Ke sounded to be in a good mood. "Teacher Lin, is there something you need?" Lin Feng said, "Director Zhang, we're watching the show right now. Congratulations on the huge success of the first episode. Haha, the teachers really put in a lot of effort." Director Zhang, didn't you promise to cut some of Fang Cheng's scenes?" Zhang Ke said with a smile. "Yes, it's been cut. At least half of it has been cut." "Cut it in half." "Yes, all the parts that couldn't be broadcast were cut, and what was broadcast was all very harmonious content." Lin Feng was a little confused. Singing and cursing had made it to the trending topics. Was this what they called harmony? Seemingly knowing that Lin Feng didn't believe her, Zhang Ke sent him a video instead. "Teacher Lin, this is a segment we edited out. I have to go now, so I'll hang up. Remember to come record the show next week." Zhang Ke hung up after speaking. Lin Feng received the video he sent, and Qin Wan also heard their conversation. She urged him to hurry up. "Hurry up and open it." Lin Feng agreed, opened the video, and the two looked at the phone screen together. This is a scene from backstage, presumably when all the contestants had just arrived. Su Mingxian walked up to Fang Cheng with an unfriendly expression. "Please get up, this seat was just mine." Fang Cheng chuckled and pointed to a seat opposite him. "Children, go to that table." "What did you say?" Su Mingxian broke down, shouting sharply. "Brother Feng is the man who deserves Sister Qin Wan. You should have been kicked out long ago." Fang Cheng suddenly stood up, and Su Mingxian took a step back in fright. "What do you want to do?" Fang Cheng said coldly. "With your brain, you're only fit to idolize a green TB *TCH guy who's obsessed with being a mistress." That's the end of the video. Asshole. Lin Feng was also taken aback. Fang Cheng actually called him a mistress and a green TB *TCH in public. How could he insult me like that? Qin Wan's eyes reddened with anger, and she felt incredibly furious and aggrieved. She and Lin Feng were just creating a CP, couple pairing, image, co-founded a studio, and were just occasionally close. How could Fang Cheng accuse her of cheating in front of so many people? Does he really intend to ruin her before he's satisfied? Remembering what Zhang Ke said earlier about cutting out a lot of Fang Cheng's scenes, I wonder how many other nasty things Fang Cheng said. Qin Wan clenched her fists, her charming eyes filled with fierceness. Fang Cheng must be eliminated in the next round. At that moment, a huge gasp of surprise rang out from the television. As the show reached the final judges' scores, Tang Shiyue gave Fang Cheng a score of 80, exceeding everyone's expectations. Needless to say, Fang Cheng is trending on social media again, this time with Tang Shiyue. Hashtag the highest score in Tang Shiyue was given to Fang Cheng hashtag. Hashtag everyone hates you, but you're the most determined one hashtag. Both trending topics were filled with discussions about bare face, with many of Tang Shiyue's fans giving Fang Cheng high praise. If we only talk about songwriting and singing, Fang Cheng is indeed quite talented. I have a feeling that bare face is going to be a hit. I never expected that he was unknown when he was with Qin Wan, but became famous as soon as he got divorced. My ex-wife gave me 70 points, but her aunt gave me 80 points. What's going on? You need to understand, the Demon King's 80 points are even more impressive than a regular mentor's 100 points. Looking at the trending topics and online discussions, Qin Wan gritted her teeth, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged. In her mind, after Fang Cheng left her, he could only leave the entertainment industry and become an ordinary person, and the two of them would no longer be from the same world. Unexpectedly, this unknown, incompetent, and mediocre ex-husband became inexplicably famous after appearing on just one episode of a TV show. Moreover, the way the fire was lit was because his aunt stepped on his head. Qin Wan simply couldn't accept it. Seeing Qin Wan's eyes redden and her body trembling, Lin Feng took the opportunity to put his arm around her shoulder and said softly, Wan, don't be sad. Fang Cheng will be eliminated in the next episode. We don't need to get upset over a scumbag. On the television screen, Fang Cheng had returned backstage. Chu Kiki sincerely congratulated him, and the other contestants who had previously avoided him like the plague also offered their congratulations. Su Mingxian chuckled and said, Fang Cheng, congratulations. You're lucky. Your total score is only 29 points lower than mine. This should be your limit, right? His words were clearly a sarcastic remark implying that Fang Cheng's total score was lower than his, which made Lin Feng smile. Mingxian is right. Even if Tang Tianho favors Fang Cheng, his total score still can't beat Mingxuan's. On the television, Fang Cheng scrutinized Su Mingxian for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Is your skin so tough because you wear a lot of foundation? What do you mean? Su Mingxuan's expression changed. Fang Cheng shrugged. Do you know why I could tell? Because besides you, I've seen another man who likes to wear makeup. Su Mingxian was furious. How dare you insult Brother Feng? Fang Cheng asked in surprise, who is Brother Feng? You. Su Mingxuan's face turned red on the screen. Lin Feng's expression changed as he watched the screen. What an idiot. Fang Cheng didn't mention my name, so why are you bringing it up? Lin Feng subconsciously picked up his phone to check the online comments, and his originally gloomy face turned completely black. I thought Fang Cheng was good at swearing while singing, but I didn't expect him to be so fluent at swearing while speaking. It's very impolite, but I really couldn't help it. Ha! Brother Feng? Is he the one I'm thinking about? Lin Feng does indeed wear makeup every time he appears on camera. That's definitely true. Although Fang Cheng isn't a good person either, his effeminate manner disgusts me even more. Before he could even finish reading the comments, Lin Feng discovered that he was already trending on social media. Hashtag Lin Feng with makeup hashtag. He usually loves to be trending on social media, but today's trending topic really doesn't make him happy. Lin Feng's voice cracked with anger. Didn't Zhang Ke say he was going to cut all of Fang Cheng's other scenes? Chapter 31 Divorced Men are the most dangerous. Teacher Tang, the first episode has been edited according to your suggestions, ensuring the integrity of each contestant's performance. Are you satisfied? Jiangqing TV Station, the office of the chief director of Huaxia Songs. Zhang Ku is on the phone with Tang Shiyue. Coincidentally, just after Wan Feng's studio approached Zhang Ku, wanting him to cut out Fang Cheng's singing scene, Tang Shiyue's agent, Zhou Yin, also contacted him. It is said that Tang Shiyue values every contestant's opportunity to showcase themselves and suggested that the production team not edit out too much of the contestants' performances on stage. Tang Shiyue also agreed to participate in the Minter-contestant pairing competition segment in the 4th episode. On one side are 2 A-list celebrities, and on the other is the #1 diva in the music scene. Zhang naturally knew what to do. Therefore, the contestants' singing scenes were not cut at all, which resulted in the complete stage presentation of Fang Cheng. As for the other scenes in Fang Cheng, a lot of them were indeed cut in post-production. Don't be fooled by the fact that Fang Cheng is currently trending on 7 or 8 hot searches. If all of Fang Cheng's footage were released, he would dominate the entire hot search list tonight. Therefore, Zhang has fulfilled his promise to Qin Wan and Lin Feng. I tried my best to edit, but Fang Cheng's output was just too high. Haha. Fang Cheng is clearly a scumbag. How can singing a song whitewash him? We need to publicize the bad things Fang Cheng did, so that everyone knows that the internet remembers. Some were happy while others were angry, and Yi Lin was beyond angry at this point. Although the show has ended, the battle among Wan's fans is not over yet. Just now, Qin Wan's fan group called on everyone to control the online comments, so that everyone could not forget that Fang Cheng was a scumbag who cheated and abused his wife. Seeing his daughter's seemingly deranged state, Master Yi was about to speak to her when Yi Lin suddenly screamed. Wan posted on Weibo. A minute ago, Qin Wan suddenly posted a Weibo post. First, there's a photograph. In a quiet room, on a small table, sits a glass of red wine. Then comes 4 words, enjoying the beauty of solitude. Yi Lin immediately became excited. Wan is telling everyone that she wasn't affected by that scumbag, and that she's become even better after leaving him. Yi Lin and many of Qin Wan's fans commented on this Weibo post. Wan is uniquely beautiful. This is what an independent woman is all about. A man like Fang Cheng, who writes songs to insult his ex-wife, deserves to never have a woman want to talk to him for the rest of his life. Qin Wan still has quite a few fans. After a night of fighting to control the comments, most netizens finally remembered Fang Cheng's many misdeeds. Online reviews of Fang Cheng are now quite unified. A scoundrel with a little bit of talent. Even if he gains popularity through negative publicity, no woman in reality would be willing to approach him. Seeing the remarkable results of the night's battle, Qin Wan's fans went to sleep satisfied, while Fang Cheng walked out of the hotel in the morning mist. Fang Cheng, here. A car was parked on the side of the road. The window rolled down, revealing a cute face. Fang Cheng stepped forward and said helplessly, "Teacher Chun, didn't you say you didn't need to pick me up?" Chun Ruoshi put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide. "Didn't I tell you to call me Sure?" Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, and Chun Ruoshi became unhappy. Hey, I'm treating you as a friend, and you're not giving me any face?" Fang Cheng had no choice but to call out, Sure. That's more like it." Chun Ruoshi's sweet eyes curved into crescents as she urged, Quick, get on the bus." The sweet girl was impatient and almost got out of the car to drag Fang Cheng away herself. Fang Cheng had no choice but to get into the car, only to find 2 other people inside. A burly man in the driver's seat and a short-haired middle-aged woman in the passenger seat. The burly man appeared to be Chun Ruoshi's bodyguard, and the middle-aged woman was probably her agent. Fang Cheng remembered that Chun Ruoshi seemed to call her sister Imo. Fang Cheng smiled at the middle-aged woman. "Hello, Sister Imo. Thank you for your help." "Mr. Fang, you're too kind. This is the copyright fee agreement for using your song. Please take a look. If there are no problems, please sign it, and the fee will be transferred to your account immediately." Imo June handed over an agreement, her face smiling, but her tone was businesslike. Fang Cheng had already registered the copyrights for all his songs on the China Copyright Network, so in principle, Chun Ruoshi should indeed pay copyright fees for singing his songs together. However, given that he is currently just a relatively unknown celebrity, Chun Ruoshi's duet with him actually helped to elevate his status. It is neither reasonable nor ethical to charge this copyright fee, but Fang Cheng still signed the agreement because he understood Mo Jun's meaning. Paying copyright fees establishes normal collaboration between singers and silences much of the gossip. After all, Chun Ruoshi is so young and a single female celebrity, so she is most afraid of being involved in scandals. Not to mention himself, a notorious scumbag on the internet. Seeing that Fang Cheng had signed, Imojune's smile became noticeably more genuine. Thank you, Teacher Fang. I'm sorry. Fang Cheng smiled and said, I understand. The two adults exchanged a knowing smile, reaching a kind of consensus. Sitting next to her, Chen Ruoshi was completely unaware that Fang Cheng and her agent had just had a confrontation. Fang Cheng, I thought about it last night, and we can sing this line like this. The carefree girl pulled Fang Cheng aside and started discussing the details of the upcoming song recording. An hour later, the group arrived at the Qingshan recording studio. Yuan Qingshan did not allow unauthorized personnel to enter. Fang Cheng and Chen Ruoshi went into the recording studio together, while Mo Jun and the man could only wait outside. As usual, Yuan Yuqin bought breakfast. Being thoughtful, she even bought enough for 2 more people and went out to get it for Mo Jun and the burly bodyguard, making the two feel flattered. Watching the elegant and gentle Yuan Yuqin walk back to the recording studio and considerately hand Fang Cheng a glass of milk, Mo Jun suddenly said, Oldly, the internet says Fang Cheng is a scumbag that nobody wants, but something doesn't seem right about that. The burly man's voice was rough. Then why are you wary of him? Mo Jun said irritably. Divorced men are the most dangerous. Of course I have to be wary. In the recording studio, the group started practicing singing after finishing breakfast. Today's practice went smoothly, and we finished in the morning. In the afternoon, the two of them started recording the song. Bare Face is not difficult to sing, and Chen Ruoshi handled it with ease. Before 5 p.m., the duet Bare Face was completed. After listening to the final demo, Chen Ruoshi was very happy. This is the version we'll go with, Fang Cheng. It's really good. We're both amazing. Fang Cheng gave Chen Ruoshi a thumbs up. You're amazing. No wonder you have 3 platinum albums and have held 50 concerts before you were even 22. This isn't flattery, it's genuine admiration. Look at her, so young yet with such amazing singing skills. I need to work even harder so I don't embarrass my aunt. Fang Cheng himself didn't realize that. Without even noticing, he had already listed not wanting to embarrass Tang Shiyue as one of the reasons for his efforts. Just as I was thinking about my aunt, she called, her voice carrying a hint of anger. Don't be influenced by the rumors online. I've already asked Sister Yin to investigate. Chapter 32 Fang Cheng's Assault Scandal. Rumors online? Fang Cheng was puzzled. You haven't seen it yet? Tang Shiyue paused for a moment, then said, Then you don't need to worry about it. Just focus on practicing your singing and remember to hand in your homework today. He hung up the phone after saying that. Fang Cheng immediately went online on his phone and, sure enough, saw a trending topic on Weibo that had just recently appeared on the list. Hashtag Fang Cheng Assault hashtag. This is a revelation from a marketing account, claiming that when Fang Cheng and Qin Wan were still married, Fang Cheng frequently verbally abused staff members, taking advantage of Qin Wan's popularity. Once, Qin Wan attended a cosmetics brand event. When a staff member accidentally spilled water on him while pouring it for him, he attacked the young girl. It was Qin Wan who stepped in to apologize and compensate the other party, which finally calmed things down. This whistleblower has excellent writing skills, describing the details of the entire incident in great detail, making it seem like he is a true insider who witnessed the events firsthand. Many people believed his revelations, and Fang Cheng's reputation, which had just started to improve, collapsed again last night. He really is a domestic abuser. He not only beats his wife, but he also beats other people outside the home. This is more than just domestic violence. It's downright criminal behavior. I heard that the little girl who was beaten was later fired. That's so sad. Luckily, Qin Wan left him. I told you long ago, Fang Cheng is such a scoundrel. No one would even look at him, let alone like him. Girls, stay away from Fang Cheng and protect yourselves. Fang Cheng was already quite calm as he looked at the overwhelming insults online. The assault incident is true, and many details are even correct, but there's only one discrepancy. He wasn't the one who hit someone. It was Qin Wan. At that time, Qin Wan had just won the Best New Singer of the Year award. After a long period of suppression, her soaring success made her ego begin to swell. It was an event for a second-tier cosmetics brand, and the endorsement fee wasn't high. Qin Wan felt it wasn't worthy of her status, but she didn't dare offend the brand. Just then, a new young girl brought over a glass of water and accidentally spilled some on Qin Wan's dress. So Qin Wan took her anger out on her. The slap swelled up the little girl's face, and everyone was stunned. Fang Cheng reacted the fastest, immediately bowing to apologize to the girl and personally taking her to the hospital for a checkup. After confirming that she was unharmed, he also made compensation. Fortunately, the girl wasn't difficult and promised not to tell anyone. Afterwards, Fang Cheng gave red envelopes to the staff present and asked them to keep it a secret. That's how the matter was brought under control. This happened 2 years ago. Fang Cheng never imagined that Qin Wan and Lin Feng would use this incident to frame him. Haha, this is truly a perfect example of shamelessness. Fang Cheng understood that even if he tried to clarify things now, no one would believe him. The brand wouldn't risk offending the popular Qin Wan for its own benefit. As the saying goes, only when you stand high enough will people be willing to listen to what you have to say. Fang Cheng, I'm going back to the hotel. Can you give me a ride? After Chen Ruoshi finished recording the song, Imo Jun urged her to leave, and Chen Ruoshi ran over to call Fang Cheng to leave together. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Thanks, I plan to practice singing some more." "Is it the song we'll be singing in the second episode?" Chen Ruoshi asked immediately, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What song is it?" Fang Cheng said. "The production team said to keep it a secret." Chen Ruoshi pouted. "Fine, don't tell me then. I'm leaving." She jumped into the car and then poked her head out again. "I'll post our duet of Bare Face online tonight." Fang Cheng was taken aback. "So fast?" Chen Ruoshi chuckled. "This song is so popular right now. I have to ride the wave too, haha." The car started, and Chen Ruoshi waved goodbye to Fang Cheng before getting back into the car. Imo Jun put down her phone and said to Chen Ruoshi, Sure. How about we release that song again in a while?" Chen Ruoshi blinked. "Why?" Imo Jun handed her the phone, saying, "Fang Cheng has been exposed for scandals again. If you release a song with him now, you might get implicated." Chen Ruoshi looked at the online reports about Fang Cheng assaulting someone and suddenly burst out laughing. "Fang Cheng hit someone? Haha, that's hilarious. With his skinny frame, he'd be lucky not to get beaten up." Chen Ruoshi laughed so hard she almost fell over, and Imo Jun playfully slapped her. "I'm being serious. Whether we believe it or not, Fang Cheng's image has been completely ruined. He will likely be eliminated in the second episode of The Voice of China. There's no need for us to get involved." Chen Ruoshi scoffed. "I'm just a singer. If I don't release songs, am I supposed to resort to slander?" Imo Jun said sternly. Sure. Chen Ruoshi stood tall at the airport, her face full of bravery and defiance. But the next second, she suddenly grabbed Imo Jun's arm, her voice as sweet and coquettish as a kitten's. "Sister Junjun, please. Imo Jun got goosebumps and pushed her away impatiently. "All right, I'll do as you say this time, but you have to listen to me next time." Chen Ruoshi narrowed her eyes, her face beaming with a sweet smile. "Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Night." "Okay, this song is complete now. Let's sing it like this during the recording, and we'll definitely get first place." "Thank you, Brother Feng." "Thank you, Sister Qin." Su Mingxian finally finished practicing his song, and he thanked Lin Feng and Qin Wan with a grateful expression. "Sing well, I believe in you." Lin Feng was furious last night, but he was in a good mood today, smiling and encouraging Su Mingxian. Qin Wan remained expressionless and suddenly said to Lin Feng, "I have something to ask you." Su Mingxian tactfully left, leaving only Qin Wan and Lin Feng in the recording studio. Qin Wan asked, "Did you do it?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled, "What do you mean, I did it?" Qin Wan looked at him and said, "You were there when Bao Yi was there. Besides me and Fang Cheng, you were the only one who knew the details best. Bao Yi is the second-tier cosmetics brand that Qin Wan used to hit people with." Lin Feng suddenly realized, "You mean the rumors about Fang Cheng hitting someone?" "That's right, I had them spread." Qin Wan frowned. "But you know, Fang Cheng didn't hit anyone." Wan, you and Fang Cheng are enemies now. If he makes a comeback, the first person he'll target is you. Are you still going to be soft-hearted towards him?" "But, Wan, you saw it too. Last night, Fang Cheng only released a song that was not bad, and so many people sympathized with him and laughed at you. If he really becomes famous one day, what will your situation be?" "This?" Qin Wan hesitated. After all, she was the one who actually hit the girl. Fang Cheng apologized to that little girl in public for her sake, saying countless kind words, almost abandoning his dignity. At least in that incident, Fang Cheng was not wrong. Qin Wan even considered clarifying the situation online. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Feng continued. Wan, don't you want to replace your aunt and become the #1 empress in China? Fang Cheng is your dark history. If he continues to harass you, how will you climb up the ladder? Only by completely getting rid of him can you achieve your dreams. Lin Feng's words made Qin Wan pause. After a moment, she suddenly looked up. Fine, I'm not going to get involved in this anymore. Lin Feng said with deep affection. Wan, you don't need to do anything. I'll take care of everything. Qin Wan didn't notice Lin Feng's expression. She lowered her head and inexplicably thought of Fang Cheng and Yuan Yuqin's intimate relationship. Suddenly, she felt relieved. That's good. Now no woman should want to get close to Fang Cheng. Although she had already divorced Fang Cheng, she still couldn't accept that he was with another woman so quickly. Now that Fang Cheng has earned the infamous reputation of beating women, she no longer needs to worry about that. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Lin Feng went to open it, and Su Mingxian rushed in. Brother Feng, Sister Qin, Chen Ruoshi just released a single. It's that song Plain Face. It's a duet between Chen Ruoshi and Fang Cheng. Chapter 33. This kind of stuff is disgusting to me. 9 o'clock in the evening. Hong Kong pop star Ruoshi Chan suddenly released a single. Fans were pleasantly surprised. Chen Ruoshi is beautiful and sings sweetly, and the quality of her released songs is not low. Everyone listened to her songs as soon as possible. It soon became apparent that the song title sounded familiar. Bare Face. Next, let's look at the lyrics, composition, and arrangement. Fang Cheng. Performed by Fang Cheng and Chen Ruoshi. Fans were stunned. When they clicked in to listen, they found that it really was Fang Cheng's song, Plain Face. It was just changed to a male-female duet version. Of course, some of the melody and lyrics have also been adapted. Fang Cheng's version of Plain Face on Huaxiao songs was more of a nostalgia for his once innocent girlfriend. The version sung by Chen Ruoshi and Fang Cheng has a sweeter and more relaxed feel. It perfectly matches Chen Ruoshi's style. Only, sure, why did you choose to cooperate with Fang Cheng? Fang Cheng is a violent man who beats women. If you're being threatened, blink twice. Although, this version is actually quite nice to listen to. Chen Ruoshi did it on purpose, didn't she? Cooperating with Qin Wan's ex-husband is just a way to subtly disgust Qin Wan, who said no woman would even glance at Fang Cheng. Even the Hong Kong pop diva has collaborated with him. That's a resounding slap in the face. Wait, are there actually people who support Fang Cheng? The internet is in an uproar, with Qin Wan's fans suspecting that Chen Ruoshi is deliberately trying to disgust Qin Wan. Chen Ruoshi's fans were unhappy and retorted, saying that Qin Wan's fans had just criticized Fang Cheng and then got slapped in the face. The passers-by were completely bewildered. In the end, all I could do was listen to the music quietly. Regardless, the addition of Chen Ruoshi's sweet voice to this version of Plain Face definitely makes it sound better than Fang Cheng's version. What does Chen Ruoshi mean by this? Qin Wan's expression was gloomy, and she felt a burning pain on her cheeks. She had just thought that Fang Cheng would be rejected by all women, but unexpectedly, Fang Cheng turned around and hooked up with Chen Ruoshi. Does Chen Ruoshi have no brains? They actually saw the Fang Cheng Palace? Not only Chen Ruoshi, but also Yuan Qingshan's granddaughter Yuan Yuqin. Why are all the women Fang Cheng has met since leaving me more outstanding and of higher status than the last? Lin Feng said with a stern face. Chen Ruoshi is on par with you. She probably wants to use Fang Cheng to put you down. This woman is not simple. Qin Wan sneered. Who can make it in the entertainment industry easily? I just didn't expect her to be so indiscriminate, even willing to go after Fang Cheng. Su Mingxian was shocked. Sister Qin, do you mean? Fang Cheng and Chen Ruoshi are already having an affair. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. I never expected Fang Cheng to be this kind of person. Wan, it seems we didn't wrong him. He had already cheated on you countless times while you were still together. Su Mingxian asked incredulously. Then why is he bothering Sister Qin now? Lin Feng said. Mingxian, you're still too naive. A man like Fang Cheng, who lives off a woman, would naturally want to cling to Wan while also flirting with other women. Enough, Qin Wan yelled, and seeing Lin Feng and Su Mingxian's astonishment, she wearily rubbed her temples. I'm tired and want to rest. Lin Feng stepped forward and gently put his arm around her shoulder. Wan, I'll stay with you. Lin Feng, I'm really tired. Qin Wan pleaded with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment. Then he regained his gentleness. Okay, Wan, then you should get some rest. Call me if you need anything. After Lin Feng and Su Mingxian left, Qin Wan suddenly picked up her phone and smashed it hard on the ground. Fortunately, the room floor was covered with a carpet, and the phone bounced twice before falling back to the ground. The phone was unharmed, but Qin Wan grew increasingly furious. Fang Cheng, what happened to you? In the past, Fang Cheng only had eyes for her. Even after she became famous and began to distance herself from him, he still took great care of her and always put her first. But now, just a month after their divorce, Fang Cheng is already flirting with other women. What Qin Wan found most unacceptable was that the two women close to Fang Cheng were no less capable than herself. Yes, Fang Cheng wanted to get my attention and make me jealous so that I would obediently return to his side. Fang Cheng, so you've always been this cunning and scheming. Haha, do you think you can win me back by doing this? Thinking about it this way, Qin Wan finally felt a little better. Just then, the phone lying on the ground vibrated. Qin Wan picked it up and answered the call. Dad, an angry voice came from the other side. Didn't you and Fang Cheng get divorced? How come he's still on the same show as you and getting entangled with other female celebrities? Isn't this embarrassing for you? Qin Wan's father was named Qin Zheng, and her mother was named Tang Shiyue. The couple had started a company in their early years, but it almost went bankrupt due to poor management. After Tang Shiyue became the top star, they used her fame to attract a lot of business, which revived the company and gradually helped it grow in scale. When Qin Wan and Fang Cheng got together, Qin Zheng and Tang Xinyue's company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and Fang Cheng covered Qin Wan's living expenses after graduation. But they looked down on Fang Cheng, feeling that he was not good enough for their daughter. Qin Wan's resolute decision to divorce Fang Cheng was not only due to Lin Feng's encouragement, but also because Qin Zheng and Tang Shiyue played a significant role in it. Hearing her father's words, Qin Wan felt very wronged. Dad, it was Fang Cheng who kept pestering me and followed me onto the show. I rejected him, so he held a grudge and not only wrote songs to insult me, but also went and flirted with other women. Qin Zheng was furious. I told you from the beginning that this kid wasn't a good person, but you wouldn't believe me. Now look what's happened. Even after the divorce, I can't get rid of him, and he's still flirting with other women everywhere. Today, I went out to discuss business and people laughed at me, saying, so what if my daughter is a big star? She still can't keep her own man. You've completely disgraced me. Qin Wan's eyes reddened. Dad, how can you blame me? It was Fang Cheng who kept bothering me. What did I do wrong? What's the use of crying? I'm going to go and ask him what he's up to right now. Qin Zheng hung up the phone and immediately called Fang Cheng. Just then, Fang Cheng sent 3 assignments to Tang Shiyue and was waiting for teacher Tang to grade them when his phone suddenly rang. It was his ex-father-in-law. Out of respect for his former elders, Fang Cheng answered the phone. Hello, Uncle Qin. Is there anything I can help you with? Qin Zheng showed no respect whatsoever and launched into a tirade of insults. Fang Cheng, why are you constantly bothering my daughter? I'm warning you. You're not allowed to follow Wan anymore, or I'll make you regret it. You're quitting that show immediately, and you're not allowed to participate again. Fang Cheng suddenly laughed, and Qin Zheng angrily said, You still have the nerve to laugh? Fang Cheng calmly said, Uncle Qin, I promise I will no longer bother your daughter. That's more like it, and there's more. Qin Zheng's voice softened slightly, and he was about to warn Fang Cheng not to seduce other women and embarrass his daughter, but Fang Cheng continued. After all, your daughter is vain and materialistic, and she cheated on her husband. I find her disgusting. Chapter 34 Are you worthy? What did you say? Qin Zheng was shocked by Fang Cheng's response. He found it hard to believe. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult Wan like this? If you hadn't been so persistent in pestering Wan, would we have agreed to let her marry you? You haven't helped Wan at all these years. You've been living off her all day, and you still dare to look down on her? Qin Zheng was furious. Disregarding the dignity of his elders, he unleashed a torrent of abuse into his phone. Fang Cheng remained calm and composed, even maintaining his politeness. Uncle Qin, you may have forgotten that it was Qin Wan who pursued me. When we got married, your and aunt's company was on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't even afford to give Qin Wan living expenses. I earned money to support Qin Wan and also helped you pay off some of your debts. Otherwise, your company would have gone bankrupt before Auntie became famous. You are just like Qin Wan, ungrateful, distorting the truth, and so shameless that you've even come to believe your own lies. You two are truly father and daughter. Your shamelessness is inherited from each other. Shut up. Qin Zheng's voice trembled with anger. Fang Cheng said calmly, Uncle Qin, please tell Qin Wan to stop bothering me. Since we're divorced, she should save some face and not be so shameless. Fang Cheng, you. Qin Zheng was about to speak when the other end of the line hung up. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring busy tone seemed to mock Qin Zheng for bringing shame upon himself. His face flushed red with anger, and he slammed his phone to the ground. Bang! The phone screen was shattered. Tang Shiyue walked out from the second floor of the spacious villa. What's wrong? Tang Shiyue is the second child in the Tang family. She is 46 years old this year, 2 years younger than her eldest brother Tang Yueshan, and 14 years older than her third sister Tang Shiyue. She married Qin Zheng at the age of 19 and gave birth to Qin Wan less than a year later. Tang Shiyue was very beautiful when she was young. Although she is older now, she still retains her charm. Her features are very similar to Qin Wan's, except that her face is not as smooth and full, but her figure is more voluptuous. In contrast, Qin Zheng's appearance was only average, and his features did not resemble Qin Wan's at all. When he went out and said that he was the father of the big star Qin Wan, many people did not believe him. At this moment, Tang Shiyue came down from the second floor, looked at the shattered phone screen scattered on the floor, and frowned, saying, Why are you throwing a tantrum so late at night? Qin Zheng said angrily, It's all because of your good sister. It was her bias towards Fang Cheng on that show that made Fang Cheng so arrogant. She then repeated what Fang Cheng had just said, and Tang Xinya's face turned completely cold. I told my daughter back then that Fang Cheng wasn't a good match, but she wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. She's divorced but still being harassed by him. Sure you. Why are you helping outsiders instead of Wan Wan? Tang Xingya took out her phone to call Tang Shiyue, but Qin Zheng reminded her. Remember to tell her again about performing at Chang'an Group's annual meeting. Chang'an Group is a large company in Rongqing. Recently, a project is being tendered, and Qin Zheng and Tang Xingya are determined to win it. However, their company's strength is average, and they are not at an advantage in bidding competitions. Qin Zheng found out that the boss of Chang'an Group was a fan of Tang Shiyue, so he took the initiative to contact him and said that he could arrange for Tang Shiyue to perform at Chang'an Group's annual meeting. They could even get Tang Shiyue to have dinner with the CEO. The CEO immediately promised that if Tang Shiyue could be brought in, he would approve the project for Qin Zheng right away. Qin Zheng immediately sought out Tang Shiyue, but was refused by her. The bidding for that project closes next month, and Qin Zheng is in a hurry. Tang Xingya rolled her eyes at him. Do you need to tell me? Of course I know. He then dialed Tang Shiyue's number. It rang for a long time, but the other end didn't answer. Tang Xingya was slightly embarrassed. Third sister might be busy. I'll call again. She called again, and after ringing for a long time, Tang Shiyue finally answered. Tang Xingya turned on speakerphone and said with dissatisfaction, Third sister, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Tang Shiyue's voice was devoid of any warmth. What's up? Tang Xingya complained. You knew perfectly well that Wan Wan and Fang Cheng were already divorced, so why did you still side with Fang Cheng on that show? Tang Shiyue said calmly, I'm just commenting on the song. Tang Xingya rolled her eyes. Third sister, when are you going to change your temper? You shouldn't side with outsiders instead of your own niece. Tang Shiyue's voice grew even colder. Is there anything else? Qin Zheng couldn't help but speak, but Tang Xingya waved her hand at him and then said to Tang Shiyue, By the way, what about the Chang'an Group's annual meeting that your brother-in-law mentioned to you last time? What have you thought about it? Tang Shiyue paused, as if she remembered. You want me to perform for free at that group's annual meeting, and then have dinner with their CEO to help you secure that project? Tang Xingya nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, third sister, you're already so rich, you probably don't care about that appearance fee, right? Mr. Zhang is your fan, so having a meal with him is a way of giving back to your fans. You won't lose out, will you? On what grounds? The chilling voice plunged the large villa into a deathly silence. Tang Xingya was taken aback. Third sister, what did you say? Tang Shiyue said coldly. You're in business, and you expect me to accompany you for drinks? Are you even worthy? Qin Zheng couldn't hold back any longer and said loudly, Third sister, What you're saying is going too far. What do you mean by accompanying someone for drinks? It's just a small favor for you. Why make it sound so harsh? Tang Shiyue's voice remained unchanged. In that case, why not let Qin Wan go? She should be more familiar with drinking with men than I am. Third sister, how could you say that about Wan Wan? Tang Qingya angrily retorted. She's your own niece. How can you show no affection whatsoever? Tang Shiyue suddenly laughed. Isn't it a tradition of the Tang family to disregard family ties? What? What do you mean? Beep, beep, beep. The other end of the line has already hung up. An awkward silence fell over the villa once again. After a long silence, Tang Qingya's angry voice finally rang out. That little bitch. I shouldn't have sacrificed myself to give birth to her. Sister Yin, it seems like Sister Shiyue doesn't have a good relationship with her family. In Kyoto, when Xiaorong and Zhou Yin walked out of Tang Shiyue's residence, she finally couldn't help but ask Zhou Yin a question. Today, Tang Shiyue spent her days attending brand events and her nights practicing singing until late. As soon as she got home, she received a call from her second sister, Tang Qingya. Tang Shiyue went into the bedroom to answer the phone, and her expression was not good when she came out. Zhou Yin told her to get some rest, then pulled Wen Xiaorong away. Wen Xiaorong often saw Tang Shiyue's older brother and second sister calling her, but Tang Shiyue was always in a bad mood after talking to her relatives. She was very curious about what was going on. Let's talk outside. Zhou Yin and Wen Xiaorong walked out of the villa area, got into the car, and Zhou Yin lit a cigarette, sighed, and said, You are Shiyue's assistant. There are some things you should know. Chapter 35 Tang Shiyue's past. Shiyue's mother gave birth to 3 children. She gave birth to Shiyue's eldest brother at the age of 20, Shiyue's second sister at the age of 22, and Shiyue at the age of 36. Zhou Yin spoke, mentioning something that Wen Xiaorong already knew. 2 years ago, Tang Shiyue's former agent and assistant were bribed, almost ruining Tang Shiyue's life. After that, Zhou Yin and Wen Xiaorong became Tang Shiyue's agent and assistant. In order to be a good assistant, Wen Xiaorong learned a lot about Tang Shiyue. So they knew that Tang Shiyue was the third child in her family, more than 10 years younger than her eldest brother and second sister. It is also known that Tang Shiyue's mother died early, and that she did not have a good relationship with her family. However, what Zhou Yin said next was something Wen Xiaorong didn't know. Shiyue's mother died shortly after giving birth to her, due to postpartum hemorrhage. Ding. Zhou Yin lit a women's cigarette, took a puff, and continued. Shiyue's father, eldest brother, and second sister all believe that she is responsible for the deaths of their wife and mother. Shiyue grew up amidst the hatred of her family. She had excellent grades since she was a child, but her family was unwilling to support her education, so she dropped out of school after graduating from junior high and went out to work. When Shiyue was 16, her older brother and second sister were already married and had children, but Shiyue had to work to support them. But Shiyue never complained. She worked 2 jobs during the day and sang at a bar at night, giving all the money she earned to her family. When Xiaorong was stunned, after a long while, she finally said, Holy crap, are these beasts even human? No wonder Sister Shiyue doesn't get along with them. Is it possible for a man in his 30s to suck the blood of his 16-year-old sister? Zhou Yin exhaled a smoke ring and slowly said, When she was young, Shiyue didn't hate them at all. On the contrary, she always tried very hard to gain her family's affection. Unfortunately, her father, eldest brother, and second sister squandered the money she earned, but never acknowledged her as their family. Later, Shiyue's musical talent was discovered by President Feng, and she became a singer. After she became famous, her family was finally willing to acknowledge her. Then they started demanding more. At that time, in order to salvage her family ties, Shiyue still tried her best to please them. They asked for money, and Shiyue gave it to them. They used Shiyue's fame to make money for themselves, and Shiyue cooperated fully. They were real vampires, possessing Shiyue and wanting to drain every drop of her blood. Until that day, Shiyue finally woke up. Sister Yin, are you talking about that day 2 years ago? When Xiaorong asked subconsciously, Zhou Yin nodded. Yes, it was the day Shiyue was drugged. She was desperate and called her father, older brother, and second sister for help, but no one believed her, or rather, they never really treated Shiyue as family, which is why they were so indifferent. If it weren't for Fang Cheng, Shiyue's innocence and reputation would have been ruined. After that day, Shiyue finally saw her so-called relatives for who they really were. Zhou Yin flicked her finger, and the cigarette but flew accurately into the trash can 2 meters away. The story was over. When Xiaorong suddenly realized, no wonder Sister Shiyue never gives them a friendly look. These people are so shameless. Even after all this, they still keep bothering Sister Shiyue. When Xiaorong, who was always by Tang Shiyue's side, naturally knew that in addition to Tang Qingya, Tang Yueshan, and Tang Shiyue's father also often came to Tang Shiyue for help. But each time Tang Shiyue resolutely refused, these people would make a scene, and after a while they would come back to beg again. Previously, when Xiaorong thought Tang Shiyue was too cold to her family, but now she just wants to say that Sister Shiyue is still too soft-hearted. If it were her, she'd slap these scumbags every time they came at her. Oh right. When Xiaorong suddenly thought of a question. Sister Yin, do you think Sister Shiyue is so kind to Fang Cheng just because he saved her 2 years ago? Zhou Yin rolled her eyes at her. Do you think there's some other reason? When Xiaorong quickly replied, of course not. Sister Shiyue is such a kind person who always repays kindness. Haha. Of course, she wouldn't dare say that she had actually considered other reasons. For example, Sister Shiyue wanted to turn Fang Cheng from Qin Wan's ex-husband into her aunt's husband. Snap. When Xiaorong suddenly smacked herself, and Zhou Yin frowned. What are you doing? Nothing, just a mosquito got in my head, haha. When Xiaorong felt like she had gone completely mad. My aunt and her former nephew-in-law are so far apart in age. How could that be? I'm going crazy. The spacious bedroom was coldly furnished and dimly lit. Tang Shiyue sat on the bed, hugging her knees with both hands, her whole body curled up. If an outsider were to see this, it would be difficult to connect the woman who is so vulnerable at this moment with the #1 empress of China. When Tang Shiyue was 16, her father owed high-interest loans, her eldest brother divorced and married his mistress, and her new sister-in-law's handbag cost several thousand yuan. Her second sister and brother-in-law's company was losing money, and they could barely afford to buy milk powder for their niece Qin Wan. At least half of these burdens fell on Tang Shiyue's shoulders. So even though the bar was a mixed bag, she still went to sing there every night. One day, a customer gave her $1,000 in tips and forced her to drink a glass of wine. After drinking it, she became disoriented and felt feverish all over. The man thought he had succeeded and wanted to take her to a hotel. As a result, Tang Shiyue almost bit off his ear, which made the man furious. 4 or 5 grown men were punching and kicking a young girl in the street. Tang Shiyue curled up on the ground, clinging tightly to herself. She still remembers the scene vividly. The bar street was bustling with people, but no one cast a single sympathetic glance at her, covered in blood. The surrounding area was brightly lit, but to her it was pitch black. Since then, Tang Shiyue has been afraid of bright lights. When she is alone, she has also gotten into the habit of curling herself up so that the pain in her memories is not so clear. Just then, the phone vibrated twice. Tang Shiyue looked up at the phone screen next to her. Fang Cheng. Auntie, these are the homework assignments from the past 2 days. Then there are 3 audio recordings of vocal exercises. Tang Shiyue picked up her phone, opened one of the audio files, and a slightly deep, magnetic voice immediately filled the bedroom. This level of vocal training was barely passing for Tang Shiyue. But Tang Shiyue was completely absorbed in listening. She remembered that day 2 years ago, when she was in a daze, disheveled, and about to be caught. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of me, and I was immediately supported by a pair of strong arms and pulled into a warm embrace. Auntie, are you all right? At that moment, that magnetic voice was exactly the same as it is now. At that moment, Tang Shiyue felt a sense of peace she had never experienced before. Unlike the brightly lit but dark and quiet bar street of 16 years ago, the alley was pitch black at the time, but to her it was brightly lit. Snap! Tang Shiyue turned on the ceiling light, and the bedroom was brightly lit. She looked at the light, a slight smile playing on her lips, like a peony just beginning to bloom. Since that day 2 years ago, she has no longer been afraid of light. Chapter 36 Auntie, good night. After hanging up on Qin Zheng, Fang Cheng blocked all the contact information of Qin Wan, Qin Zheng, and Tang Qingya before going to take a shower. When I came out of the shower, I saw that Tang Shiyue had replied to my message. Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile, as it seemed that Tang Shiyue always reviewed his homework after he had finished washing up. They had pretty good chemistry. Fang Cheng picked up his phone and opened the 3 voice messages sent by Tang Shiyue. Sure enough, they were comments on the 3 assignments he had just submitted. My aunt's voice was still clear and melodious, like a peony blooming on an iceberg, intoxicating yet something to be admired from afar. However, Fang Cheng noticed that Tang Shiyue's voice sounded somewhat tired. Qin Zheng just called to question him, asking if Tang Shiyue was also blaming her aunt. After all, her aunt clearly didn't speak up for Qin Wan in the first episode of The Voice of China, and even gave herself the highest score. Given Qin Zheng and Tang Xinyue's character, they would most likely blame Tang Shiyue for not showing any affection for her family. That's why my aunt looked a little tired at this moment. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng first respectfully sent a voice message accepting the teacher's criticism, and then asked, "Auntie, you seem a little tired. Are you all right?" Thousands of miles away in Kyoto, Tang Shiyue saw the concerned message. Her usually cold and beautiful face softened, but her reply remained as indifferent as ever. "It's okay. Are you confident about the recording the day after tomorrow?" The recording of the second episode of The Voice of China will be held the day after tomorrow. Starting from the second episode, the program will require contestants to keep their performances confidential and not reveal their songs to the outside world before the recording. It is absolutely forbidden to reveal this to your supervisor. Therefore, Tang Shiyue never asked Fang Cheng what song he wanted to sing, and Fang Cheng never sent the song to Tang Shiyue for feedback. Even though Tang Shiyue is concerned about Fang Cheng's preparations, she never mentions the content of the song. Fang Cheng replied, "I'm ready, auntie. I definitely won't let you down." Tang Shiyue typed, in agreement. Then, perhaps realizing something was amiss, added, "You are working hard for yourself." "Yes, auntie." Fang Cheng immediately acknowledged the instruction, then, after a moment's thought, asked, "Auntie, I've never understood why you helped me. After all, Qin Wan is Tang Shiyue's niece, and her reputation is so bad now. Tang Shiyue, as the #1 empress in China, really has no need to get involved in this mess." Half a minute later, Tang Shiyue replied, "The Chinese music scene is too stagnant. It needs truly talented newcomers." Fang Cheng was shocked. This statement was exactly the same as that of Teacher Yuan. Compared to Teacher Yuan and Tang Shiyue, he himself is constantly immersed in the conflicts with his ex-wife. His insight and perspective are clearly inferior. No wonder Teacher Yuan is such a respected figure, and my aunt is such a top star. I really should learn from these seniors. Auntie, I was being narrow-minded. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Fang Cheng now truly regarded Tang Shiyue as his elder and mentor, and his heart was filled with respect. Tang Shiyue was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Chun Ruoshi comes from a wealthy family in Hong Kong. You can be friends with her, but don't get too close." Fang Cheng was taken aback and immediately realized that his aunt had misunderstood his relationship with Chun Ruoshi. "Auntie, sure, and I just share the same views on music. She's very innocent, and I don't have any feelings for her." Tang Shiyue hummed in agreement, ending the conversation. In the villa in Kyoto, Tang Shiyue put down her phone, lay on the bed in her pajamas, and frowned slightly as she looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. Sure. Just then, my phone vibrated again. It was a message from Fang Cheng. "Good night, auntie." Tang Shiyue looked at the "good night" on her phone screen, and after a moment, turned off the light and closed her eyes. She didn't have insomnia tonight. The next day, Fang Cheng continued practicing singing at the Qingshan recording studio. Tomorrow is the recording date for the second episode of The Voice of China, and he needs to practice intensively to strive for perfection. Today's practice went smoothly. Yuan Qingshan only scolded Fang Cheng 4 times throughout the day, which is the lowest record in history. At 5 p.m., Fang Cheng said goodbye to Yuan Qingshan and his grandson and prepared to return to the hotel. As soon as I stepped out of the recording studio, a soft, sweet voice called out from behind me, "Brother Fang." Fang Cheng turned around and saw Yuan Yuqin running up from behind, handing him a white thermos. "This is a snow pear and white fungus soup that I made. It's good for the throat." A gentle breeze blew by, causing the girl's black hair to flutter. A blush appeared on her fair face, and her eyes shimmered as she looked at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng was slightly taken aback, and Yuan Yuqin asked timidly, "Brother Fang, don't you like it?" Fang Cheng quickly accepted it. "Of course I like it. Thank you, Xiaoqin. You've worked so hard these past few days." Yuan Yuqin shook her head repeatedly, her beautiful hair swaying gently, her voice soft. Brother Fang, you must keep going. Good. Fang Cheng shouted into the recording studio. Teacher, I'll definitely come back with first place. Yuan Qingshan's voice rang out from behind the recording studio door. Get out of here. Who wants you back? Fang Cheng smiled, waved to Yuan Yuqin, and turned to leave. After Fang Cheng had walked a distance, Yuan Qingshan came out. Watching his departing figure, and then looking at his granddaughter who was gazing longingly at his retreating form, he reminded her. Xiaoqin, Fang Cheng is 6 years older than you and has been divorced. He's only suitable to be your older brother. Yuan Yuqin was silent for a moment, then turned around and smiled sweetly. Grandpa, I just consider Brother Fang my older brother. After saying that, he went back to the recording studio, picked up a broom, and started cleaning. Yuan Qingshan said, Xiaoqin, didn't you already sweep the floor just now? Huh. Yuan Yuqin was taken aback and raised her hand to smooth her hair. I didn't clean it properly just now. I'll sweep it again. Seeing his granddaughter's slightly flustered movements, Yuan Qingshan sighed. It was evening, in an ordinary recording studio. That's perfect, it's great. Mingxian, you sang well. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Sister Qin. Su Mingxian was very happy, as Qin Wan and Lin Feng had been helping him practice singing for the past few days. Qin Wan added a kunku opera tune to this poignant ancient-style song, making Return Date more passionate and perfectly fitting the theme of ancient meaning. After several days of practice, Su Mingxian has perfectly mastered the essence of the song. With Lin Feng and Qin Wan both being mentors, Su Mingxian was very confident that he would beat Chu Kiki and take first place tomorrow. Lin Feng said to Qin Wan, Wan, should we try to put pressure on Zhangku and Fang Cheng? Fang Cheng shone brightly in the first episode, and Lin Feng worried that the production team would keep him in the second episode in order to continue to capitalize on Fang Cheng's popularity. Qin Wan shook her head. No need. Fang Cheng isn't good at traditional Chinese style. He has no chance this time. Lin Feng thought about it and agreed. Even if the production team wanted to protect Fang Cheng, it wouldn't be good to directly rig the show if he sang too badly. After all, Fang Cheng's reputation is so bad now. Zhangku is just using him for publicity. He's had enough of the negative publicity. It's time to throw away the trash. Lin Feng glanced at Qin Wan. Her profile was exquisite, her curves were elegant, and she possessed both innocence and sexiness. Such a stunning woman, yet Fang Cheng has enjoyed her for so many years for nothing. It will be mine from now on. Chapter 37 Teacher Fang with many fans. The next day, when Fang Cheng arrived at Jiangxing TV station, he found the area in front of the TV station building crowded with people. They are all fans of the mentors and contestants. Qin Wan is the most beautiful. Sweet second sister is the cutest. Lin Feng is so handsome. Mr. Tang, I want to have your baby. Tang Shiyue, I love you. Great Demon King, come and torment me. Among the mentors, Tang Shiyue undoubtedly has the most fans and the loudest voice, while the fans of the other mentors are suppressed and dare not speak out. As for the contestants, the one with the most fans is Fang Cheng. Get out of the entertainment industry. Violent men don't deserve to be on the Chinese Voice. Support Qin Wan in taking revenge on the cheating man. Fang Cheng is so handsome. Who's calling Fang Cheng shui? Beat her up. A group of people holding a banner that read, Fang Cheng, get out of the entertainment industry, surrounded the Jiangxing TV building and launched a full-scale attack on Fang Cheng. A girl wearing a hat and mask whispered, Fang Cheng is so handsome, and then slipped away, making it impossible for the angry crowd to catch her. Fang Cheng was dumbfounded. Do I really have this many fans? I'm so touched. Next to Fang Cheng's fans group were Chu Kiki's fans, who were holding up a large poster of Chu Kiki. That's what Chu Kiki looked like when she played the Guzheng on stage in the first episode. The girl in the poster was so charming, with a baby face and a large peach-like figure. She was simply a combination of classical, cute, and sexy. Chu Kiki made a stunning debut in the first episode of The Voice of China, with her strikingly contrasting image and outstanding ancient-style singing and playing that caught everyone's attention. If it weren't for Fang Cheng's massive amount of negative publicity, Chu Kiki would have been the most popular contestant. Of course, no one can compare to Fang Cheng's fame at the moment. For example, right now, Fang Cheng has just gotten out of a taxi when he was spotted by his fans. People immediately became excited. That's Fang Cheng. This scumbag actually dares to come. I'm going to teach him a lesson on Qin Wan's behalf. I want to seek justice for the female employee of Bowie who was beaten by him back then. He is not allowed to enter Jiangchengtai. Fang Cheng was startled, not expecting his fans to be so enthusiastic. Just as he was about to be surrounded, a petite figure suddenly rushed out from the side and pulled Fang Cheng away in another direction. It was the same little girl who had shouted "Fang Cheng is so handsome" in the crowd just now. The girl had her hair in pigtails and a round face. Although she was wearing a hat and a mask, Fang Cheng still recognized her. Assistant Lu? Lu Yun took off her mask, revealing her flushed, round face, and turned around to say, "Teacher Fang, a lot of your haters suddenly showed up downstairs. The director asked me to come down and pick you up ahead of time. Come with me. We'll go in through the back door." Fang Cheng frowned slightly. "Assistant Lu, are you saying those people appeared suddenly?" Lu Yun nodded. "There were only a few people originally, but a large group suddenly came and kept cursing at you." Fang Cheng paused for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He already knew who did it. Lu Yun didn't notice Fang Cheng's expression. She led him into a small alley and, familiar with the place, found a tightly closed door. She pushed it open, revealing a passageway. "Don't worry, Teacher Fang. I always enter the station from here when I'm late. This road is very safe." "Okay, thank you for your help, Assistant Lu." Fang Cheng followed Lu Yun through the door and quickly arrived at an elevator along the corridor. Lu Yun pressed the elevator's up button before addressing Fang Cheng. "Teacher Fang, you were so handsome in the last episode. Bare face is so beautiful. I've been listening to your duet with Teacher Chun on repeat every day." Seeing the round-faced girl's excited expression, Fang Cheng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Assistant Lu, aren't you afraid of me? People online are saying I'm going to hit women." After saying that, he made a fierce face. Lu Yun looked at him and suddenly burst out laughing, her eyes turning into crescent moons. "Teacher Fang, you don't look like someone who knows how to fight at all. You couldn't even beat me, could you?" Fang Cheng. Just then, the elevator arrived, and the two stepped into the car. Lu Yun pressed the button for the third floor while muttering to herself, "Teacher Fang, this topic is quite difficult. Are you confident? This issue's theme is indeed very special. It's not just about the ancient style, but also the addition of the word righteousness, which makes it very difficult to grasp." Lu Yun overheard her colleagues discussing the show, and they all felt that this episode was likely to set a new record for the lowest average score among contestants in the history of The Voice of China. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "It's all right. I shouldn't be eliminated." "Really? Wow, I can't wait." Lu Yun's eyes widened, eager to hear Fang Cheng sing right now. The two exited the elevator and arrived outside the contestants' backstage area. Lu Yun raised her small fist at Fang Cheng. "Go, Teacher Fang." "No problem." Fang Cheng also raised his fist at Lu Yun, then turned and walked into the contestants' backstage area. Lu Yun watched Fang Cheng's retreating figure and murmured, "Teacher Fang seems like a good person, so why are people online criticizing him? Only a fool like you would think Fang Cheng is a good person, right?" A sharp laugh rang out behind Lu Yun. She turned around and saw a glamorous woman in a low-cut short dress walking towards Su Mingxian. This woman's name is Chun Yan. She and Lu Yun were interns who came to the station in the same batch, but there are limited spots for permanent positions. Whether she can stay or not depends on her performance in The Voice of China. Lu Yun is a hardworking and conscientious worker. The assistant director originally arranged for her to receive Su Mingxian, but Chen Yan took a shortcut and ultimately won the right to receive Su Mingxian. Fang Cheng, who had no one else willing to receive him, was left to Lu Yun. The longer the artist stays, the more opportunities they have to shine, and the greater their chances of staying. Fang Cheng, a contestant universally disliked online, will at most remain for 2 more episodes. When Chun Yan heard Lu Yun say that Fang Cheng wasn't a bad person, she almost died laughing. Lu Yun wrinkled her nose. "Chun Yan, don't talk nonsense. Teacher Fang is a good person." Su Mingxian sneered. "Little girl, you're so young and your eyesight is already bad. Do you really want to get beaten up by Fang Cheng?" Lu Yun glanced at Su Mingxian and thought to herself, "No wonder Teacher Fang said he was effeminate. He really does sound like a woman." Su Mingxian frowned. "What kind of look is that?" Lu Yun smiled brightly. Teacher Su, I wish you become more and more beautiful. He ran away after saying that. Su Mingxian looked completely bewildered and asked Chen Yin, what did she say about me? Chen Yin said, Teacher Su, she complimented you on your good looks. Su Mingxian laughed and touched his face with his delicate fingers. I think so too. In the Minter's lounge, Lin Feng was holding his phone to his ear. Didn't I tell you to stop Fang Cheng and embarrass him? How come you let him in so easily? Ruined by a little girl? I paid for this, and this is how you do things. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Feng put down his phone, a sinister look appearing on his handsome face. Fang Cheng, I'll return that bowl of soy milk you gave me sooner or later. Chapter 38. Treats her former niece's husband better than her niece. Backstage area for the contestants. Most of the 36 contestants have arrived. They've gotten to know each other quite well from the first episode, and many are chatting. People's attention, however, was focused on a petite yet voluptuous woman, Chu Kiki. She rose to fame in the last episode, leaving a deep impression with her distinctive appearance, figure, and ancient-style songs. In just a few days, her fan club has already formed online. The same thing is happening now. Many contestants are surrounding Chu Kiki, flattering her, drooling over her, and being jealous. Countless eyes are on her. Suddenly, the door to the players' lounge was pushed open, and a handsome and tall man walked in. The lively room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at the man. Their expressions varied. But unlike the disdain and contempt of the previous episode, this time, the audience's eyes were filled with more amazement and conflict. What's amazing is that this man went from being an obscure nobody to a top star with just one episode of a music variety show. Although this top influencer is mostly associated with negative publicity, being famous despite being controversial is still fame. The paradox is, how should they treat him now? After the first episode, the contestants had a full understanding of how extreme the show was. They might already be secretly filming right now. If I were to jump out and provoke someone like Su Mingxian did in the last episode, only to be rebuffed instead, I would lose face big time. But if you ask them to fawn over someone, they can't do it. After all, this man has a terrible reputation. For a moment, the contestants froze on the spot, their expressions somewhat blank. Only one girl with a youthful face and enormous breasts stood up and smiled sincerely at the man. Teacher Fang, the song Bare Face that you and Teacher Chen sang together was so beautiful. Fang Cheng smiled at Chu Kiki and said, Teacher Chu, I also really like your ancient-style singing. Chu Kiki's eyes lit up. You've heard my songs before? Fang Cheng said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't pay much attention to ancient-style music before. I caught up on all your songs last week. Teacher Chu, you're amazing. I admire you. Fang Cheng wasn't flattering him. In order to practice his song well, he listened to many famous ancient-style songs, and only then did he realize that Chu Kiki was so famous in the ancient-style music circle. She sang several of the most popular and widely circulated songs. A singer with Chu Kiki's talent should have become famous long ago. No way, Teacher Fang. You're the amazing one. Chu Kiki blushed, feeling embarrassed, and then said, By the way, about the version of Bare Face you sang with Teacher Chun, I think the second verse could be done like this. As they talked, they ended up discussing business with Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng, naturally, welcomed such an excellent singer, and the two quickly became engrossed in their discussion about music. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Why does Chu Kiki favor Fang Cheng so much? Isn't she afraid of being implicated by him? At this moment, Su Mingxian walked in from outside and saw Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki talking intimately together. He frowned, and a feeling of displeasure welled up in his heart. How could a scumbag like Fang Cheng possibly lay a finger on a girl as beautiful and talented as Chu Kiki? Su Mingxian walked straight between Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki, rudely interrupting their conversation, and said to Chu Kiki, Coco, Fang Cheng is a violent maniac. Be careful he doesn't hit you. It was quiet all around. The contestants were certainly aware of the rumors about Fang Cheng assaulting staff, but none of them brought it up in person like Su Mingxian did. If the production crew is secretly filming at this moment, that would be exciting. Chu Kiki was having a lively discussion with Fang Cheng when she was suddenly interrupted. She was a little confused, while Fang Cheng laughed. Su Mingxian looked coldly at Fang Cheng, a violent maniac who only knows how to beat women. What are you laughing at? Fang Cheng chuckled. Since you say I only know how to hit women, then you should be careful. Aren't you afraid I'll hit you if you get this close? Su Mingxian was taken aback. Chu Kiki, who was next to him, had already said, "Oh," and looked at Su Mingxian with a look of sudden realization. Su Mingxian then realized that Fang Cheng was mocking him for being effeminate again. Fang Cheng. Su Mingxian pointed at Fang Cheng, but dared not speak again. That day at the entrance of Qingshan recording studio, he, sister Qin, and brother Feng combined couldn't out-argue Fang Cheng. Now that he's alone, isn't he just humiliating himself? Su Mingxian snorted and turned to walk to the side. The others found it strange that Su Mingxian could endure such humiliation from Fang Cheng. Su Mingxian remained expressionless, but in his mind, he was recalling Qin Wan's words. Fang Cheng is not good at traditional Chinese style, and this episode's theme is not favorable to him. He will most likely be eliminated. Since Fang Cheng is destined to be eliminated, why bother arguing with a loser? Director Zhang, we've already been criticized by a lot of people last time. How about we eliminate Fang Cheng this time? In the program's meeting room, the assistant director was giving Zhang Ku advice. Others echoed, "Yes, we've already used up most of Fang Cheng's traffic. Letting him stay any longer might backfire." I think so too. Besides, the theme of this episode is clearly not suitable for Fang Cheng's style, so eliminating him is understandable. There were so many Fang Cheng haters downstairs just now. If we don't eliminate Fang Cheng soon, they might come up here next time. What they said actually makes sense. Zhang Ku initially had Fang Cheng and Qin Wan participate in The Voice of China because he wanted to generate negative publicity and boost the show's popularity. The objective has now been achieved. Fang Cheng has been embroiled in another assault scandal, and his continued presence could potentially drag down the production team. Faced with the chatter of the program crew members, Zhang Ku remained righteous. "What are you all talking about? It's like our show is rigged. The Voice of China is an absolutely fair program. Every contestant's fate depends entirely on their own ability. There will absolutely be no shameless act of manipulating audience scores. What you all said has put me in an unjust position. Please don't mention it again." Zhang Ku spoke with righteous indignation and forceful conviction, leaving everyone stunned. The shameless act of manipulating audience scores behind the scenes. Isn't that what you did in the first season, Director Zhang? Are you criticizing yourself here? Director Zhang. All right. From now on, my show will only have substance, no more of that nonsense. And I will never yield to any so-called big-name guests. Zhang Ku waved his hand, and his whole body seemed to glow. Go to work. Yes. The group had no choice but to leave. Several girls couldn't help but look back at Zhang Ku, and suddenly realized that the balding man in his 40s was actually quite handsome. After everyone had left, Zhang Ku got up, closed the door, locked it, picked up her phone, and made a call. A fawning smile instantly appeared on her face. "Teacher Tang, I have already given the instructions as you wished. There will absolutely be no underhanded dealings in this episode. We will rely entirely on our abilities." "Yes, yes. By the way, Fang Cheng is quite talented. Do you think we should help him?" "You have confidence in him? Great, no problem. It's my honor to do something for you." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ke opened his mouth and murmured, "Hiss, why do I feel like Empress Tang treats her former nephew-in-law better than her niece?" Chapter 39. Since you repay kindness with enmity, you must take responsibility for your actions. Sure you, it's been confirmed. The person who assaulted someone at the Bao event 2 years ago wasn't Fang Cheng. It was Qin Wan. In one of the most spacious and upscale mentor lounges, Zhou Yin spoke to Tang Shiyue. On the very day that Fang Cheng was exposed for assaulting someone at a Bao cosmetics event 2 years ago, Tang Shiyue asked Zhou Yin to investigate. "With the connections I have after the first day, this kind of thing is easy to investigate." Zhou Yin quickly determined that Qin Wan was the one who physically assaulted someone during that brand event. After Qin Wan hit someone, Fang Cheng immediately took remedial measures, apologized to the girl who was hit, compensated her, and gave red envelopes to the staff present, asking them to keep it a secret. Bowie didn't want her brand activities to be embroiled in scandals, so she cooperated and suppressed the matter. That's why this matter has never been exposed. Then why is it being exposed now? And the one who did the beating has become Fang Cheng. Tang Shiyue's eyes were deep, and a hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful and aloof face. Zhou Yin paused for a moment, then voiced her guess. It's probably because Fang Cheng's performance in the first episode was so outstanding that someone was afraid his popularity would be detrimental to them. So, Tang Shiyue asked, "Who?" Zhou Yin fell silent. Neither she nor Tang Shiyue were newcomers. They were all too familiar with the cutthroat world of entertainment. Fang Cheng had become a sensation with bare face, and his image was about to be completely transformed. The sudden resurfacing of the assault incident from 2 years ago is about to cause public opinion of him to plummet once again. Fang Cheng now is at best a scoundrel with a little talent. Qin Wan, on the other hand, remained the pitiful and vulnerable victim. This helped him gain another wave of followers. It goes without saying who the biggest beneficiary of this is. Zhou Yin understood, and she knew Tang Shiyue understood even better, but Qin Wan was, after all, Tang Shiyue's niece. The best way to handle this matter is to leave it at that. "Sister Yin, where's the girl who got beaten up?" But Qin Wan didn't seem to have that intention and continued to ask. After the assault incident, she was fired by Bao Yi. Bao Yi gave her a sum of money as compensation and made her sign a confidentiality agreement. If this matter is leaked, she will have to pay a lot of money. "Can we find her?" Tang Shiyue asked again. Zhou Yin was stunned. "Shiyue, what exactly do you want to do? Qin Wan is your own niece. You shouldn't interfere in this matter." Instead of answering, Tang Shiyue asked, "Do you think Qin Wan did this?" Zhou Yin paused for a moment, then analyzed. It's unlikely that Qin Wan directly hired someone to spread rumors. After all, if someone were to investigate, she could easily be exposed. It might be someone else. She knew the truth, but she didn't stand up to clarify when Fang Cheng was being slandered. Even if she wasn't the one spreading the rumors, it was as if she tacitly agreed to it. She did something wrong, and Fang Cheng helped her deal with it, but now she's repaying kindness with enmity. In that case, she should take responsibility for what she did. "Sister Yin." Tang Shiyue raised her eyes, a hint of anger flashing in her icy gaze. "Continue the investigation, find the girl who was beaten, make her testify for Fang Cheng. I will pay the compensation for the leak, and find her a good job." Zhou Yin hesitated for a moment. "What if your second sister and brother-in-law find out?" Tang Shiyue said calmly. "We just want them to know what kind of daughter they've raised." "All right." Seeing Tang Shiyue's determination, Zhou Yin had no choice but to give up and quickly made a phone call to arrange for someone to find the person involved from back then. Tang Shiyue leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and came over with Wen Xiaorong, who was holding a black dress, but was stopped by Zhou Yin. "Change it later. Let Shiyue rest for a while." When Xiaorong peeked into the lounge and saw that Tang Shiyue seemed to be asleep. "Sigh, Sister Shiyue is too tired." "How can I not be tired? With so many engagements every day and singing practice until the early hours of the morning, today was supposed to be a precious day off." Because she had to participate in The Voice of China, Sister Shiyue had to drag her tired body to Jiangxing TV. Zhou Yin gently closed the door to the lounge, and when Xiaorong whispered to Zhou Yin, "Sister Yin, do you think Sister Shiyue came to participate in this program just for Fang Cheng?" Zhou Yin glared at her. "Fang Cheng is Shiyue's former nephew-in-law. You're not allowed to say things like that again." When Xiaorong stuck out her tongue. "Okay." She glanced at the door to the lounge and wondered to herself, if it weren't for Fang Cheng, why would Sister Shiyue, with her status, participate in a variety show? But Fang Cheng is his niece's ex-husband, and he's so much younger than Shiyue. It just doesn't make sense. Wow, my brain is about to explode. An hour later, the recording of the program began. Amid cheers and applause from the audience, the mentors began their entrance. Lin Feng was the first to appear, greeted by light sticks and screams from female fans. The second is Qin Wan. After the previous episode where her ex-husband wrote a song to insult her and then exposed her assault scandal, Qin Wan's image as a weak victim became even more deeply ingrained in people's minds. When she appeared, the entire stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was shouting "Go for it" to show their support for her. Some of Qin Wan's fans even burst into tears, shouting hoarsely, "Wan Wan, don't be afraid. We will always be with you." The scene was incredibly moving and heart-wrenching, as if Qin Wan wasn't there to participate in a music competition, but rather to go to her execution. Qin Wan waved to the audience, her face displaying a poignant smile that was both delicate and forcefully strong. This caused fans to scream wildly and cry out in despair. "Wan Wan is so strong. My heart is aching so much. Yi Lin was in the audience, surrounded by a group of Qin Wan's fans, and she was crying the loudest. The Voice of China is so popular that tickets for the live audience are very hard to get. It was only through a friend of Master Yi who works at Jiangxing TV that he was able to get her a ticket, which cost a full 5,000 yuan. Before Yi Lin arrived, Master Yi said something to her, telling her to support Qin Wan while refraining from criticizing Fang Cheng, as Brother Fang is really not a bad person. Yi Lin scoffed at this, feeling that her father was unable to distinguish right from wrong. Seeing Qin Wan pretending to be strong, Yi Lin felt even more heartbroken. Wan was harmed so badly by that beast Fang Cheng, and my dad still wants to speak up for him. I don't want to be his daughter anymore. When asked by a fan standing next to her, Qin Wan explained that her father had spent money to buy her audience tickets, but then showed favoritism towards Fang Cheng. The fans were outraged, exclaiming, "We're better off without a father like that. Men side with men, and women help women. Sister, I support you severing ties with your father." That's not necessarily true. If she cuts ties with her father, no one will give her money to support Fan Wan anymore. That's right, sister. Then you can maintain the superficial father-daughter relationship for now and let him spend money to help you pursue Wan. But you have to have backbone and never accept this kind of father with warped values. Yi Lin was deeply moved by the support her sisters had given her. You're right. No matter what happens, I will always support Wan. Go Wan. Die, you scumbag. Chapter 40 Fake Gentleness vs Real Cuteness. Amid cheers and wailing from the audience, Qin Wan sat down and, just like in the previous episode, gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, which drew screams from the CP fans once again. After their on-screen romance was over, Lin Feng continued to gaze intently at Qin Wan, while Qin Wan awkwardly looked away. She and Lin Feng had just discussed it and decided that they would agree to give Fang Cheng a low score this time. No matter what song Fang Cheng sings, they will only give him a maximum of 70 points, so that Fang Cheng can be ranked at the bottom. Qin Wan now holds the upper hand in public opinion and is therefore fearless. Even if she gave Fang Cheng a low score, there would be no controversy from the outside world. Instead, people would praise it as a woman's great revenge. It might even gain Qin Wan another wave of fans. Moreover, Fang Cheng is not good at ancient style, and he will most likely be exposed in this episode. Perhaps Qin Wan and Lin Feng's scores will not be the lowest in the end. Qin Wan gently smoothed the ends of her wavy hair, which she had specially styled to accentuate her mature and glamorous appearance, and looked towards the stage. In a daze, it seemed as if she had returned to the time when she participated in events or programs, and Fang Cheng accompanied her backstage. At that time, she had just become famous and knew nothing. Fang Cheng accompanied her all the way and helped her deal with countless troubles. Unfortunately, Fang Cheng, the lyricist and composer, couldn't help her with the song resources she needed most. Qin Wan sighed inwardly. She hadn't wronged Fang Cheng. It was just that the two of them weren't a good match. But Fang Cheng's harassment of her and his writing of songs to insult her is wrong of him. She eliminated Fang Cheng for his own good. Fang Cheng wasn't suited for the entertainment industry. Being an ordinary person and living a simple life was the best choice for him. Next up is Chen Ruoshi. The Hong Kong sweetheart is also quite popular on the mainland, and enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. However, there were also some discordant boos mixed in. Upon closer inspection, the sound came from the audience section where the person holding the Qin Wan light stick was standing. Clearly, Qin Wan's fans are very dissatisfied with Chen Ruoshi and Fang Cheng's duet of Plain Face. What Hong Kong pop diva? She's just a slutty, repressed slut who picks up trash. Exactly. She's the kind of trash Wan doesn't want, yet she's practically begging to lick his boots. How shameless. I think she's just jealous of Wan's popularity and is deliberately using Fang Cheng to put Wan down. What a scheming woman pretending to be innocent and cute. It's disgusting. Qin Wan's fans hurled very harsh insults, but their voices were drowned out by the majority of cheers and applause. Chen Ruoshi took her seat in the mentor's area, right next to Qin Wan, who wore a gentle smile. Sure, we meet again. Chen Ruoshi grinned at her and said, "Hello, Teacher Qin." Surprisingly, she showed absolutely no awkwardness towards her ex-wife after collaborating with her ex-husband. She really is a scheming little bitch. Qin Wan cursed inwardly, but her expression remained gentle and elegant as she casually said, "So that's the kind of song you like. I know a lot of songwriters and composers. I'll introduce you to songs like that next time I come across one." That style of song naturally refers to bare face. These words sound well-intentioned, but they can't hide the sarcastic tone beneath. But Qin Ruoshi didn't recognize it at all, blinking her big eyes. "What kind of song is it?" She likes sweet songs, jazz, rock, and traditional Chinese music. There are so many styles. Which one is Qin Wan referring to? Qin Wan looked at Qin Ruoshi, seemingly trying to find a trace of deliberate effort on her face, but ultimately failed. Haha, what a show-off. Sure enough, those who can climb to this position are no pushovers. Qin Wan, judging others by her own standards, had already listed Qin Ruoshi as her strongest rival, whether in career or in relationships. "You're quite suited to those self-pitying, melancholic love songs about heartbreak." Qin Wan smiled, but her words were full of barbs. Qin Ruoshi thought for a long time. "I've never sung a sad love song." Qin Wan couldn't hold back any longer. "Haven't you been singing sad love songs lately?" Qin Ruoshi: "The songs I've been singing lately have all been pretty sunny and cheerful. I'm a sweet girl." Qin Wan stared intently at Qin Ruoshi, inwardly cursing the shameless little bitch. That song, Plain Face, insulted her from beginning to end, and she calls that sunny and cheerful? On the mentor's seat, the gentle and elegant Qin Wan stared intently at the charming and lovely Qin Ruoshi. Qin Ruoshi, however, remained completely bewildered, her naivety bordering on innocence, a moment captured precisely by the camera. In the control room, Zhang Ke stroked his chin, his eyes shining. The contestant's ex-husband, the mentor's ex-wife, and the pop star mentor who sang a duet with her ex-husband. This relationship is exciting. The assistant director reminded him, "Director Zhang, this is a music variety show, not a dating show." Another assistant director also warned, "Moreover, this episode's theme is so difficult. I heard that Fang Cheng isn't good at traditional Chinese style. If he ranks last, he'll most likely be eliminated." Zhang Ke chuckled. "Who says you can't date on a music variety show? I don't think Fang Cheng will be eliminated." Seeing that the two assistant directors were staring at him blankly, Zhang Ke added, "This season is all about merit. No one is allowed to pull any stunts." Everyone around echoed this sentiment, secretly thinking, "Wasn't it you who did all the behind-the-scenes manipulation before?" The fourth to appear was Zheng Shan, who was carrying an exquisite box. The audience probably already knew what he was going to do. Sure enough, when Tang Shiyue appeared, amidst a frenzy of cheers and screams like a volcanic eruption, Zheng Tianwang knelt down on one knee, picked up the box with both hands, and opened the lid. Inside was a necklace studded with diamonds. Zheng Shan said affectionately, "Sure you, I haven't been sleeping well lately. The doctor told me to take some vitamins, but I don't need them because you are my vitamin E." Well, the audience fell silent. I was really touched by this latest Swarovski moon goddess design, but this cheesy pickup line has made me hesitant to touch it. King Zheng, next time you confess your feelings, can you just give me a gift and not say anything? As expected, the great demon king ignored King Zheng. Alas, what a pity for that moon goddess. If King Zheng only sends a gift next time, maybe President Tang will agree to it. I think so too. After all, in the entertainment industry, only King Zheng can barely be considered a big boss. Tang Shiyue did not accept the necklace worth over 1,000,000 yuan. She simply said, "I'm sorry," and went straight to sit in the instructor's seat. Zheng Shan scratched his head, but he was used to it, and quickly sat down. Backstage, the contestants were also discussing the matter. Wow, the moon goddess. 1.29 million. King Zheng is so devoted. Brother Feng is also very devoted to Sister Qin. Teacher Tang is so beautiful. If I were Zheng Tianwang, I wouldn't give up either. Teacher Qin and Teacher Chun are also beautiful, but Teacher Tang's beauty is different. It inspires admiration and respect. Otherwise, how could she have been named Asia's most beautiful woman for 2 consecutive years? Everyone else was marveling at Zheng Shan's devotion and Tang Shiyue's beauty. But Fang Cheng frowned slightly. "My aunt doesn't look well. Is she feeling unwell?" Chapter 41. You're unlucky. You appeared after me. Could it be that you stayed up too late grading my homework last night and didn't get enough rest? Fang Cheng wondered to himself. Yesterday, he sent his homework to Tang Shiyue as usual. Around 11 p.m., Tang Shiyue replied, and asked Fang Cheng to practice it again according to her requirements and send it back for her to check. The teacher and student did not finish their conversation until after midnight. Looking back now, it was like that almost every night during that period. I'm a free person, so I can sleep a little later, but Tang Shiyue is different. She sometimes has at least 3 or 4 gigs a day, flying all over the country, and she also has to practice singing. She wishes she could split her time in half. Evening should have been her precious time to rest, but she ruined it herself. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng felt incredibly guilty and grateful. His aunt is absolutely amazing to him. But I have nothing now. How can I repay my aunt? Dear contestants, please submit the song title, backing track, the instruments you need, and the music video. The assistant director came over and, as usual, asked each contestant to submit their song information. However, unlike the first season, this time each contestant can submit a pre-recorded music video or instrumental video in addition to the backing track and their prepared instrument. This is also because Zhang Ku considered that the theme of ancient meaning was indeed quite difficult, so he graciously allowed everyone to record a music video in advance. When the contestants go on stage to perform, the music video is played on the big screen behind them, which makes the performance more atmospheric and easier for the audience to immerse themselves in the experience. This also indirectly reduces the difficulty. The contestants submitted their pre-recorded music videos. Those who are signed to a company will have their music videos made more elaborately, while those who are not signed to a company will make their own. Something is better than nothing. Su Mingxuan's music video was meticulously crafted by Wan Feng's studio at Lin Feng's request. Su Mingxian is very confident that when the music video is released during his performance, it will resonate with the entire audience. Director Li, my music video is 3 minutes and 50 seconds long. Director Li, mine is also a music video, 3 minutes and 47 seconds long. As required by the program team, the contestants all reported the length of their MVs when they submitted them, which made it easier for the control room to coordinate. When it was Fang Cheng's turn, he handed over 2 USB drives. Director Li, this is the backing track, and this is the background story, which is just a short passage. Please help me fix it on the big screen. He doesn't have the means to record a music video, nor does he need to. He just needs to explain the background story of the song in a short paragraph. Upon hearing his words, everyone around looked over. Their expressions varied. This episode's theme is so difficult. Everyone has carefully prepared music videos, but you only wrote a simple background story. Are you being too confident? Or have they just given up? Su Mingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Anyway, you don't know anything about ancient style, so there's really no need to make a music video. Giving up is a wise decision. Fang Cheng ignored him and sat down to the side. Su Mingxian thought Fang Cheng was guilty and became even more smug. Sister Qin, brother Feng, look, I beat Fang Cheng in a verbal battle. Chu Kiki kindly ran over to Fang Cheng and whispered, Teacher Fang, it's okay. As long as you sing well, you don't need a music video. I have confidence in you. Fang Cheng smiled and said, Thank you, let's keep going. Su Mingxuan's eyes turned cold. Was Chu Kiki an idiot? Fang Cheng was clearly going to be eliminated this episode, and she was still trying to get close to him. What a big-breasted, brainless fool. Next, the order of appearance will be determined by drawing lots. Fang Cheng drew number 16, Su Mingxian drew number 17, and Chu Kiki drew number 20. This episode is the opposite of the first one. Fang Cheng appears before Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian didn't care at all. At this moment, his only opponent was Chu Kiki. He will be number 1 as long as he beats Chu Kiki. Soon the competition began, and the first to go up was the 4th place winner from the previous episode, a very talented male singer. He went on stage dressed in ancient costume and sang a very famous ancient-style song. However, the final score was dismal, less than 750 points. As he stepped off the stage, the grown man burst into tears. He was unlucky. Qin Wan and Lin Feng changed their scoring strategies this time, no longer daring to give high scores randomly. Otherwise, the difference between them and Tang Shiyue, who gave the final score, would be too great, and they would be the ones who couldn't save face. Although Chun Ruoshi is cute and adorable, she is very serious about music, and her scoring is always objective. Only Zheng Shan is an encouraging mentor. Even if someone sings terribly, they can still get a score of 80 or higher. Tang Shiyue goes without saying. She's so strict it's terrifying. She just gave him only 40 points, which completely broke the male singer's mentality. The man covered his face and sobbed, and the surrounding contestants fell silent. Is this episode really that cruel? The contestants who came on stage next were all very nervous, but none of them were able to get a high score. When the 15th contestant came down, the first person to score more than 750 points that night finally came. However, the girl's hands and feet were shaking when she stepped off the stage, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Her performance was already beyond expectations, and the meticulously produced music video was extremely moving, eliciting a warm response from the audience. However, Tang Shiyue only gave her 45 points. The evaluation was full of shortcomings. Back in the contestants' backstage area, the girl immediately hid in a corner and wiped away her tears. Everyone looked at each other blankly, and someone asked in a daze, "Who's the next unlucky one?" Fang Cheng, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, opened them and stood up. He was tall and elegant, with a refined and composed demeanor. Although he was not dressed in ancient costume, he possessed a graceful and ancient charm, like a famous female impersonator about to take the stage. Is Fang Cheng taking the stage? Will he also leave the stage in tears? Even the most ruthless and impartial leader will get criticized if he doesn't sing well, right? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Fang Cheng walked towards the gate. As he passed Su Mingxian, he suddenly stopped, looked down at the effeminate man, and said calmly, "You're unlucky. You came on after me." After saying that, he went straight out of the contestants' backstage area. Everyone fell silent, and Su Mingxian himself didn't react either. This scene seems a little familiar. I remember now, in the last episode, when Su Mingxian appeared before Fang Cheng, he said the same thing to Fang Cheng. So Fang Cheng is now returning that line to him. An eye for an eye is cool, but you have to have the ability to back it up. If Fang Cheng gets a really low score, wouldn't that be a slap in his own face? Almost everyone was pessimistic about Fang Cheng's chances. After all, so many strong players had failed to win. Fang Cheng seems to have never written anything in the ancient style before, and other writers even have music videos, but he only has one sentence. Isn't he just asking for trouble by writing this? The more confident you are in making bold statements, the worse you'll be when you get slapped in the face. Su Mingxian sneered. This must be Fang Cheng's last act of madness, right? He really hopes that the clip from earlier will be edited into the final cut and shown later along with the footage of Fang Cheng's defeat and exit. He'll definitely watch it repeatedly then. Fang Cheng appears on the stage. As always, the entire audience booed. Chapter 42, The Scarlet Girl. Fang Cheng is here again. How dare a cheating and violent man come to the public? Get out of the entertainment industry, you scumbag. As Fang Cheng stepped onto the stage, familiar boos rang out from the audience. Among them, Qin Wan and Lin Feng's fans were the most vocal. In the previous episode, Fang Cheng sang bare face and criticized Qin Wan for being vain and snobbish. When he confronted Su Mingxian backstage, he also criticized Lin Feng. The two men's fans absolutely hate him. The insults were extremely offensive. While other spectators were more moderate, boos were still inevitable. After all, Fang Cheng has been exposed for cheating multiple times, and there was also the assault scandal 2 years ago. Anyone who doesn't boo him now would be considered morally corrupt. Some people booed and lamented. That song Plain Face is actually quite nice. What a pity. Fang Cheng is quite talented, but his character is terrible, sigh. No, there's no evidence of either infidelity or assault. So why did you all believe it? Some people raised weak objections, but these voices were quickly drowned out by a huge chorus of boos and curses. On stage, Fang Cheng stood tall and proud, amidst a chorus of boos, which only served to highlight his purity and untainted spirit. Looking at this tall and gentle man, Qin Wan was slightly lost in thought. She met Fang Cheng for the first time at the school's welcome party, and it was a similar scene. When Fang Cheng stood on the stage and smiled calmly, he captured the hearts of countless girls. Chasing Fang Cheng was once Qin Wan's proudest achievement. Unexpectedly, the two of them turned out like this many years later. At this moment, all the lights in the venue dimmed, and a music video began playing on the big screen. The singers who appeared before had all prepared music videos to accompany their songs, so the audience wasn't surprised and looked at the big screen with the mindset of being ready to boo at any moment. However, The simplistic or elaborate music video footage that everyone expected did not appear. On a screen larger than the stage, a sentence appeared. 87 years ago, there was a small county town called Anyuan. People were stunned. What's this? No music video, only text-based background information? I expected it to be rudimentary, but I didn't expect it to be this rudimentary. The background doesn't match up either. What kind of ancient times is 87 years ago? It doesn't fit the ancient style theme at all. Someone realized. 87 years ago, wasn't that when our China was invaded by the Japanese devils? The text on the big screen continued to scroll. There was an actor named Pei Yinji, whose kung fu opera, The Peach Blossom Fan, was very popular among the people. When war came, the invaders occupied Anyuan, burning, killing, and looting. They even demanded that Pei Yinji perform for them, or they would kill all the people in the county. Inside the theater, Pei Yinji appeared on stage in full makeup, singing a mournful tune. On stage, he sang about love that arose without knowing its origin and deepened with time, while below the stage, a pack of jackals and tigers and evil spirits ruled the place. The more the singer sang on stage, the more grief-stricken he became. Pei Yinji shouted, "Light the fire." Instantly, the entire theater was engulfed in flames. Below the stage, the Japanese soldiers howled and wailed like ghosts. On stage, amidst the raging fire, the opera performance never ceased. As our ancestors said, once the play begins, it cannot be stopped. Fire breaks out, building collapses, but the play is not over. The recording studio was completely silent. The war 87 years ago was a wound for the entire Chinese nation, and also a magnificent epic that stirs the blood of all Chinese people. That period of history was filled with countless heroic martyrs and touching stories. But no one had ever heard of the story shown on the big screen. But just reading the words was enough to bring tears to the eyes of every Chinese person, filling them with grief and indignation. The control room was equally silent. The production team reviewed all the song materials submitted by each contestant, and they were shocked when they saw Fang Cheng's song. If Fang Cheng can sing this song perfectly, it could very well make the second episode a huge hit. It could even elevate The Voice of China to a new level. But if you don't sing well, neither of the two assistant directors dared to take the risk, and even suggested that Zhang could have Fang Cheng change the song at the last minute. But Zhang Ke wanted to take a gamble. The first season of The Voice of China was very successful, but many people think that the second season was just a poor sequel, saying that Zhang Ke has run out of ideas and has no new tricks up his sleeve. The station is also considering replacing The Voice of China with a new variety show for the next season. Zhang Ke was holding back a lot of energy. He wants to prove that his show can be even better. Fang Cheng may be a variable. I'm going to gamble on this one. Zhang Ke wanted to gamble, but boos rang out again from the audience. How dare Fang Cheng sing about such a serious and tragic subject? Does he deserve it? Exactly. This is a matter of national righteousness. How dare scumbags stage accidents for extortion? I cried when I read the backstory, but the thought that Fang Cheng was going to sing it made me not want to listen anymore. No matter how well Fang Cheng sings, I will never give him a score. Qin Wan frowned and shook her head slightly. Fang Cheng is indeed very clever. He naturally has a strong sense of empathy for this kind of subject matter that involves national righteousness. But you also need to have the ability to handle it. With such a great backstory, if your song is bad and you sing it terribly, it will only have the opposite effect. It seems that after this incident, Fang Cheng can indeed retire from the entertainment industry. Qin Wan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of disappointment. She gazed intently at the tall figure on the stage. This is probably the last time I'll see Fang Cheng sing. Tang Shiyue also frowned, her hands under the table clenching slightly. If sung well, this kind of subject matter can make someone a legend. If you sing badly, you'll be cursed by everyone. That's too risky. If I had known, I should have asked him what songs he sang, even if it meant violating the confidentiality agreement. Everyone had different thoughts, and the song title had already appeared on the big screen. Red-faced girl. Fang Cheng stood in front of the microphone on the stage, his hands slightly raised, and a melodious and poignant operatic singing began. That sound instantly silenced all the boos and whispers. The next moment, Fang Cheng began to sing opera lyrics. Love arises without knowing its origin and deepens with each passing moment. Kung Fu opera? Tang Shiyue recognized the origin of this operatic style. The others stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen. Fang Cheng can actually sing opera? Why does it sound pretty good? Before anyone could be shocked, Fang Cheng's performance continued. As the play unfolds, the water sleeves rise and fall, singing of joys and sorrows, of partings and reunions. But it has nothing to do with me. I am used to infusing all my joys, sorrows, and happiness into my performance. What does it matter if I sing the same old lyrics? I am all just bones and ashes. Surprisingly, Fang Cheng's performance was not as bad as people expected. The transition from the high-pitched and melodious opera style at the beginning to the singing style of modern songs was very natural and smooth. Fang Cheng's voice also returned to its deep, magnetic tone, carrying a touch of sorrow, which perfectly matched the background story on the big screen. People seemed to see that small county town that had not yet been ravaged by war, where an actor stood on the stage every day to perform. Although the audience was full, the actor was inevitably looked down upon for his lowly status. The last line of the verse made everyone's expression turn solemn. A drifting duckweed in troubled times, I watch the flames of war engulf the land. Though my position is humble, I dare not forget my duty to the nation, even if no one knows me. Chapter 43 says that Fang Cheng isn't good at ancient-style poetry, right? Scumbag Fang Cheng, get off the stage. Scumbag Fang Cheng. That scumbag Fang. Scumbag. People. From the moment Fang Cheng stepped onto the stage, Lin and a group of Qin Wan's most loyal fans around her shouted for Fang Cheng to get off the stage. But after Fang Cheng uttered the first line of Kunku opera, the voices of the group suddenly became softer. Lin fell completely silent after singing the line. Though my position is humble, I dare not forget my duty to the country. She is a fan of Qin Wan, but she is also a Chinese. The war of aggression 87 years ago is a scar etched in the hearts of the Chinese people. If Fang Cheng sings a song of this kind and doesn't do it well, he'll definitely be criticized to the point of being a complete jerk. Lin was ready to verbally abuse Fang Cheng to death. But after listening to this song for a while, Lin has temporarily forgotten that Fang Cheng is a scumbag who hurt her idol. Fang Cheng on the stage seemed to have transformed into the actor on the stage in that small county town back then. Although he was just an actor, he never forgot the greater good of the nation. Lin stared blankly at Fang Cheng, completely absorbed in the mood of the song. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Wan's fans around her shared the same expression. The entire audience was completely silent, as if they were in a theater, captivated by the performers on stage. Suddenly, the music stopped, making everyone's hearts seem to stop for a moment. The audience members have passed by, and the old colors are no longer visible. On stage, someone is singing a heartbreaking farewell song. Fang Cheng's voice changed, and it became a melodious and bright kunku opera tune. As Fang Cheng sang, the background story on the big screen seemed to transform into a series of images. On the stage, the water sleeves danced, and the green-clad dancers fluttered. When the play unfolds, the water sleeves rise and fall, singing of joys and sorrows, of partings and reunions, but it has nothing to do with me. Inside the theater, flames roared and ghosts howled. The word love is hard to write, so he must sing it with blood. When the curtain rises and falls, who remains as a guest? Amidst the blazing flames, the actors continued their song, and the performance never ceased. We have questioned the rise and fall of dynasties, and we have sung the praises of prosperity and decline with resounding voice. The Tao is without emotion. How can one fathom it if the Tao itself is filled with emotion? The Tao is without emotion. How can one fathom it if the Tao itself is filled with emotion? Gazing at Yenyuan and Bianliang, I dream of them for a while. As the last line fell, flames engulfed the theater, and the scene gradually faded away. The melody gradually faded away. There was no sound in the recording studio. The next moment, a faint sobbing sound was heard. Who's crying so loudly? Aren't you ashamed? Lin looked around with dissatisfaction, and as she spoke, water droplets dripped onto the corner of her lips. Lin raised her hand to touch her face. Only then did I realize that her face was already covered in tears. How is this possible? How could I be moved to tears by that scumbag Fang Cheng's singing? Lin was incredulous and quickly wiped away her tears. She was a fan of Qin Wan and had nothing but hatred for Fang Cheng. How could she be moved to tears by his singing? That would get you expelled from the fandom. However, Yilin noticed that the fans who had been screaming the loudest with her were all wiping away tears. Why are you all crying too? Yilin was shocked, while a girl next to her, Wan Fan, wiped her eyes and gritted her teeth. I don't want to cry, but I can't help it. Yilin felt ashamed and guilty. It seemed she had betrayed Wan. Fortunately, it wasn't just these Qin Wan fans. Other viewers were also shedding tears. That way, she wouldn't stand out. At this point, the situation backstage for the contestants and in the audience was roughly the same. Almost all the contestants had red eyes, and the girls all shed tears. The male singers weren't much better off. Some of the tall, strong ones were so embarrassed that they hid in a corner and wiped their eyes. Su Mingxian, on the other hand, looked completely dazed. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but rather that he dared not move. Wasn't Fang Cheng supposed to be bad at traditional Chinese style? Didn't you say that my only opponent this time is Chu Kiki? Wasn't it said that Fang Cheng would be eliminated? He sang like that. How could he be eliminated? And Fang Cheng even added operatic elements to this song. And she sang so perfectly. In comparison, the half-baked opera singing I learned from Qin Wan was simply not presentable. Most importantly, he's next to appear. There are songs and performances of Fang Cheng's caliber ahead of us. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to go up there myself? Su Mingxian suddenly remembered what Fang Cheng had said to him earlier. You're unlucky, you're behind me in line. At the time, Su Mingxian thought Fang Cheng was just putting on a show before he died, but now he realized that Fang Cheng was genuinely confident. It's okay, we still have Sister Qin and Brother Feng. A glimmer of hope rose in Su Mingxian's heart. Sister Qin and Brother Feng would never give Fang Cheng a high score. At this moment, the host Yu Dan came on stage. Her eyes were also a little red, and she had obviously been moved to tears by Fang Cheng's singing. Fang Cheng, you sang this song so well. You have to buy me a pack of tissues. Laughter and applause erupted from the audience. The beautiful host looked at Fang Cheng with shining eyes, then addressed the judges. Now, esteemed professors, please provide your evaluations. The atmosphere in the recording hall suddenly became strange, and a close-up of Qin Wan appeared on the big screen just in time. Qin Wan was caught off guard and immediately put down the tissue she was holding. But her slightly red eyes betrayed her condition. Yes, although she was reluctant to admit it, she was indeed moved to tears by Fang Cheng's singing. The backstory of Red Silk, paired with Fang Cheng's singing, is more moving than any beautiful music video. Qin Wan didn't even know when she started crying. She only knew that her face was wet when Fang Cheng finished singing. Although she had wiped away her tears in time, she was still a little embarrassed. Given her current relationship with Fang Cheng, how could she be allowed to be moved by Fang Cheng's songs? According to the plan, she should give Fang Cheng a low score. Under the spotlight and the gaze of the entire audience, Qin Wan's expression shifted uncertainly, and it took her a long while before she finally spoke with difficulty. This song is very good, very touching. I give it 90 points. Wow. Clap, clap, clap. A commotion and applause erupted simultaneously, and people looked at Qin Wan with a strange expression. Even his ex-wife, with whom he had a falling out, gave Fang Cheng such a high score. This song, Red Clad Lament, is fantastic. Why does Qin Wan seem to be in a lot of pain? You were bullied by your ex-husband for so many years, and you thought you could get revenge after becoming a mentor, but you still have to give your ex-husband a high score. Doesn't that hurt you? As the audience said, Qin Wan dared not give this performance of Red-Clad Ladies a high score. This is a matter of national righteousness, and the singing is so moving. If you deliberately give it a low score or intentionally belittle it, you will incur public wrath. Qin Wan seemed to have used all her strength to finish speaking, then put down the microphone with a look of utter despair. Next, Lin Feng will give the scores. He was much more natural than Qin Wan, and even praised her with a sincere expression. After listening to this song, The Red-Clad Lament, I felt an urge to pick up a weapon and fight the invaders to the death. I give it 90 points. Lin Feng had a fair complexion and a delicate, handsome appearance, more like a woman than a man. It was quite comical for him to utter such bold words. Someone in the audience burst out laughing. This sissy is going to fight the Japanese devils. You talk a good game, but when things really get tough, you're probably more of a coward than anyone else. Lin Feng's face was gloomy, and he exchanged a glance with Qin Wan beside him. They both saw surprise and anger in each other's eyes. Qin Wan felt a growing sense of resentment. Fang Cheng actually had such a great song hidden away. Why did he keep it from her? Chapter 44. Skills can be practiced, but a childlike heart is even rarer. Qin Wan and Fang Cheng knew each other for 7 years, dated for 3 years, and were married for 3 years. Fang Cheng was a renowned talent in college. He was able to write songs independently in his sophomore year. After the two got married, Fang Cheng wrote many songs for Qin Wan, but none of them became popular. Some classmates said that Qin Wan's singing skills were not good, but Qin Wan disagreed. She felt that Fang Cheng's songs were no good. Even after Qin Wan became famous, Fang Cheng continued to write songs for her. But by then, she could no longer appreciate Fang Cheng's songs. Until 2 years ago, Fang Cheng was no longer able to write songs. Qin Wan completely despised Fang Cheng. She had already concluded that Fang Cheng had no future in the entertainment industry. Unable to offer her any further assistance, they discarded her like trash. Unexpectedly, just 1 month after their divorce, Fang Cheng wrote 2 hit songs. Especially this song, Red-Clad Ladies. If she sang it, it would definitely be more shocking than Fang Cheng's version. Qin Wan looked at Fang Cheng, who was calm and composed on the stage. Fang Cheng was also looking in her direction, his gaze seemingly the same as before. Qin Wan was startled. She understood. Fang Cheng is trying to win her back in this way. One of the reasons she divorced Fang Cheng was that Fang Cheng had lost his talent and could no longer help her. Now Fang Cheng has poured his heart and soul into writing 2 great songs, and even followed her to the Voice of China, all to tell her, "I can write good songs now, Wan. I can help you. Please come back." Qin Wan could almost picture Fang Cheng pleading with her. This quickly improved her mood, and her smile brightened. Fang Cheng will definitely come to find her after the show ends. I must not be soft-hearted at that time. Who told him to treat her so badly lately, and even write a song to insult her? Qin Wan would never remarry Fang Cheng, but if Fang Cheng could write a song of the same quality as Red Cliff, she might give him a kind look as a reward. Wah! Qin Wan was deep in thought when a loud cry suddenly rang out beside her, startling her. Turning her head, she saw that Chun Ruoshi's eyes were red from crying, and she was sobbing as she said, "Wah, I'm so sorry, I'm too moved. Wah, though my position is humble, I dare not forget my duty to the country." That line really touched me. Pei Yinji is truly a great hero. I'm going to cry my eyes out. Wah, 95 points. While crying, Chun Ruoshi gave the show its highest score so far. Wow, 95 points. This song is worth it. Sweetie, if you cry, keep it down. We fans can't bear to see you lose face like that. Haha. Chun Ruoshi looks so cute when she cries. Wah, I just wiped away my tears, and now Chun Ruoshi is making me cry again. Exclamations, laughter, and cries erupted simultaneously from the audience, and the close-up shot on the big screen immediately shifted from Qin Wan to Chun Ruoshi. The petite and adorable little girl from Hong Kong Island cried her eyes out, which was both endearing and hilarious. It was really quite amusing. The focus of the entire audience shifted to Chun Ruoshi. Qin Wan's expression darkened again. Chun Ruoshi is surprisingly good at stealing the spotlight. Qin Wan felt even more resentful when she thought of Chun Ruoshi and Fang Cheng singing Plain Face. Hong Kong Island is too small, and if Chun Ruoshi wants to expand into the mainland, then her own status as a comparable star makes her her biggest rival. She used her ex-husband to put herself down and then tried to grab attention on the same show. This woman is so cunning. Chun Ruoshi had no idea what Qin Wan was thinking. She was simply too moved. Although the girl is a bit silly, she is actually very well-mannered and has had a patriotic heart since she was a child. I have a great deal of knowledge about the war that took place more than 80 years ago, and I have the utmost respect for the heroic martyrs. Just now, when the background story of red-haired girl was revealed, Chun Ruoshi's eyes were already red. Fang Cheng sang 2 lines, and she had already started pulling out tissues. When she heard the line, "Though my position is humble, I dare not forget my duty to the country, even if no one knows me." Chun Ruoshi broke down in tears and still can't stop them now. Actually, Fang Cheng's performance still has quite a few flaws. With the song's support, 90 points is no problem, but 95 points is a bit too high. But Chun Ruoshi couldn't care less about objectivity. This song was simply worth it. Like Chun Ruoshi, Zheng Shan is also not objective. The rock star, in his 30s, stood up abruptly. My biggest regret is that I wasn't born in that era and couldn't personally kill a few Japanese devils. Fang Cheng's song makes me feel like I've returned to that tragic and passionate era. I don't know if Pei Yinji ever existed in history, but I believe that every Chinese son and daughter is like Pei Yinji, and every Chinese person has the determination to defend their motherland to the death. The fire of the theater has not been extinguished. It will forever burn in our hearts. I give this song a 95 out of 100. Zheng Shan's words reignited the passion in the entire recording hall, and the audience all stood up, applauding thunderously. Well said. We are all Pei Yinji. China must not be humiliated. Backstage, enthusiastic applause also erupted from the contestants. Everyone was excited, except for Su Mingxian. He was still wondering what he should do when he went on stage later. Fang Cheng's opera singing is so amazing. Should I still sing my half-baked opera singing? But if I don't sing it, the whole song has to be changed. I've already handed in the backing track, and it'll be too late to change it. Ugh, I should have known better than to add that peaking opera-style vocal part. After Zheng Shan's impassioned commentary, it was Tang Shiyue's turn to give the final commentary. The excited audience gradually quieted down. Everyone is eagerly anticipating how the notoriously strict Big Demon King will evaluate this song. Fang Cheng, who had been calm and composed just moments before, straightened up slightly, feeling a little nervous. It's a bit like a student handing in an exam paper and waiting for the teacher to grade it. Tang Shiyue sat gracefully, her stunningly beautiful face attracting all eyes even without any expression. Amidst the intense attention of everyone, Tang Shiyue calmly spoke. The first line of the opera style is too light and airy. This kind of song should be more profound to match the meaning of the song. My voice cracked a bit on the second line of the chorus. I need to practice my voice more. The last sentence is too bland and lacks depth. The nuances of vocal transitions and operatic singing are not yet perfect. After a long list of questions, the entire room fell silent, and the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. Can a song like this get a high score from Tang Tianho? Even Fang Cheng on stage was a little nervous. He knew his singing skills needed improvement, but he never expected that so many problems would arise when he went on stage and sang a slightly difficult song like Red Silk. Looks like I need to work even harder. Qin Wan smiled. Sure enough, her aunt was still on her side. Wasn't belittling Fang Cheng just to vent her anger? The next moment, Tang Shiyue looked at Fang Cheng's receptive expression, a smile appearing in her eyes, and her voice suddenly softened. However, I really like this song, and I also really like the emotions you expressed when you sang it. Technique can be practiced, but this pure and innocent heart is even more precious. I give you 85 points. Chapter 45. Qin Wan wants to complain to her grandfather. Wow, 85 points. The big boss's score of 85 is much more convincing than the previous scores of 90 or 95. I knew it. How could Empress Tang not know its value? Is this a case of loving someone so much that they are so demanding? Hey, what do you mean by deep love? Tang Tianho is Qin Wan's aunt. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Shiyue's words made the audience cheer and applaud. Regardless of Fang Cheng's character, his song Red Clad Lament really moved them and perfectly matched the theme of righteousness in this episode. This song doesn't deserve a high score. What song does? Qin Wan's face stiffened, her heart filled with a jumble of emotions, as if a bottle of spices had been spilled. She thought her aunt would stand up for her this time, but unexpectedly, after criticizing Fang Cheng so much, she ended up giving him a high score again. This looks like a senior's genuine concern for a junior, showing true affection amidst strictness. But I'm her niece. Qin Wan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Tang Shiyue, and just then she saw her usually aloof and cold aunt looking at the stage with a smile in her eyes and a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. This moment was like an iceberg melting, a spring breeze breaking through the frost. It was incredibly stunning and remarkably gentle. During family gatherings during holidays, Tang Shiyue had never shown such gentle and tender affection to Qin Wan's grandfather, uncle, and mother. Qin Wan subconsciously looked towards the stage, and Fang Cheng also looked up at the mentor's seats at the same time. Qin Wan clearly sensed that Fang Cheng's gaze was not directed at her, but rather at Tang Shiyue. In that instant, Fang Cheng and Tang Shiyue's gazes met, collided, and became entangled across the distance. Tang Shiyue opened her eyes wide, A ridiculous guess welling up in her mind. Could it be that my aunt and Fang Cheng? But the next moment, Tang Shiyue and Fang Cheng looked away, and Fang Cheng bowed towards the instructor's table. Thank you for your feedback, Teacher Tang. I will definitely continue to work hard. Tang Shiyue nodded slightly, and then remained silent, her attitude no different from that towards the other contestants. Qin Wan came to her senses and breathed a slight sigh of relief. She was right after all. My aunt is the #1 empress in China, while Fang Cheng is a scumbag and washed-up guy that everyone hates. Moreover, one of them is her aunt, and the other is her ex-husband. The fact that these two are together is less accurate than saying that Qin Wan has become the world's #1 diva. However, Qin Wan was still a little unhappy that her aunt had given Fang Cheng high scores in 2 consecutive rounds. She quickly realized that her aunt had always resented her grandfather, uncle, and mother for not helping her back then, and held a grudge against the family. So I was caught in the crossfire. But on what grounds? She didn't do anything wrong to her aunt. Qin Wan decided to go home after this episode was finished and complained to her grandfather, hoping he would intervene so that her aunt wouldn't refuse to help her anymore. While Qin Wan was making her own calculations, she didn't notice that Fang Cheng and Tang Shiyue exchanged another glance. There are many things that are difficult to say on stage, but the two have already communicated with their eyes. There was nothing ambiguous or romantic about it. Fang Cheng simply expressed his sincere gratitude. Tang Shiyue's criticisms hit Fang Cheng's weak points with every word. This was not only a reminder to him, but also an expression of an elder's care and guidance for a younger generation. Fang Cheng was filled with gratitude. Tang Shiyue also received the meaning in his eyes, so she nodded slightly and smiled as a response. Neither of them had considered that they had only met a few times, so why were they able to communicate so tacitly with just their eyes? After the mentors finished their comments, it's time for the audience to score. The audience's reaction this time was completely different from the previous episode. In the last episode, the audience was ashamed to admit that they gave Fang Cheng a score. But this episode is different. Red-clad ladies sings of national righteousness. We give it a thumbs up, and we are proud. I choose to give it a thumbs up. This point is dedicated to the martyrs. This song deserves a point. I have no regrets about being born Chinese. The audience members generously gave scores, shouting them out loud, as if afraid others wouldn't know they had given scores. Only Qin Wan and Lin Feng's fans remained deathly silent. The fans looked around, their faces full of doubt. They had all agreed that they would absolutely not give Fang Cheng a score. But now, if they don't give Fang Cheng a score, wouldn't they be going against their conscience? Yilin's eyebrows were furrowed in worry, as if she were constipated. Ugh, this is so annoying. Fang Cheng is clearly a scumbag who hurt Wan Wan. So why can he sing such a good song? What do I do? Giving Fang Cheng points would be a betrayal of Wan Wan. Between righteousness and love, I choose love. A staunch Qin Wan fan nearby chose not to give a score. Yes, if a song makes us betray Wan Wan, then what about all those years of companionship and understanding? Never give points to scum. The others echoed this sentiment, all giving Fang Cheng a score of 0. Seeing how determined her companions were, Yilin immediately felt ashamed of her earlier hesitation and gave them a 0. Instantly, I felt refreshed and my love for Qin Wan had been elevated once again. I really am Wan Wan's most loyal fan. Wan Wan, can I feel my love for you? The audience score was quickly released, 435 points. The score appeared on the big screen, causing an uproar in the audience. No, the mentors all scored 457 points, but the audience only scored 435. Such a tragic and righteous song, sung so well. Why is the score so low? Who didn't give points? Damn it! Aren't they all descendants of the Japanese devils? Generally speaking, mentors are stricter than the audience, and contestants' mentor scores are usually lower than the audience scores. The judges scored a high 457 points on the song Red Silk, but the audience score was more than 20 points lower, which is obviously abnormal. Many viewers were dissatisfied and looked around, trying to find those who hadn't given points and asked them what they thought. Some of the older folks, who harbored deep hatred for the Japanese, had already started cursing. Qin Wan's fans, who were just acting all proud of not giving a score, have now all turned into quails, burying their heads and remaining silent. Yilin also kept her head down, afraid that people would notice that she was also one of those who didn't get a score. The atmosphere in the audience was strange, and someone suddenly remembered something. In the last episode, no one in the audience admitted to giving Fang Cheng a score. However, in this episode, no one admitted that they didn't give Fang Cheng a score. The contrast before and after is too great. People looked at Fang Cheng, who remained calm on the stage, with somewhat complicated expressions. This guy has a strange ability to manipulate everyone's emotions. Is this the allure of talent? Yi Lin stared blankly at Fang Cheng, suddenly realizing that this scumbag was actually quite handsome. He then suddenly shook his head. What good is it if a scumbag like Fang Cheng has some talent? It was because Wan saw through his true nature that she resolutely threw him away. No matter how good his songs are, Wan won't care. As a proud fan of Qin Wan, she also wants to be as principled as Wan. Yi Lin became resolute once again. At this moment, Fang Cheng's total score appeared on the big screen. The mentors gave him a score of 457, the audience gave him a score of 435, and the total score was 892. Chapter 46. What are they doing? 892. What a pity, such a song didn't even make it to 900 points. Those guys who cheat on their conscience and don't give points are disgusting. This must be the highest score ever achieved by the Chinese singing competition, right? Last episode had scores of over 900 points, and everyone was a disaster. This episode was much more comfortable, with strict scoring and real talent. Fang Cheng's total score, not reaching 900, was a disappointment to many, but it also made Lin Feng secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He was forced to give Fang Cheng a score of 90, and he felt terrible all over, as if he had been beaten up. Fortunately, his and Qin Wan's fans were very supportive and held their ground, refusing to give Fang Cheng a score. Otherwise, if the reviews and scores for red-clad ladies were to soar, he really wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But Lin Feng watched Fang Cheng bow and leave, a dark glint in his eyes. Fang Cheng actually has songs of this caliber hidden away? It seems I shouldn't have advised Qin Wan to divorce him so soon. They should have extracted all the good songs Fang Cheng had hidden away before advising Qin Wan to get a divorce. However, it's not too late now. Fang Cheng followed Qin Wan to the Voice of China, which shows that he still can't let go of Qin Wan. As long as I can get a grip on Qin Wan, it won't be difficult to dig out all the other good songs in Fang Cheng. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Qin Wan and saw that the beautiful and charming woman was staring at the stage, her eyes flashing with unreadable emotions. Lin Feng's gaze instantly darkened, but his voice remained gentle. Wan, many contestants sang well today. I'm already looking forward to the contestants to come. This was a reminder to Qin Wan that Su Mingxian hadn't even appeared yet, and they should all give him high marks. Qin Wan snapped out of her reverie and smiled at Lin Feng. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. She smiled, but her heart was elsewhere. She and Fang Cheng have been together for so long. If Fang Cheng had produced a song of this caliber earlier, she might have become famous long ago, and her achievements today might not be lower than her aunt's. Why did Fang Cheng wait until after his divorce to release such a song? So what did she get in return for all those years of her youth she gave to Fang Cheng? This is what Fang Cheng owes her. Qin Wan had already made up her mind that when Fang Cheng came to her after the show's recording, she wouldn't give him a kind look. She would make him kneel down and admit his mistakes, and then perform 2 good songs before she would forgive him even slightly. But don't even think about remarrying. At most, we can be friends. I was so foolish before, thinking that love was everything. Now she understands that men are meant to be manipulated. The more aloof you are, the more they will open their hearts to you. Fang Cheng was like that, and so was Lin Feng. The 2 mentors were preoccupied with their own thoughts, forgetting what Su Mingxian was feeling at that moment. When Fang Cheng returned to the backstage area, Chu Kiki stood up and applauded for him. The others also stood up and applauded. Putting everything else aside, the song Red-Clad Ladies alone certainly deserves their applause. Teacher Fang, I love this song so much. It's my favorite song of all your songs. Wow, you're definitely going to be #1 this time. Chu Kiki's big, round eyes were shining, and she looked at Fang Cheng as if she were looking at an idol. Fang Cheng was a little puzzled. All my songs? Chu Kiki nodded vigorously. Yes, Teacher Fang, I've listened to all your songs. Fang Cheng was surprised, as he had always written songs for Qin Wan and had never officially released any songs himself. Chu Kiki said she had heard his songs, but those could only be songs he wrote for Qin Wan. But none of those songs became popular. However, since the program was being recorded, Fang Cheng didn't ask too many questions and politely smiled. "You're too kind, Teacher Chu. I really like your song too." The two were praising each other, which made the surrounding contestants envious and jealous, while Su Mingxian quietly hid in a corner, looking blank. He's about to go on stage, but why let him play after Fang Cheng? Now, no matter who goes on stage, the only thing on the audience's mind will be red silk. Whoever goes in will die. But unfortunately, this kind of bad luck happened to him. Why? Contestant number 17, Su Mingxian, is coming up. The staff's voices rang out at the door, and everyone remembered that it was Su Mingxuan's turn to go on stage. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Unlike the anticipation, apprehension, and envy of the previous issue, this time, these gazes all contained only one emotion: pity. "Here I am." Su Mingxian, pale-faced, stood up weakly and staggered toward the door. As he passed by Fang Cheng said to him very sincerely, "Come on." Su Mingxian almost fell over. "Damn it. If you're so good, then you do it." Then I thought he might actually be able to do it. He immediately felt even more dejected and walked unsteadily out of the players' lounge. The staff member glanced at him and asked, "Su Mingxian, are you all right?" Su Mingxian looked up, a smile that was more like a grimace spreading across his face. "Fine." The staff member nodded. "If there's nothing else, please go on stage. There are limits on recording time, and if you exceed the time limit, your salary will be deducted." Is Su Mingxian dawdling because he wants them to have their salaries deducted? Su Mingxian dragged his reluctant legs onto the stage, and Qin Wan and Lin Feng's fans in the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. After the first episode, the backgrounds of each contestant became very clear. Apart from Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki, the top-ranked individuals are all newcomers signed by various entertainment companies. This stage is both an arena for singers and a battleground for capital. Su Mingxian walked to a guzheng and sat down, and the cheers from the female fans in the audience grew even louder. Does Su Mingxian want to play the guzheng? As expected of the leading composer of the new generation, he can even play classical instruments with ease. "Go Xinxian." Su Mingxuan's buttocks swayed, and the chair almost tipped over. Amidst the gasps of surprise, Su Mingxian quickly sat up straight, feeling utterly annoyed by the girls' loud shouting. "You didn't cheer when I was showing off, so why are you cheering now? A bunch of idiots." Qin Wan and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, both sensing that something was wrong with Su Mingxuan's demeanor. Qin Wan frowned slightly. Su Mingxuan's song was purchased by Wanfeng Studio at a high price. Even if the quality was not as good as Red Ling, it was not far off. With the added effort of her and Lin Feng in adapting the script, as long as Su Mingxian performs normally, and with the high score that she and Lin Feng had predetermined, his total score might not be lower than Fang Cheng's. But Su Mingxuan's current state. Qin Wan made up her mind that no matter how well Su Mingxian sang, she would give him a score of 95 or higher. She absolutely cannot accept that her studio's artists lost to Fang Cheng. Besides, Su Mingxian was taught by her and Lin Feng. How could he be worse than Fang Cheng? At this moment, a music video meticulously produced by Evening Breeze Studio began playing on the big screen, and applause rang out again from the audience. Then Su Mingxuan's fingers fell, and the strings of the guzheng plucked. Qin Wan was slightly taken aback. "How come you played the first note wrong?" Then Su Mingxian began to sing. The scene was completely silent. His voice cracked on the very first sentence. Qin Wan was completely stunned. What are they doing? Chapter 47, A Top-Tier Feast. The song sung by Su Mingxian was originally titled, "When Will I Return?" and was created by an amateur singer specializing in traditional Chinese-style music. Evening Breeze Studio discovered the song, spent $1 million to buy the copyright, and gave the ancient-style singer $200,000 as a confidentiality fee. That's why the song was attributed to Su Mingxian. To avoid attracting attention, Evening Breeze Studio renamed the song Return Date. Qin Wan and Lin Feng added a grand and majestic opera-style vocal section to the Return Date, which perfectly matched the theme of ancient meaning. They have high hopes for Su Mingxian. This song should at least be in the top 2 to match the image they have created for him as the #1 singer-songwriter of the new generation. Unexpectedly, Su Mingxian played the wrong note on his very first performance and cracked his voice on the very first phrase. Qin Wan's face darkened instantly, and Lin Feng almost lost control of his expression as well. As for Chun Ruoshi and Zheng Shan standing next to them, they were even more astonished, with expressions that said, "What the hell is this?" Fortunately, Su Mingxian regained his composure in time, and the pitch and intonation of the second sentence returned to normal. Qin Wan and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Many experienced singers tend to mispronounce the first line when performing live, so this was at most a minor mistake. However, Su Mingxian soon made a second, third, and fourth minor mistakes. It wasn't that the tune was wrong or the notes were off-key. The uninformed audience just thought the song sounded a bit strange, but the mentors all knew it was a mistake. Qin Wan clenched her fists under the table, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration. Fortunately, Su Mingxian made timely adjustments, and there were no more mistakes in the second half of the verse. Just as Qin Wan and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, the song reached its chorus. This section was carefully adapted by the two of them. Lin Feng changed the lyrics, and Qin Wan arranged the music, creating a passionate and exciting opera-style piece. If sung well, it will perfectly match the theme of ancient meaning. On stage, Su Mingxian plucked the zither strings, opened his mouth, and immediately the amazing opera singing from Fang Cheng just now came to mind, causing his voice to tremble. This line of operatic chanting shot straight up the mountain peak, but had nowhere to land. After a sharp and piercing death chant, the plane finally crashed. Achoo! It sounds like he sneezed. Puff! Chun Ruoshi couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth. Even if the singing is bizarre, you should still give people the most basic respect. However, the audience's behavior was not so good, and there was a lot of laughter in the stands. What is this? Did Su Mingxian sneeze just now? Xian is performing advanced Peking opera singing. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Since when can a sneeze with a cracked voice be called Peking opera singing? Thanks to the diligent explanations from Su Mingxian's fans, the audience finally realized that he was singing in the style of traditional Chinese opera. But why is there such a big difference between the Peking opera style and Fang Cheng's singing, even though they are both Peking opera style? Qin Wan and Lin Feng's faces were so gloomy they could drip water. Looking at Su Mingxian on stage, pale-faced and speaking incoherently, they wished they could go up on stage and strangle him. What the hell are you singing? Su Mingxian knew he had messed up his performance, and his mentality completely collapsed. He sang even worse after that. One moment it's howling like ghosts, the next it's trying to recover, and then it collapses again. The others were pulled back and forth by him until their ears went numb. In the recording studio, Su Mingxian sang on stage with his face contorted in pain, while the audience below listened with horrified expressions. Backstage, Fang Cheng sighed. What a top-notch torture feast. A few minutes later, this top-notch feast finally came to an end. As the last, wobbly note faded away, all the audience members breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to be pulled anymore. Su Mingxian stood up shakily, his face ashen, and he even forgot to bow in thanks. Sparse applause rang out from the audience, mostly from Su Mingxian's diehard female fans of BL, Boys Love. Although the others didn't applaud, their faces were full of anticipation. Generally speaking, if a train wreck occurs in a music variety show, the judges' comments will be very interesting. The first one is Qin Wan. Amidst countless expectant gazes, Qin Wan bit her lip, trying to keep her voice calm. Su Mingxian, you have great talent, but your mentality needs further refinement. I heard a sense of righteousness in this song, and the guzheng playing was full of ancient charm. I give you 90 points. The entire audience erupted in uproar. How can this get a 90? Is my aesthetic sense out of touch with the mainstream? Out of tune, cracked voice, and terrible opera singing. How did they give you a score of 90? What's wrong with Xian not deserving a 90? Teacher Qin is a professional. Does Qin Wan like this kind of effeminate man? The recording studio was in an uproar. Qin Wan felt countless strange looks, but she kept her face calm while feeling extremely frustrated inside. Who can blame her when Su Mingxian is a rising star heavily promoted by her studio? After all, she and Lin Feng had already agreed that no matter how Su Mingxian sang, they would give him a high score. At least, she won't be the only one being criticized. As Qin Wan was pondering this, Lin Feng began his critique. The song's imagery perfectly matches the theme of Gui, but unfortunately Su Mingxian was a bit nervous and didn't sing it perfectly. I give it 70 points. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted, and many audience members praised Lin Feng. That's what you call professional. Lin Feng's score is exactly what I expected. Although Qin Wan and Lin Feng are a couple, Lin Feng's level is still higher. Qin Wan turned her head to look at Lin Feng in disbelief. Didn't we agree that Su Mingxian would get a high score no matter what? Why did Lin Feng betray her so quickly? Lin Feng cast an innocent look at Qin Wan, full of grievance and pleading. Wan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. It's all Su Mingxian's fault. He sang so badly. I can't lie through my teeth. Qin Wan almost choked on her breath. If they weren't recording, she would have confronted Lin Feng on the spot. Su Mingxian on stage turned pale. He never expected to be abandoned by his idol. Next up was Chun Ruoshi's commentary. The petite and adorable Hong Kong pop diva was much more direct. After listening to this song, I only have one question. What exactly is this song about? Laughter erupted from the audience. Haha, little sweetie has voiced my question. As expected of Tian Ruor, speak your mind and catch any ghosts. Thank you, Zayashishi, for your words that soothed my wounded ears. Qin Ruoshi ultimately gave it 60 points, which was a popular choice. Next up is Zheng Shan, the rock king who, as always, stays true to his craft. Actually, you can think of this song as death rock, and it will sound much more natural that way. Holy crap, that's a really tricky angle. As expected of a senior, he can even curse without using a single swear word. Zheng Shan was more tactful than Chun Ruoshi and gave her 65 points. Finally, there is Tang Shiyue. The entire room fell silent, and Su Mingxian trembled with fear. Can he withstand the Demon King's critique? Tang Shiyue gave him face and didn't comment at all. This isn't singing. There's no need for commentary. 20 points. Chapter 48. No one is as innocent as her, and no one who can sing is as great as her. Holy crap. When it comes to hurting people, the great Demon King is the only one. I've already broken Su Mingxian's heart. To stab the deepest with the fewest words, that's typical of President Tang. I think Tang Tianho is still kind. She at least gave it 20 points. Although the audience was mentally prepared, they still felt a chill when they heard Tang Shiyue's comments. Putting themselves in Su Mingxian's shoes, they realized that just being able to stand on the stage was already incredibly tough. Some people find it strange that since Tang Tianho said it couldn't be called singing, why give it 20 points? Yu Dan is an excellent host. She helped the audience ask this question. Teacher Tang, it's clear that you don't approve of Su Mingxian's performance, but you still gave him 20 points. Was it to encourage him to have the courage to stand on the stage? Everyone looked at Tang Shiyue, and Zheng Shan had an expression that said, "My goddess is indeed very kind." Tang Shiyue said calmly. Zhang Ke said in the earpiece that we can't give 0 points. The recording studio was silent for a moment, then bursts of laughter filled the air. Guests usually wear headsets when recording programs so that the director can remind them of important points at any time. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Ke reminded Tang Shiyue through the earpiece not to give a 0 score, but he didn't expect Tang Shiyue to actually say it out loud. In the control room, Zhang Ke was speechless, while the staff around him twitched, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The audience didn't need to hold back. The recording studio was already filled with laughter. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Empress Tang has a good sense of humor. I can imagine what director Zhang's expression was backstage. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Hey, Su Mingxian looks like he's about to faint. Amidst the laughter of the audience, someone noticed that Su Mingxian on stage almost fell over. Yu Dan asked with concern, Su Mingxian, are you feeling unwell? Su Mingxian opened his mouth with difficulty. No. Thank you for your comments, mentors. After saying that, he seemed to have all his strength drained away, his face as white as a dead man. Yu Dan was worried that he would collapse on the stage, so she quickly started the next segment, the audience scoring. Su Mingxian's final minor score was 305, a record low for the show. The audience score was 387, the lowest in the second season of The Voice of China. Many viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with this. There are still many good people in the world. So many people actually gave Su Mingxian a score. Xian almost fainted. I gave him a score just to comfort him. Wow, so saintly. Why didn't you give Fang Cheng a score earlier? How can Fang Cheng compare to my brother? The audience was in an uproar, but Su Mingxian had no interest in paying attention. He didn't even know how he got off the stage. When he walked into the contestants' backstage area, his eyes didn't even blink. He looked like a zombie. Fang Cheng asked with concern, "Master Su, are you all right?" Su Mingxuan's 3 souls and 7 spirits returned, and when he saw Fang Cheng in front of him, he subconsciously trembled as if he had seen a demon. You stay away." Fang Cheng comforted him. "Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. Even if you want to experience it again, you'll have to wait until the next episode." Su Mingxian. Holy crap, that's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. The others looked at Fang Cheng as if he were an executioner. The most bloody moment of this episode is finally over. The next few contestants didn't fare as badly as Su Mingxian, nor did they stand out in any particular way. Until Chu Kiki appeared. The little girl, dressed in an ancient Chinese dress, ran onto the stage adorably, lifting the hem of her skirt. As the audience exclaimed how cute she was, melodious and melancholic music began to play. The cute little girl instantly transformed into a graceful and elegant woman, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting of court ladies. What's most amazing is that she can actually sing and dance. She sang and danced a beautiful classical dance at the same time. Her singing voice was like a nightingale's song, her dance like a cloud, and what was even more breathtaking was that her ample breasts swayed gracefully with her movements. Pure, elegant, and sexy, a perfect blend of 3 distinct qualities. The only regret is that the little girl is a bit short. But this actually has a kind of allure, like a giant peach with a youthful face. The performance ended with applause from the entire audience. The male audience members were so excited that their faces turned red, while the female audience members were filled with envy and jealousy. The innocent ones can't sing as well as her, the singers aren't as old as her, and the older ones aren't as innocent as her. How can you not be jealous? The only person in the recording studio who didn't need to envy her was Tang Shiyue. Her singing skills and looks are beyond question, and Tang Shiyue's figure is also widely acknowledged, but no one has ever dared to discuss it. During the mentor's comments, Qin Wan and Lin Feng surprisingly gave it 95 points. The audience was surprised. It wasn't that Chu Keek's singing was bad, but Lin Feng only gave Fang Cheng's amazing performance that moved the entire audience to tears 90 points, and Qin Wan only gave him 70 points. While Chu Kiki is stunning now, judging from the fit of the theme and the quality of the song, it's impossible for her to surpass Red Cliff. Qin Wan and Lin Feng's plan was simple. Since Su Mingxian couldn't get first place, they absolutely couldn't let Fang Cheng get first place. It's better for them to force Chu Kiki up and overpower Fang Cheng than for Fang Cheng to ride on their heads. Tang Shiyue glanced at Qin Wan and Lin Feng almost imperceptibly, making the 2 men tense up and dare not meet her gaze. Qin Wan felt aggrieved. Tang Shiyue was clearly her aunt, so why did she look at her with such a stern gaze, warning her that she shouldn't use Chu Kiki to suppress Fang Cheng? Why should I? Chen Ruoshi and Zheng Shan were quite normal, both giving 90 points. Tang Shiyue gave it 80 points. Chu Keek's mentor scored 450 points, 7 points lower than Fang Cheng's. However, Chu Kiki is much more popular with the audience than Fang Cheng, with a score of 451 points, the highest among all the contestants. With a final total score of 901 points, he surpassed Fang Cheng and ranked first. I also like cute girls with baby faces and big breasts, but Red Peach is probably better, right? Coco sang well, but Fang Cheng should also have scored over 900 points. Everyone here bears responsibility for Red Ladies not taking first place. It's all because Qin Wan and Lin Feng's brainless fans refused to give any points. Why did the production team invite so many fan groups? Many viewers are somewhat dissatisfied, saying that Red Silk has a powerful aftertaste and its lingering sound is still going strong. It's unfair that such a song couldn't get first place. Anyone with normal hearing would find it hard to believe. They knew it wasn't Chu Keek's fault, so they directed their dissatisfaction at Qin Wan and Lin Feng's fans. Today's recording was destined to be lively, and Chu Keek's first place win caused another argument in the audience. Meanwhile, someone backstage at the contestant's location appeared to have risen from the dead. Su Mingxian, who had been listless, suddenly lit up when he saw Chu Kiki surpass Fang Cheng. It's not important that Chu Kiki gets first place, but it's very important that Fang Cheng doesn't get first place. When Chu Kiki returned to the backstage area, Su Mingxian was the first to congratulate her. "Coco, you sang so well. You deserve first place." After saying that, he glanced at Fang Cheng smugly. Are they still arrogant now? Chu Kiki walked directly up to Fang Cheng and said to him sincerely, "Teacher Fang, I don't deserve to be number one. You should be number one." Su Mingxian, ? Chapter 49 Super Reward. Singing a duet with China's #1 diva. Chu Kiki, you're too modest. It's perfectly reasonable for your song to be ranked first. Yeah, I think so too, but the competition isn't over yet. First place is only temporary. Haha, Zhao Zixu, Zhengfei, I'm not as confident as you guys. With Teacher Fang and Chu Kiki ahead of me, I'd be happy if I made it into the top 5. 3 voices drew the contestants' attention. They came from 3 people sitting in the center of the lounge. Zhou Jia, Zhengfei, and Zhao Zixu from Gem Records. The contestants all recognized them, not only because these 3 were among the top 10 in the previous episode and were very strong. Moreover, there is an even more important reason. Gem Records is the entertainment company where Tang Shiyue works. Music variety shows of the caliber of The Voice of China have always been a battleground for capital. Major entertainment companies will send their newcomers in to gild their resumes. As for how many people can be brought in, that depends on the company's strength. Studios like Qin Wan's and Lin Feng's Evening Breeze studio simply don't qualify to let people in. Zhang Ke only gave Wanfeng Studio a spot because he wanted to use their and Fang Cheng's negative publicity for publicity. Gem Records, on the other hand, is different. Not only Zhang Ke, but even Jiangxing TV has to give them face. Fortunately, Mr. Feng, the general manager of Gem Records, was quite sensible and only sent 3 people. It's Zhou Jia, Zhengfei, and Zhao Zixu. The 3 have different styles. Zhou Jia is tall and has long legs. He is handsome and especially good at singing and dancing. He takes the idol route. Zhengfei has a sexy temperament, but she has a rare mezzo-soprano voice, and her ultimate goal is to become a queen of sad love songs. Zhao Zixu excels at original compositions. Among the 3, he achieved the best score in the previous episode, ranking 3rd after Chu Kiki and Su Mingxian. Zhengfei and Zhou Jia are 7th and 8th respectively, right after Fang Cheng. They were naturally unconvinced. They were newcomers signed by China's top record company, giving them a head start over others. What's more, this program also has Tang Shiyue, a fellow student from the same school, present. How could it be inferior to the dark and blurry Fang Cheng? In the first episode, they thought it was an accident, but in this episode, Fang Cheng brought out an even more explosive song, Red Silk, and they finally regarded Fang Cheng as a real opponent. Compared to Fang Cheng, the brainless and showy Su Mingxian is obviously less of a threat. So when Zhao Zixu saw Su Mingxian get the short end of the stick again, he spoke first, seemingly to ease the tension, but actually to side with Su Mingxian. Zhengfei and Zhou Jia immediately chimed in, subtly putting Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki in a difficult position. Chu Kiki couldn't understand this kind of scheming at all. With her eyes wide open, she emphasized to Dashin again, "I don't deserve to be number one. Teacher Fang should be number one." Zhao Zixu chuckled and said, "Chu Kiki, you and Teacher Fang are both very talented. This season's champion will most likely be one of you." These words finally provoked dissatisfaction among the others. Is the champion already decided after only the second round? Haven't you heard the saying? Extreme heat is deadly. It's only been 2 episodes. Where did this huge popularity come from? Fang Cheng glanced at the smiling Zhao Zixu, while Zhou Jia beside him was handsome and sunny. Zhengfei, wearing a suspender dress, winked at Fang Cheng with a charming smile. As expected of a newcomer trained by a big company, his level is much higher than Su Mingxian's. These 3 people, along with his aunt, all came from Gem Records. Perhaps they were people Tang Shiyue was supposed to take care of. Fang Cheng didn't want to get into a conflict with them, so he simply sat down quietly without saying a word. This little incident passed quickly, and the remaining contestants took the stage one after another. The competition ended around 10 p.m. The combined rankings for both periods are in. Chu Kiki is first, Fang Cheng is second, Zhao Zixu is third, Zhengfei is fourth, and Zhou Jia is fifth. Su Mingxian ranked 16th. This is only because he ranked second in the first episode. Otherwise, based solely on today's performance, Su Mingxian would be last. 36 contestants. The bottom 4 in the combined rankings of the 2 rounds were eliminated. After the traditional emotional farewell segment brought a wave of tears, Zhang Ke made a dazzling entrance, stroking his slicked-back bald patch and chuckling. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Zhang Fei said sweetly and cooperatively. Director Zhang, I prefer to hear good news first. Zhang Ke was very satisfied with her supporting role and smiled. Then let me tell you the good news first. The top 5 contestants in the next episode will receive a special reward in the 4th episode. He paused, and amidst the expectant gazes of the contestants, slowly said, You can sing a song with each of the 5 mentors. Wow. The contestants gasped in surprise, excited and thrilled. This wasn't an act. It was a genuine surprise. They are all newcomers and would never normally have the opportunity to share the stage with top-tier singers. Now they have the opportunity to share the stage with Qin Wan, Chen Ruoxi, Zheng Shan, and even the top star Tang Shiyue. This is extremely beneficial to their popularity. Everyone's face showed a fighting spirit eager to try. Everyone wants this opportunity to gain exposure and fans. Even Su Mingxian, who had been listless, raised his head. He did stumble this time, but he wasn't eliminated, so he can definitely make a comeback next time. His target was certainly not Qin Wan or Lin Feng, whom he could contact at any time, but rather Tang Dynasty Moon. Everyone knows that Tang Shiyue is aloof and never has much contact with any men. She has never even invited any guests to her concerts. She has never sung a duet with a male singer. If he could perform on the same stage as Tang Shiyue, today's defeat would be immediately forgotten. From now on, Su Mingxuan's name will have an additional prefix. The only man who has ever sung a duet with Tang Shiyue. This one gimmick alone was enough to gain him millions of followers. The expressions of the others were similar to Su Mingxuan's. They were all immersed in their own daydreams. Zhang Ke was satisfied with the contestants' reactions and continued. Well then, I'll tell you the bad news. Before anyone could react, this guy had already announced with a wicked grin. The theme for the next episode is healing. Upon hearing Zhang Ke announce the theme for the next episode, the contestants immediately snapped out of their reverie. Cure. It sounds pretty simple. Think about it again. Most of the popular songs these days are love songs. How many of them fit this theme? Love songs that comfort those heartbroken can be considered healing. Then go sing it and see if you can get a high score. The contestants were discussing the matter and had differing opinions. Some people think the topic is very simple, while others think the production team is setting a difficult question again. Zhao Zishu pondered for a moment, his expression gradually darkening. Zheng Fei and Zhou Jia, who were standing next to him, also looked serious. Their goal for the next episode must be to be in the top 5, but most of the songs that fit the theme of healing are soothing slow songs. This kind of song sounds okay with headphones, but it's not competitive on a competitive stage. Chu Kiki rested her chin on her hands and murmured, Healing? I don't know how. She excels at traditional Chinese style, which is mostly about depicting tragedy. Healing? More like depressing. Su Mingxian lowered his head, his mind blank, waiting for the recording to end so he could go find Qin Wan and Lin Feng to come up with a solution. As for Fang Cheng, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he almost blurted out the song. The moment he heard the word heal, a song immediately popped into his head. Chapter 50. Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki are kissing. What is Fang Cheng laughing at? Has he found a suitable song? Impossible. Director Zhang just announced the theme. How could he possibly come up with a suitable song so quickly? Su Mingxian had been keeping an eye on Fang Cheng, and when he saw that annoyingly calm smile reappear on Fang Cheng's face, he immediately became nervous. Zhao Zishu, Zheng Fei, and Zhou Jia were also secretly keeping an eye on Fang Cheng, just like him. They had already sensed the difficulty of the theme of healing and subconsciously paid attention to Fang Cheng. But seeing the man's calm and composed demeanor, she felt a sense of unease and doubt. Red-haired girl is so amazing that they dare not underestimate Fang Cheng at all now. The group exchanged glances and decided to contact the company as soon as the recording was over. Unlike Fang Cheng, an unknown amateur, they have the backing of Gem Records, a giant corporation, and the show also features Tang Shiyue, the company's top female artist. There's no way they could be outdone by Fang Cheng. Amidst the various thoughts on everyone's minds, Zhang Ke clapped his hands. Recording is complete. It's time to go home. The contestants relaxed and waited for Zhang Ke to leave before heading backstage. The theme of the third episode is quite mysterious. They need to hurry back and prepare properly. Fang Cheng also stood up and slowly walked outside. His aunt didn't look too good today. He planned to wait until most of the people had left before going to check if she was still in the lounge, to express the concern of a junior for an elder and a student for a teacher. Teacher Fang. Fang Cheng hadn't walked far when a petite figure, seemingly moving like a mountain, came running up behind him. Chu Kiki wasn't very tall, and she had to swing her legs incredibly fast to catch up with Fang Cheng. Once she reached him, she gasped for breath and said, "Teacher Fang, could you please do me a favor?" The mentor's lounge. Qin Wan sat opposite Lin Feng, her face gloomy. "Lin Feng, didn't we agree to give Fang Cheng a low score? I gave him 70, but you gave him 90. The show has aired, and I'm accused of being unprofessional and having personal grudges when I give scores, while you're accused of being magnanimous, right?" Lin Feng quickly explained, Wan, I didn't expect Fang Cheng to produce a song of this caliber. I was caught off guard." He glanced at Qin Wan, who looked displeased, and said softly, Wan, you've been with Fang Cheng for so long. Didn't you know he had such a great song hidden away? These words successfully shifted Qin Wan's resentment onto Fang Cheng. Recalling the past, Qin Wan couldn't help but bite her lip. He kept it from me for so long. If she had known earlier that Fang Cheng had hidden good songs, why would she have gone so far as to divorce him? Even if we're going to get a divorce, we should make Fang Cheng bring out all those good songs before we do. Qin Wan grew angrier the more she thought about it, and she made up her mind once again that no matter how much Fang Cheng begged her, she would not forgive him easily. Seeing Qin Wan's ever-changing expression, Lin Feng assumed that her disgust for Fang Cheng had deepened, so he reached out and gently grasped Qin Wan's fair hand. Wan, I'm not like Fang Cheng. I can share everything with you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qin Wan immediately withdrew her hand and moved back, increasing the distance between herself and Lin Feng. It must be Fang Cheng who came to find her. "Sister Qin, Brother Feng, it's me." Su Mingxuan's voice rang out from outside. Qin Wan was disappointed, and Lin Feng was annoyed. Why didn't we arrive at Fang Cheng? Why did this idiot have to come at this time of year? Lin Feng, his face grim, went to open the door. Su Mingxian rushed in, completely oblivious to their expressions, and began to speak. "Sister Qin, Brother Feng, the theme for the next episode has been announced. Healing. What songs do you think would be good for this theme? Could your studio help me buy another song? Go out." A cold voice rang out, and Su Mingxian was taken aback. "Sister Qin?" Fang Cheng hadn't arrived yet, and Qin Wan was a little unhappy. She said coldly, "I need to change my clothes. You two go out." Wan. Lin Feng didn't expect Qin Wan to even want to get rid of him. "I'm a little tired, Lin Feng. Why don't you take Mingxian to your restroom first?" Qin Wan's voice was slightly gentle. Lin Feng gave her a deep look and nodded in agreement. "Sister Qin, my song." Su Mingxian wanted to say something, but Lin Feng glared at him, so he had no choice but to obediently follow him out. The lounge returned to silence. Qin Wan changed into a spaghetti strap dress and intentionally pulled the straps down to reveal her fair and delicate shoulders. Looking in the mirror, she saw a beauty that could topple kingdoms, a woman as beautiful as jade. It's not surprising that Fang Cheng is fascinated by himself. Qin Wan checked the time. It had been almost half an hour since the recording ended. It's about time. Qin Wan looked in the mirror again and touched up her makeup, but Fang Cheng still didn't come. She couldn't sit still any longer, so she called her assistant Huang Fang and asked her to go and see where Fang Cheng was. Huang Fang was a little confused and wanted to say, "Sister Qin, don't you dislike Fang Cheng?" But after being glared at by Qin Wan, the assistant had no choice but to obediently run to the contestants' backstage area, where he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Fang Cheng was seen with Chu Kiki, the two of them very close. Because their backs were to her, her actions were not clear, but what else could a man and a woman be doing when they were so close together? "Hey, this is backstage. Why are you so impatient?" Huang Fang felt like she had stumbled upon a huge piece of gossip and excitedly ran back to Qin Wan's lounge, panting as she said, "Sister Qin, Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki are kissing." "Chu Kiki." Qin Wan was startled, and subconsciously thought of Chu Keek's large breasts. She looked down at herself and her brows furrowed immediately. When did Fang Cheng start liking this style? Sister Qin, Fang Cheng actually took advantage of the recording of the show to get together with a female contestant. He really is a scumbag. It's a good thing you divorced him. Qin Wan jumped up and walked out, leaving Huang Fang bewildered. Sister Qin, where are you going? Go wait for me in the car. Qin Wan gave an order and stormed out of the lounge, almost running to the contestants' backstage area. The recording had ended, and there was no one else backstage. As soon as I came over, I immediately saw Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki, who were almost touching. Fang Cheng, what are you doing? Qin Wan roared and strode over. Fang Cheng and Chu Kiki turned around, looking completely bewildered. Fang Cheng, what's your relationship with her? Qin Wan angrily pointed at Chu Kiki, looking like she had caught them in the act. But as she got closer, she saw that Chu Kiki was holding a piece of paper with the lyrics and music of a song on it. Qin Wan was speechless. It turned out that the two of them were not kissing, but looking at the sheet music. This does fit Fang Cheng's obsession with music, but this Chu Kiki. Qin Wan narrowed her eyes, looked at the young girl with a youthful face and large breasts, and said to Fang Cheng, Fang Cheng, you shouldn't be so close to other women. Fang Cheng was baffled and was about to retort when Chu Kiki blinked her innocent big eyes and spoke. Teacher Qin, didn't you and Teacher Fang get divorced?